on channel 3. So can you hear me? Okay. Many people can hear me? Okay. All right, let's start. So as you know, this early morning session is about the first international treaty on AI, human rights, democracy and the rule of law, which has been concluded earlier this year. And of course the aim is to to help us cope with the risks and opportunities that AI offer or bring. And I will not go into detail about risks and opportunities because we all by now more or less know what these are, at least for the time being. So let's start right away with Ambassador Dowling from Australia. Australia was also actively participating in the negotiations of the treaty until this March. So how does Australia view the balance between innovation and safeguards so that we have a robust and resilient innovation thanks to AI, but also make sure that human rights, democracy and rule of law is protected?
Thank you. Look, that's the key question I think we're all grappling with. We all see the upsides of AI. We all see the benefits for development, for economic opportunity. But with every new phase of digital technology, we've seen human rights, the rights of women and girls, the rights of freedom of speech, democracy jeopardised. So I'm really positive about the Council of Europe's effort here to get ahead of the curve, to say that we will step in early in the development of this technology and its far more ubiquitous use, and try to set some guardrails, protections for rights, speech, the preservation of democracy. I think we made the mistake in earlier phases of technology, when we saw software development in the 90s, when we saw social media in the early 2000s, in saying we trust the technology world, we trust commercial entities to prioritise safety and rights online. And I think we learnt the hard way that that's not the case, that we shouldn't expect commercial entities to be the guardians of rights and privacy, that that's a role for governments and civil society to work together on. AI is a fast evolving area of technology, but I think what this treaty does is set some very clear principles and parameters that say, here are the expectations that governments have on the development of this technology. Here is how we expect all platforms to preserve rights, privacy, ensure their technology is not misused, and so I think acting that early in a way that's not overly onerous or prescriptive, I think the treaty strikes that right balance where it will not stifle innovation. We feel that it's a very commendable effort to try and set those parameters early in this particular phase of AI to ensure that we're not looking back in 10 years' time saying, well, we wish that we'd done more in the early phase to preserve rights and democracy.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Dowling. Now we go to the West, to the United States. We have Alison Peters here, Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights and Labor, the State Department. So, Ms. Peters, the US was very active in the negotiations on that treaty, as we have been able to read also in some journals. How do you see the treaty promoting respect for human rights, democracy around the world, not just in Europe or in the United States? And how does the convention, the way it is in front of us now, reflect the United States approach for rights respecting AI?
Well, first and foremost, just a huge thank you to you, Thomas, and your incredible team. I think it has been several years of negotiations and close partnership, I think, across governments engaged in the Council of Europe, and it is because of your leadership that we're really here today talking about the fact that many of our countries have now signed the world's first ever treaty on artificial intelligence, and that's quite a feat. I think, second, we really need to acknowledge that in a context in which we continue to have debates in the United Nations and in the broader multilateral system in terms of the applicability of international law, particularly international human rights law, it's quite striking that the world's first ever treaty on artificial intelligence is focused on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. For the United States, we engaged actively in this negotiation process because we see a couple of key benefits in having a legally binding convention on artificial intelligence. And of course, Ambassador Dowling laid out, some of the both opportunities and risks that we see as it relates to artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. But we know, first and foremost, having a convention will really help us set a shared baseline on rights respecting use, development, design of artificial intelligence. And that shared baseline goes beyond just, the United States and other countries sort of in the global north, right? That shared baseline is a shared baseline that is really global in context, that is applicable to every single country that is here at IGF and beyond. But we know, given the debates that we're seeing in terms of human rights and their applicability to emerging technologies, that having a sort of shared baseline amongst democracies on rights respecting design, development, and use of AI is critical. Certainly, the benefits don't end just with implementation of this convention, as we've seen, for example, in the Council of Europe context, where we have the Budapest Convention on cybercrime, having an instrument in which our governments can focus on shared cooperation, having a mechanism for shared cooperation is incredibly useful, is incredibly salient as we continue to debate issues around cybercrime in the UN system now. The follow-up cooperation mechanisms that we expect with this AI convention will also, I think, provide a really important opportunity to advance our shared efforts and promote human rights, democracy, and the rule of law on the context of artificial intelligence, including allowing us to really share best practices across the board, across governments, across regions. Third, I will say, you asked the question on how this helps advance sort of the U.S. priorities as it relates to artificial intelligence. And as we look at the need to place safeguards on AI systems and the companies that develop them, it's also really critical that we preserve the space for innovation, right? We don't want to do anything as it relates to regulation that cracks down on innovation, doesn't allow that innovation to happen. And so certainly with this convention, we see a convention that allows us to harmonize various different international approaches to AI, and one that still allows companies to innovate, to be creative, to create new AI systems that help really advance the opportunities as it relates to AI, but also help crack down on some of those risks that we're talking about. In our system, all of these priorities are bipartisan in nature, so even though our government is changing over quite soon, this is a priority that we see across the board, across political parties in our countries, and we look forward to working with the many governments on this stage, but hopefully other governments here at IGF who will join us in this process. So again, just a huge thanks for having us today.
Thank you. And I think one point that is important is that it's not just the convention and the parties, it's the bigger cooperation setting around, which is something that we have been able to see with the Cybercrime Convention, with the Budapest Convention, as an important factor as well. Let us now move to another ICE country, Canada. Mr. Fairchild, you also participated very actively in the work on the treaty, helping us to count the hours that we have left to find compromise on everything. So if you could share your insights on into how international cooperation can strengthen the treaty and ensure that it reflects the shared values of democratic nations.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and good morning to everybody. It's great to be here. Day zero, it's always a bit of a cold start. So thank you. And I think first of all, I'd start by thanking the Council of Europe. We have some of the staff here from the actual process in the room. It was a very long journey, but I think at the end of the day, the result speaks for itself. So I think, and just to reflect a bit of the earlier comments, I mean, this is the first international treaty on an emerging technology. I think it's really important to reinforce that, it's the Council of Europe that brought forward this idea and has seen the creation of effectively what is the first legally binding instrument that is creating obligations on signatories to uphold certain values: human rights, respect for democracy, and the rule of law. I think that's an important statement in and of itself, because it's very different from a lot of the other work that's going on in other multilateral fora, which are speaking more on the normative basis. And I think, which is why Canada, who's not a member of the Council of Europe, it was an observer to the process, and others on the floor here, really sought to participate, because this was our opportunity to frame at the international level effectively the first legally binding instrument. So from our perspective, it was crucial to be there. As an active participant on the delegation, we spent a lot of time trying to involve as many states as possible. And so I think this is another important element to bring to the debate. It's not the UN, but at the same time, we felt it was extremely important to try to get as many member states from as many regions involved in the process. And so throughout the nearly 2 years of negotiation, we saw a gradual increase, not only in the number of participants, but in fact, signatories, hopefully at the end of the day. And so a cluster of observer groups in and of themselves.
Could you bring me?
Okay.
Could you bring me also an earphone? Yeah, for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I think that's an important statement. So, and we continue in that regard. So even past the end of the negotiations, we're seeing more states actively coming forward, trying to become part of the process. Of course, post negotiations, it's sort of, you have to take the treaty as it is, but we are seeing increased interest, particularly the Americas showed a high level of interest. Asia as well, we had Japan, who was one of the observers, but more countries at this point seemingly coming forward with an expressed interest. And why is because they also have, at the national levels, everybody is become fascinated with the question of what to do about AI. AI is a step change in the environment. It's an enabling technology, which means if you haven't regulated, legislated, or created frameworks to manage AI, it is going to impact pretty much every sector of your government and every public policy area. And so for us, from the beginning, we were also part of the previous process that the Council of Europe ran for the 2 years prior to the launch of negotiations. This was all about framing, and it's important. Member states have obligations. And so the context of this framework instrument was to create a baseline. And this is an interesting second point, is this is one of the few areas where we were negotiating international treaty where there was, frankly, no floor. Most member states don't have AI legislation. So it wasn't about leveling up at the international level. It was actually about creating the baseline level to which member states have to now meet. And so it was a very unique opportunity for Canada, who is quite advanced in its own legislative and regulatory frameworks, to help, in fact, create that floor. And so I think we were quite successful. Always negotiations is about concessions. So at the end of the day, I think, could we have had a stronger instrument? Yes. Could we have had a weaker instrument? Yes. And I think, at least from Canada's perspective, there was a fine balance to the negotiations. But at the end of the day, what we have successfully created are baseline obligations that member states now have to take away, and as they develop their own regulatory and national legislative frameworks, they must meet these obligations. And I think that was a critical reason for us to be a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. I'm now nicely cabled and hearing myself several times with several loops. So yes, I think this is an important element that you named, that we didn't start like comparing our national bases, but we had to basically set this floor, set this baseline from scratch, which was a challenge, but it was also an opportunity to seize. So now we go to a European country for once. We have Isil Demenec from Turkey. You were also actively participating in the negotiations. how is Turkey planning to implement this convention? How are you going to organize yourself so that you address the challenges posed by AI and help your country to stay innovative at the same time?
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for the organization and the invitation as well. I hope my voice is okay. So, as a member of the Council of Europe, Turkey recognizes the transformative potential of AI, and obviously it brings with it a profound batch of legal and ethical questions. And the rapid spread of AI made it essential for everyone to take proactive steps to uphold AI principles at every stage of the AI life cycle, which we were addressing at the CAI as well. To establish a robust framework that fosters ethical, sustainable, and innovative AI while addressing the unique challenges that AI poses. We have adopted the National AI Strategy back in 2021. It was drafted together with the Digital Transformation Office and the Ministry of Industry and Technology, and it is built upon 6 strategic priorities, which includes regulating to accelerate socioeconomic adaptation. As such, one of the ways Turkey is planning to address these challenges is through strengthening the legal framework. This is being done through amendment of existing laws or adopting of new ones as necessary. And alongside the AI rules and regulations, we are also working on our frameworks concerning both personal and non-personal data, because we cannot separate the two from together, as data is an integral element of AI technologies. So as per the strategy, Turkey's core objective focus on establishing an agile and inclusive process, developing governance mechanisms that promote impartiality, privacy, ethical oversight, and algorithmic accountability, while we also enhance data capacity to assess AI socioeconomic impacts. The strategy also underscores the importance of fostering innovation, which was one of our concerns at the CAI as well, and ensuring alignment with international ethical standards. So I will be very briefly listing some of the key measures to support these goals. Aligning national AI regulations with international frameworks and commitments to maintain consistency with global governance structures. Creating an AI impact assessment framework, which we are currently dealing with at the CAI, to evaluate ethical, social, and economic impacts of AI systems. Preparing and implementing guidelines for algorithmic accountability and explainability to ensure transparency in automated decision making. And encouraging capacity building initiatives and public awareness in AI use. These are some of the issues that we're actually dealing with at the CAI. So it is essential to emphasize that these legal challenges require legal solutions beyond just legal considerations. Because we need to encompass social, financial, political, and other dimensions at the same time. And Turkey's unique position, geopolitical and geostrategic position, influences its approach to global AI governance. That's why we have been actively monitoring and participating in international efforts to shape AI governance frameworks, not just at the CAI, which is also one of the strategy's 6 priorities. This commitment is also clear in our active involvement at the CAI processes from the very beginning, since the CAI, which led to the development of the first global legally binding AI treaty. So we are aware that we are at the forefront of disruptive technological change, and it is evident that AI holds immense power, potential to shape our societies for the better. But how can we do this? We need robust ethical and legal frameworks that guide the process. So the Framework Convention emerging from the CAI process represents a pivotal step in this direction, which embodies the collective efforts of nations to ensure AI aligns with human rights, democratic values, and shared global practices. We must recognize that AI knows no borders and its impact is inherently global. Therefore, a legally binding international instrument is not just desirable but also essential to address these issues to create a unified approach. Well, this instrument, we hope, will ensure accountability, transparency, and fairness while fostering trust among stakeholders to also help the development of this technology. Therefore, we will continue to be actively contributing and remaining in the CAI processes and alongside our other work on AI and other technological advancements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isil. And I think it's also important to raise the importance of data and data governance. The convention, of course, deals mainly with AI, but you find hints to data across the convention. And in particular, if you look at the explanatory report, then of course you find references to appropriate data quality and other issues related to data. Now we have an online participant. I hope the connection works. It is a colleague, Tetsushi Hirano from Japan. Japan has been also a very active participant in the negotiations on that treaty at the Council of Europe in Strasbourg. And but Japan has not only been very active at the Council of Europe. Japan has also led other important initiatives like the G7 Hiroshima framework, and of course Japan is also active in other processes like OECD and others. So Tetsushi, I hope you are there. My question to you would be, how does Japan's approach to AI governance align with the principles being proposed in this treaty? See whether the connection works. Any information from the... it's coming. What's the time in Japan now? What is the time difference? It's already in the afternoon.
Do you hear me?
Yeah. Or we can, if there's some difficulties, we can. We have one more physically present human being here, supposed to talk. We can switch the order, Vadim. No, he's coming. Okay. So let's.
Do you hear me?
Yeah. Now we hear you. Hello.
Oh, okay. Hello, Thomas.
Did you hear my question, or should I repeat it?
No, I listened.
Okay, excellent. So we're happy to listen to you now, Tetsushi.
Okay, thank you.
If you can speak up a little louder, your voice is a little low, so that may help.
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
No?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So I'm very happy to be able to participate in this session to discuss this important international treaty with familiar faces from the negotiation. And I would like once again to thank Thomas and the CAI Secretariat for their outstanding work and support throughout the negotiation process, and to congratulate 10 states and the EU for signing the convention. In answer to Thomas, I think it is symbolic that this treaty was adopted in an institution that was founded on the bitter lessons of the Second World War. At the heart of what the Council of Europe stands for are common values that Japan shares. This is one of the reasons why, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, Japan, together with Canada, the United States of America, and Mexico, became an observer in the Council of Europe. And these common values are crystallized in different ways in international law and in the constitution of the 57 states that have agreed on the framework convention on artificial intelligence. The aim of the convention is to ensure that the activities within the life cycle of artificial intelligence systems comply with existing international and national legal obligations. This means that Japan, along with 56 other countries, has agreed on a framework to carry the shared values into the future, where AI systems will be used in every corner of society. Some of the principles of the framework are transparency, equality, privacy, reliability, which are developed taking into account the socio-technical characteristics of AI technology. These principles will be operationalized via risk and impact management framework. In my view, one of the challenges for the implementation of this treaty is the operationalization of these principles in accordance with existing legal obligations. It seems that the key lies in building capacity on ethical, legal, and social implications of technological characteristics of AI, such as explainability or accuracy. This summer, Japan launched a new discussion on the future domestic framework for AI regulation under the AI Strategy Council, taking into account existing laws, guidelines, and as well as recent achievements in international fora, including the Hiroshima AI process. At the same time, we are accelerating the internal process of signing the convention. I am convinced that these two processes strike the right balance between innovation and regulation.
Tetsushi, wait a second. The connection has turned really bad. Sound in Zoom is okay. So you can tell us what, yeah, okay. We're having a little bit of a technical issue here. If you could repeat the last few sentences that you said, because we have missed it, unfortunately. Thank you, Tetsushi. Well, we can't hear you. We don't hear anything. It's just very faint noise, but our 500 people technical team is already working on it, so I have to wait for Okay, thank you, Tetsushi. I think we've heard some elements from you at least. There seems to be a problem that here in the room we can't hear you anymore. Maybe let's use the time, and we're happy to take you back in the discussion. Let's move on to Mr. Gibson. You may not have anything to do with the famous guitar brand, but you work for the UK government, so yeah. In the UK, now that you signed the convention, how do you use the convention to also move things ahead on national level, and how are you seeing international cooperation thanks to the convention, but also in other frameworks? What are the UK's plans for the coming months and years? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. Can people hear me?
Go ahead.
Oh, is that better?
Yeah.
Can people hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Brilliant.
Hear you.
Okay,
Now
thank you very much.
you're there.
Thank you, Ambassador. Yes, not quite linked to the Gibson guitars. I do get that, and I do get Mel Gibson as my uncle a lot as well.
Excellent.
But
you look like him a little.
yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. But yeah, yes. In answer to your question, I think a good way of framing this is looking at starting off by considering the UK's approach to AI governance. Obviously, we've had a government recently, and we're thinking about the opportunities of AI and really want to capitalize those as well in order to turbocharge economic growth. And, you know, without a sort of sense of an understanding of the risks, mitigating risks, tackling key risks as well, we won't be in a position to fully capitalize or, you know, capture the full potential of the technology as well. And so that's the kind of key framing I think is really important when we go into discussing the Council of Europe AI Treaty as well as other international governance frameworks. Really understanding that working together, cooperation and setting global baselines due to the transcendental cross-border nature of the technology, is fundamental, and really harnessing the potential of every sort of input from different countries, civil society, and the private sector as well, whilst recognizing that in order to really capture the benefits of opportunity and harness innovation, you need a technology that is trustworthy, that those risks are understood, that you can have that safe, secure, trustworthy AI, and really capture that as well. So I think that's been a sort of key framing, I think, for us as well. At the international level, we've really not been able to sort of highlight it such an extent, though, but in the UK, we sort of had the first AI Safety Summit in Bletchley. That paved the way for a great deal of discussion on a lot of these risks and what we need to do to mitigate that. And in doing so, we were very keen to really reinforce in the Bletchley Declaration the importance of safe, secure, trustworthy AI and building that understanding of risk as well. With that in mind, we were also very keen to really harness the possibilities of securing innovation for that, and so bringing frontier AI labs and companies on board in that process has been really fundamental, and really highlighting the importance of getting voluntary commitments, pushing the conversation along with a range of different sectors to really ensure that the public and different sectors can buy into that technology. That has continued in other areas of international AI governance as well. We've really reflected this in the UN environment, so the Global Digital Compact, we really wanted to reinforce the importance of a multi-stakeholder input. In the UN resolutions, which were agreed in 2024, we wanted to really push that there were flexible and differentiated approaches. And that's kind of reflective of the UK approach, that in order to get that trust, you need a proportionate approach to governance, and that's a fundamental recognition. So you get the balance between innovation and safety. Coming to the Council of Europe specifically, though, I think this has been an opportunity for us to really reinforce the UK's value add in the conversation. So we have taken a sort of very, reflecting on the proportionate amount, a balanced, targeted, agile approach to AI governance. So we look at things sort of sectorally in our regulatory approach at the moment. So allowing different regulators to engage with the technology and regulate technology in a sort of more light touch approach, but ensuring that these all work together and really harness the potential that way. However, we are thinking about sort of building on that and recognizing the role of innovation with our new regulatory innovation office, with a model for responsible innovation, supporting the technology. And this is the sort of approach that we have reflected in the Council of Europe AI Treaty negotiations as well to bring us to that point. So the UK was really keen to reinforce the merits of sort of balanced language, so ensuring that there is not too much prescription in the detail, so being too over-prescriptive might make it a bit too challenging for a lot of different countries to get on board. So looking at the range of different countries here, I think we recognize that we want a range of different regulatory approaches to be recognized in the Council of Europe AI Treaty, and also reinforcing the importance of new and other countries who are a bit nascent in their regulatory approach to AI to come on board as well. However, I think the importance is balancing that with clarity, and we were really keen to push the point about clarity in text. These are some legal obligations, involving human rights. We want to be really clear that people understand the technology, and that comes back to my point about trust. If you don't have trust, we can't really capture the technology as well. And I think this was reflected in a couple of really interesting provisions in the convention as well. So a provision on safe innovation, another provision which ensured that research and development could be safeguarded and wasn't necessarily always fully in line, and making sure that that can be continued despite or in spite of the convention as well, but really making sure that's crystal clear. And we wanted to make really clear that we could be a bridge as well as the UK. So talking about that proportionate approach to governance, we recognise that all these different regulatory approaches would be needed. And towards the end, when it might have looked a little bit challenging to get agreement, we were really keen to be pragmatic, provide a sort of basis in bringing a group of people together on the sort of final throes in the 11th hour of the negotiations to come together and find those areas of overlap on the more challenging areas, so how we could apply the convention and make sure we could get all the relevant countries on board so that this could be a successful global treaty. So we were really keen to really be pragmatic, to really reinforce those points about trust as well, and I think that's reflective in our international AI governance approaches.
Thank you very much, Mauricio. And indeed, it was not easy, and hopefully we get a few minutes for discussion also in the end. The idea to make something that holds across time with principles, but also to have it sufficiently clear, but not too over-prescriptive in detail was and is not an easy task, and will also be a challenge in implementing it. Now, I wonder, we would have another very active participant, but apparently, Argentina is a country that was also very active, but apparently the connection somehow didn't make it across the ocean. So, but just to say that Argentina would have been an example of one of the Latin American countries that have been participating. There were about 5 or 6 Latin American countries that were already during the negotiation active in the work on this treaty. But we'll see whether we can connect to her later. So with this, we have gone through the panelists, unless I miss somebody, which doesn't seem to be the case. So we could actually use a few minutes to also allow the people in the room and also online to make comments and questions. We have a mic here, so just stand up and make yourself heard if you want, and we'll try to have some interaction also with the audience here. Yes, please present yourself and then continue.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Rafael Delis Aguirre. I'm at the Max Delbrück Center in Germany. And as a member of the scientific community and a developer, what impact do you foresee that such a treaty will have for us in our daily lives coding? Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a very good question. Any of you who wants to reply to this? Alison?
Well, thank you first and foremost for the question. I think I can only speak for my government, but I also know I speak for several governments here, which is that throughout the negotiation process, with big recognition of the fact that this is a legally binding convention, making sure that the technical community could actually participate, and that we had on our delegation technical experts that were leading the negotiations was mission critical. I think, for us, and I think, my colleague from the UK spoke about this as well, making sure that we have a convention that is technically rigorous, that is practical, that is clear in terms of how it can be used, not just by governments, but also the technical community, was really a big priority. I won't talk about every single provision of the convention, but I think for you and colleagues in this space, one of the key things that we're working on now is actually building out a risk assessment framework. And again, we talked, I think every one of the panelists talked about the fact that this convention would be really a sort of shared baseline in systems that may not have an AI risk assessment framework. So in the United States, we have our NIST risk management framework, or RMF as it's known by the technical community, that actually helps us do assessments of AI systems and managing risks and putting then in place technically rigorous safeguards that could manage those risks. But other systems don't have a NIST risk management framework, or don't have risk management frameworks that necessarily harmonize across systems. And so we are actually working to negotiate a risk assessment framework that could be used across the board, whether that be by governments or individuals in the technical community. And if you're not already tracking that process, we'd love to make sure that you are able to engage and that you're able to follow the negotiations, because I think for folks like you, that's going to be a really important thing that we built out, known as the Hudaria. And for us, again, making sure that that tool is technically rigorous, but also practical and interoperable across systems is really top priority in the current moment.
I would just also add reinforcing everything my colleagues from the US said, and I think another thing to touch upon is in the convention there is a sort of, I think I touched upon it in my statement as well, but an exemption for research and development. So what that doesn't mean is it just excludes all and every single form of research and development from the convention, but it creates a sort of a limitation and a safeguard that in certain conditions, those undertaking certain R&D which might impact human rights can continue to do so with the necessary safeguards in place. So that was a really hotly focused on area that we really try to invest a lot of time so we could make sure that people like in your community have that space to continue doing things where there might be implications for human rights, and really continuing that as such. So that's a particular area which I think is important to highlight. The same with the safe innovation space, so creating a space for sandboxing and encouraging different regulations to engage in sandboxing which can do things safely, and in that space really creating the environment for that as well.
Just to add to this one comment, and indeed, one thing is to have some kind of harmonization or at least interoperability on legal terms, but then if you're supposed to implement this, and of course the convention, because it's supposed to hold for a few years, 10, hopefully 20, needs to be on a very general level, and this is why these risk impact and risk assessment frameworks are so important. And the second deliverable that the CAI, this Council of Europe Committee, is delivering is this HUDERIA, the Human Rights, Democracy and Rule of Law Risk and Impact Assessment methodology. The key requirements on a very general level are part of the convention. We've just adopted what we call Level 2 document, which is a 20-page guidance, a non-binding guidance document about how to do risk and impact assessment, and next year we'll be working on a much more detailed document with questionnaires and so on that go into fairly detailed level and this is the important thing, in cooperation with the IEEE, with IEC, the International Electrotechnical Committee, with ISO, so also to build a bridge between technical standardization institutions that programmers are probably more familiar with, to the legal standardization body. So that's a very good question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next. Hi.
Thank you. Good day, I'm Nigel Castamere from the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. And I'm wondering two things. One is, are there any arrangements for additional countries that might want to accede to this convention? And secondly, given that it was created, I heard a lot of talk about negotiations and so on. And for us in the Caribbean, we would think that the countries that got this thing started would basically be kind of like mind. So I'm wondering, apart from the processes for additional countries to accede, are there any thoughts about, as additional countries come in, to make allowances for, I don't know, adjustments to the treaty and that sort of thing? So I guess future processes in general.
David, thank you very much, Nigel, and good to see you. Very good question. Maybe one word. The Council of Europe has got nothing to do with the European Union. The Council of Europe, as was said, was like the UN of Europe, was created after the Second World War to try and bring peace in a sustainable way to Europe through securing human rights, democracy and rule of law. It has no economic component, and it has 46 member states now, whereas the European Union, the members of the EU are all part or members of the Council of Europe. And the Council of Europe has this unique opportunity to not just develop soft law and hard law standards for its members, but it can also include other countries. We've already had 11 in the negotiations, and any member states, any country in the world that lives up to certain standards on human rights, democracy and rule of law can become a part of the process. We have contacts with a number of countries in Africa, Asia, Latin America that are in contact with the Council of Europe to become part of the process, also to keep working on the HUDERIA, but also to become a potential future party of the convention. So we're very happy, and if you turn around, the tall man behind you is working for the Council of Europe, Vadim. He's willing to get into contact with interested countries or stakeholders from other countries to actually broaden the basis. And the example of the cybercrime treaty actually shows that, I don't know the exact number, but the number of signature of parties is around 70. But the cooperation, actually, one is to have signed and ratified the convention. The other one is to cooperate around the process, and there's way more than 100 countries that are in contact with the Council of Europe and at least take over some of the elements, which helps to interoperability of legal systems, and then also the implementation mechanisms across the world. So you're very warmly invited to spread the message that this is a treaty that is open, that can be, and countries can join to become part of the treaty, but also to be a part of the wider process on cooperation and exchange of best practice. Yes, David?
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
we
Okay.
hear you.
Nigel? Yes? Okay,
Yeah.
good. Great to hear from you, Nigel, and everything he said plus one. I think the important element, at least from Canada's perspective, is we were not a member of the Council of Europe, so our participation was crucial simply because the concerns that Canadian legislative basis is different from Europe, is different from the EU, and so we had equities we obviously wanted to protect, values we wanted to bring forward in the process. I mean, on a personal basis, would I have loved to have seen more observer states, more blocs, whether it be CARICOM or others, participate in the process, the negotiations? Absolutely. But we can't change that. But what we did to make sure in the process of the negotiation was to create a conference of the parties. And so this is sort of, once the treaty comes into force, which is a very low number of member state signatories and ratifications, it's an annual process for the members of the convention to come together and consider the treaty itself. It's a multi-stakeholder forum, which means participation from the technical community, the civil society, private sector entities to continue to review. Because inherently we understood that it's very hard to create international legislation that is future-proof. And so, in a sense, whether you were part of the negotiations or not, obviously down the road, a member of CARICOM or CARICOM itself, I mean, being a part now and signing up allows you to be part of the ongoing dialogue. And I think the important element here is the treaty itself is very slim. It's not very long. It's not very detailed. It was about, as the expression goes, it doesn't matter what color the cat is as long as it catches mice. And what this treaty was trying to say is we were just trying to make sure we all understood what the cat should look like, not the color. The color is a national effort, and so Canada has very advanced regulatory regimes. It's working on a piece of legislation. Other countries on this floor don't even have legislation, or and frameworks are of a different nature. And so the whole point is whether you're from Asia or from Africa or North America, it's as long as we adhere to basic principles. Your cat can look very different, but as long as it's still a cat.
Thank you very much for this very good picture. Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Lina Viltrekene, and I am Lithuanian ambassador for digital economy. I would like to thank very much the Council of Europe, the chair and the panel for having this discussion on this first international treaty on artificial intelligence, human rights, and democracy and rule of law. So I intentionally said the long name of the treaty because the treaty was opened for signature in Vilnius, in my capital, and we are proudly calling this treaty as the Vilnius Convention. Proudly because it was also signed during the presidency of Lithuania to the Council of Europe, and it coincides very much with Lithuania's priorities during that presidency, including strengthening democracies, including protecting human rights, but also including fighting disinformation. And I wanted to emphasize this important element in the context of indeed alarming rise of disinformation, which really undermines human rights, and particularly of those groups of society that are most vulnerable, like children, like senior, like people with disabilities. So I just wanted also perhaps to raise a question: how do you see how the convention could contribute to fighting disinformation, particularly AI-driven disinformation and harmful content online?
Thank you very much, and first of all, thank you and Lithuania for your support, and we're very happy throughout the process, also as a president of the Council of Europe during that period, also through organizing Eurodic, the European IGF in Vilnius this year. So we're very happy that this is going to be The convention is going to be known as the Vilnius Convention. On the question on disinformation, there's one very general reference which is very fundamental, but it remains on a very general level about states' obligations to secure the functioning of democratic processes. And it doesn't go much further into detail because this is very difficult. It's also very different from country to country how democratic processes are organized. So yeah, any short references maybe on how in your countries you deal with democracy? Maybe Isil from Turkey, do you have a...
Thank you. I just wanted to, I think you brought up a really important topic. Disinformation can definitely impact democratic processes, and this is one of the things we're trying to protect with this convention. And as our chair of CAI, previous chair of CAI has mentioned, this is a framework convention, so it's guiding the signatories to adopt measures or laws to prevent issues like this from happening. Well, as you correctly mentioned, the rise of disinformation can actually manipulate public opinion and in turn affect the democratic processes. So this can be something that can be developed by signatories in a more detailed manner in their own legal regimes, I believe. Thank you so much.
I think this is one of the problems that your government, our government, we're all facing this challenge of how AI changes the information environment. I'd first say that foreign interference, disinformation, these are not new challenges. These are long-standing issues. AI does supercharge the ability for actors to use tools. We've seen foreign states already using AI tools to conduct information operations in many countries. At the same time, we can overstate the risk of disinformation. We can sometimes see countries use the idea that disinformation is prevalent to censor political speech. So there's a very careful balance to be struck in terms of saying, yes, there is a threat to democracy, to democratic participation. However, there is also the risk that it is this narrative is used to censor free speech. So I think a really core obligation on us all is to build trust, to build an ability for our societies to critique the information environment, to be able to engage in information so that we're not just believing stories that are out there. But this is not an area that governments should dive in too deeply, too quickly, because I think there is a rush that it can be over-corrected, and in fact we can stifle the information environment in the desire to address disinformation.
Thank you. Unfortunately, 30 seconds for Alison because time is up. We need to free the room, I guess, and also to the next ones. Just 30 seconds.
I just really wanted to thank Lithuania for your leadership in allowing us to have the signing in your country. And to come back to the point that Thomas started with, while this is not a dedicated convention on AI exacerbating disinformation or broader information integrity around the globe, it does deal with the use of AI systems by public sector actors, meaning governments, right? And so to the point that Ambassador Dowling made on this delicate balance between both addressing risks of artificial intelligence and safeguarding fundamental freedoms, I think we strike that right balance overall in this convention. And coming back to the point where we all started, I mean, this is a shared baseline. So as we look to the UN system, other multilateral systems where governments are perhaps not striking that right balance in debates around disinformation and broader information integrity, having this shared understanding is going to be mission critical as we take forward those negotiations in those systems. So while it's not exclusively dealing with issues around information manipulation, I think it's certainly quite critical that we have this shared understanding to start.
Thank you very much. So we have to stop, but let me just finish with one reference to an online question about the relationship or how the Council of Europe Treaty can be useful to the bigger global UN environment, also helping to implement the provisions from the GDC. This is something we'll have more sessions on GDC, so you're very happy also to to think about how this convention can contribute to implementing the GDC. And as Alison has said, and many others have said, this is a baseline. This convention will need to be and is already complemented by other more specific soft and hard law that follows the logic of the convention. So currently, for instance, at the Council of Europe, there's work on the impact of generative AI on freedom of expression, on democratic deliberations in a country. This is just one example. So thank you very much for your attention. Yeah, we'll look forward also to engaging again with countries that are not yet part of the process. You're very happy to come to me or to Vadim or to anyone that you've seen here on the panel. We're all very, very eager to connect with countries that we are not yet connected about the convention. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day, online or offline. Thank you. It's a little. Oh yeah, we need a. Vadim, can you take a picture of us and then? So which ones do you want to first? This one here and then. Yeah. James Bond is dead for the time being, but he will rise again sooner or later.
Sorry about this. Can I just?
Yeah, just pull. Yeah, just pull. Yeah, I'm going to survive.
I got one if you want. Oh, you got a great one. That's okay. That's great. It's good we didn't have to buy that for right now. They would have both been like really late.
Yes. My name is Roman Canelio. I'm chair of the IGF.
Oh, nice to meet you.
So I don't know if human rights and internet governance kind of things intersect.
Yeah, of course.
To kind of,
That's why we always come to IGF.
Yeah, perfect.
Like most of the work we do, we should for too.
And if you ever want to talk about things like ethical AI, my day job is at the FFRDC, the DoD
Oh, cool.
software.
Oh, nice.
So
That's very
happy
cool.
to
How long have you been there?
25 years.
Wow. Were you following this treaty at all or not?
A little bit kind of from the outside, not a lot of details.
Yeah. Well, I think we're at the stage now where like
They need space for this, right? I don't know. Just make a pile extra. Yeah, I'll keep like this. Space.
I tried. I didn't want to press anymore.
We're very much tracking. Yeah, perfect. Happy to do that, yeah.
Okay.
This is my first idea.
All three of us are on the. I'm going to be the moderator.
So nice to meet you. All the best to you.
I think I got headset. So I can get my thing.
كنا كان المشروع هنا. ما أدري.
2 hours is so long to. I thought our workshop's 2 hours, but it won't feel like it.
Can I keep it somewhere?
Yeah, just clip it here. Japanese pants, not very big here. Yeah. Look at that wiggle.
I'm good. Well, am I?
No, you're tired.
I'm sorry. We're just beginning of that now. Trying. We're still breathing and taking it.
All right.
A little bit good. Trying to move away from the
All right.
You are super sorted.
I'm sorted?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Doo-doo. All right. That's fine.
Rocket.
Rocket. I think they could have just the handsets. I just need to be able to read and click at the same time.
G20 path for remote communities. Brazil G20 path for
Yes.
remote communities. Okay. I'm putting it up.
Yeah. Just put up the title slide.
Yeah.
Oh. If at any point Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yo.
All right. All of you.
Yo. You guys should come into this session. You should come into this session. What'd you say? You are looking to go in? Oh, I don't know what that means. Oh, I see. All right. What'd you say?
That's okay. It's working.
Oh, they are not comfortable chairs. Okay. Oh, wow, you have to. All right, 2 whole audience members. This is big. Okay.
So wait, what should it be? This is supposed to be.
It'll be a transcription. Yo! Yeah, come on, Africa. Come on. Dua, do you have like a title I should be referencing to you as?
I mean, I am a consultant at a consulting firm, but you can
Like
just
the
call me
Saudi.
the
Yeah.
head of the Saudi Arabian delegation of the White House.
Okay. Okay.
Did you finish the coffee?
What was that?
Did you finish the coffee?
I didn't. Do you want the rest of it?
Okay. Just want to make sure that Rashi and okay. I didn't realize that every single word I've been saying has been going up to Zoom so far. Awesome. Hello, Zoom participants. We are about to get started. Just give us a few minutes here. More people to come inside. Is that okay? It's a quick whistle. I feel like it's rude, is it not? In Saudi Arabia? In New York, they would let us whistle.
Yeah, I mean, New York is pretty wild. It's pretty.
Yeah. It's a little bit true. I want to make sure that my friends are actually joined. Are you joined?
One, two, three.
Yeah. Do you have your own headphones?
Yeah,
Okay, good.
under here.
Good enough? I feel like... Yeah, I'm trying to freaking make sure this thing's actually not too loud. I'd like everyone online to know that these chairs are very uncomfortable. Yeah, I've just noticed that my voice has been live this whole time and I've had to just be fine with it. People have heard me cuss a little bit. It's fine. Also, I need to not breathe so loudly into this thing. Okay, I think I want confirmation that my collaborators are joined. Is there any way to put the Zoom people up on the screen? Huh? Rashi Saxena should be there, and a guy named Connor, or C. Connor.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Anybody named Rashi up there? A Rashi Saxena? Okay. And then a Connor Colwell. They should both have speaker rights. Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Thank you. Okay, Rashi is live. Okay, seems like we are good to go. I want to get situated here. Let's see if I can hear myself. Is your radio turned to 3? Can everybody hear me? Everybody else can hear me. Yo, 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 yo. I said a hip hop, a hippie to the hip hop. No? There's too many things dangling from me right now. Absolutely not. My tism is triggered. All right. I'd love to be able to see Rashi and Connor's face if possible. Rashi, Connor. Nice.
Give me a minute. I'm still logging in on my laptop.
Rashi, I think you're going to want to turn your volume up more, if possible, because we can not hear you. We could barely hear you. Okay. While we wait for our 2 collaborators online, Rashi Saxena, very big avid personality in the IGF space, in the UN space as well. She unfortunately got dengue fever, and so was unable to fly from Bangalore. And so we're going to work with her online. And then we have Connor Caldwell, old friend of ours, but also a deep researcher, collaborator on edge communities, edge grids, and all sorts of crazy things we're going to get into. So I don't want to give it all away now. This is our presentation, Last Mile. I need to be able to see a little bit if that's all right. Last Mile Internet, the paths for remote communities, almost at edge communities. This is something that's very important to us. This is something that comes to us from our backgrounds. I come from East Africa originally. I come from a region that has been shut down from the internet many times due to either natural disasters or extenuating circumstances. I think our longest shutdown was about 2 years. And my friend here, Okiki, I'll let him introduce himself.
Testing. Hey everyone, my name is Okiki. I also go by Keeks. I've been working with Jarrell on this project for a little over a year, I'd say. And my connection to this is that I'm from a country in West Africa, Nigeria, that has, despite the fact that it's one of the larger oil-producing countries, the grid in major cities goes down several times a year to the point where it's seen as trivial. So, yeah, that's my personal connection, and I really want to, basically work on that connection and the relationship between internet and energy access.
Joined to the left here is Dua, the head of the Saudi Y20 Youth. Did I say that all correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Dua, I believe you're Saudi-born, Saudi-raised, and you come to the IGF focused on the kind of projected futures that can be made from like the youth community here in Saudi Arabia, and seeing where like your guys' technological development leads you, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just a little bit about me. I'm actually from a very small village here in the kingdom. Although I didn't really spend much time there, I was born and raised here in Riyadh. However, it was always very prevalent to me that my family back in that village struggled with connectivity and access to internet, despite the fact that we have one of the fastest 5G networks in the world and the largest accessibility to the internet. There are still some rural areas that unfortunately have not had the access, hence why I advocated for digital inclusivity and accessibility at the Y20 as the head of the Saudi Arabian delegation. And I think at the Y20 there were a lot of topics that we were discussing and a lot of policies that we wanted to bring to the table. And of course, in a forum as big as the Y20 that harbors 20 G20 countries as well as 9 visiting countries, it was this year in Brazil, there was a lot of things that we couldn't necessarily reach a common ground on, but the one thing that all of us seem to agree on quite passionately is the imperative that everybody needs to have digital access, especially when it comes to its link to education, to the ability to connect with the rest of the world, to allow people to bridge that divide between marginalized communities and urban nations in that regard. So I'm here to speak a little bit about that and maybe highlight some of the policies that we wanted to advocate for as part of the Y20 group.
Let's get into all of that, honestly. I know these headphones are kind of difficult to operate. These are the other two folks that will be joining us. Connor Caldwell, who I mentioned earlier, is a founder of a group called LiquidStar.io. You'll learn about them in a moment. Rashi Saxena, I also mentioned earlier. I don't know if Rashi's live now, but maybe she wants to introduce herself, and maybe Connor can introduce themselves. Go ahead, Rashi or Connor, if you can. You'll come through on everybody's headphones. It's a very interesting experience here. Rashi, are you available? You are muted if you are available. Yeah. Sir, can we unmute Rashi and Connor? Make co-host. Hold on, we're giving you guys some access here. And then Connor Caldwell, please, as well. Up top. Right there. Hey, there's Rashi's smiling face. What's up?
Hi, how are you? Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for joining me.
I think you're going to want to talk a little bit louder, if that's okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to try to be as loud as possible. I hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed for not being there in person, but really happy to be part of the
Rashi,
session.
you might want to try different headphones or something. We're hearing your tones. We're not hearing your content.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better, everybody? We're getting mixed reviews. Try and yell. Just yell.
Okay, I'm going to try to be louder. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, fabulous.
Fabulous. Hi, everybody. My name is Rashi. I work with Jarell and Keeks at Parabel. I have a background in technology. I'm a telecommunication engineer, and I've been working on digital governance, internet governance issues since 2018. I made my debut at the IGF in 2018 in Paris, working on internet shutdowns and advocacy. And I'm also a steering committee member at the IFC. And yeah, I'm excited to be here.
Rashi, I'm going to go ahead and summarize what you just said. If you wouldn't mind, could you go into your settings on Zoom for me and check that your input level is turned all the way up? Rashi was saying that she is an avid member of the IGF community. She has worked on all sorts of commissions and policy initiatives by a number of different city-states, or a number of different nation-states, and has worked extensively with the Bangalore community around technological innovation and really fostering general, I would say, camaraderie around future, endeavors and big thinking. She is she's being very modest, but Rashi is also named one of the, I believe, 6 women to watch by the, correct me if I'm wrong, World Bank, if it's World Bank or the IMF, one of the two, the guys with the money. And then we have Connor Caldwell up here, who I believe is also capable of unmuting himself. Connor, are you there?
Hey, yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me all right?
No, I think that there's something about our remote participants that is not coming through at the appropriate volume level. While we have them figure that out, and hopefully we will get that figured out shortly here, let me just do kind of an overview of you as well, Connor, and then when you have your first question, feel free to jump back into it, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Oh, no, he came through a little bit louder there, didn't he? All right, we'll do a test in a second, but Connor is avid builder, just a guy who likes to get his hands dirty. He's been spending the last couple years in Indonesia and in Djibouti and Jamaica, building out various steps in what's known as their waypoint pilots. And these pilots are designed to bring, basically be able to drop mobile agile grid into any region in the world, whether that be in a very remote desert or a very high elevation somewhere. I'm going to go on to the next thing. Connor, I hope I did you justice on that.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, we heard you. We heard you pretty decently there. Okay.
I'm wondering if you can hear me decently as well. I've tried to...
Yeah, I think we're hearing you a little bit better. Everybody? Anyone? Okay. If you guys could shut that door back there, that would actually be really helpful, I think, for everybody. All right. Let's assume that I did that correct. Okay. Let's go and... We're going to just start this off with a little fun exercise. If it's all right, I'm going to stand up because I find sitting down and turning around to be difficult. We're going to start this off with a little exercise. If you could minimize that chat side, that'd be awesome. So what is the last mile? It's really hard to just put ourselves in that experience, especially if we come from regions that are not considered the last mile, or a region inside of our own country that's not considered the last mile. So let's do an example. What would you do if you ordered an Uber to Disneyland and it dropped you off 10 miles away? Imagine you're trying to get from your home to Disneyland with your family, LA, Los Angeles Disneyland, the real one, period. It's not the end of the world if you don't make it, but your little community will have a pretty drastic mental health change if you don't make it to Disneyland. So what do you do if you order an Uber to Disneyland and it drops you off 10 miles away? This can be a little bit of participation if you want, just throw something out there. I'm sure someone's going to be try and get another Uber, try and get a train, trying a number of different ways to just get a different utility to get you where you need to go. So, interestingly enough, there is a lot of parallels between that and what it means to be in the last mile. Everybody else on the planet is really hyper-connected. Everybody else is getting mass amounts of money using the internet. All these different realities are happening and opportunities are happening for other people. And so you're now sitting with a position of how do I get me and my community to that next to the last 5 miles? It's made it all the way here where you can see the promised land in the distance. How do we get there? And so if you look at the various, oh my goodness, this is difficult. Hey, can you go back? Oh, never mind. Can you go back to the beginning? Okay. So you go to the UN. This controller doesn't work too well, everybody. If you go to the UN, you're going to hear things like the Sustainable Development Goals for Internet. Everyone has meaningful connectivity by 2030. Meaningful connectivity is defined over there by, a very long paragraph. It's not really well talked about, the definitions of meaningful connectivity. Who currently has it? It's mostly the global north. If we look at what their definitions of meaningful connectivity are, the framework focuses on 4 pillars: 4G-like speeds, smartphone ownership, daily use, unlimited access, right? This is a very classic, very casual existence for many communities in the global north, if not almost all of them. Dependencies, energy infrastructure, regulators, motivated partners. It's amazing how important that one is. And expensive equipment, period. So when we look at the development goals of everyone having meaningful connectivity by 2030, we kind of have to acknowledge that everyone has to have these dependencies taken care of. And so can every region around the world have all of those dependencies taken care of? Not necessarily, and not by their own standards oftentimes. So that's what we're going to start getting into, is actually what do these dependencies look like for the last mile, and what are new solutions and new developments that are being made by us and by others. Let me see, I have other notes here. Rashi, would you like to speak at all in this? Because I know that you are involved in the UN quite a bit, and Rashi or Connor, if you guys have anything to say, feel free to jump in. I'm just looking at my notes here. Okay, so this next bit will be a bit of a reprogramming, and with any reprogrammings, there might be a lot of questions that come up, and I encourage you honestly just to get up at the moment and just ask them, or submit them in writing and hand it to my boy Keeks here. Whatever you need to do. He's taking avid notes. So let's go to the next. Here we go. So yeah, that's the next one. So these are oftentimes connectivity challenges. Deep dive is centralized grids are often brittle. Energy infrastructure is easily destroyed in many parts of the world through natural disasters or whatever extenuating circumstances there may be. Most major utilities are often nationalized, but work is outsourced to the private sector. Sponsor nations for expensive grid infrastructure are limited and often aren't designed with input from average people. So you have large-scale solutions that affect many, many people's lives, but had very little input from many people's lives. I'm seeing some head nodding there. Feel like you understand. Or no nationalization. The whole grid starts off at the mercy of outside corporations and lackluster capitalism. And I say lackluster capitalism because I enjoy making up terms, but there's not a lot of incentive to create shared goals with the users that these networks are affecting. And so when you have that, you oftentimes don't have sovereignty. And a lot of these regions around the world that we talk about are looking for sovereignty over their own connection, sovereignty over their own future projections that the GSMA or someone else might be putting out, right? So limited resources for sovereign ownership of major utilities, no ability for utility companies or solutions to be developed or owned by those who rely on them, oftentimes, and ownership of utilities ensures standards, but if there was ownership of those utilities by these local sovereign populations, standards would be improving because there's shared goals, there's shared outcomes, and much like the Uber driver, if this thing goes forward, we will see that there needs to be, so there needs to be physical conditions that allow people to foster for shared outcomes. So if you go to the Uber driver example, that particular Uber driver that was trying to get you to Disney, or that you were trying to use to get to Disneyland, he said, I don't have the same shared outcome as you. In fact, I'm going to drop you off here 5 miles away. I'm tired. It looks like there's a lot of traffic. My wife wants me home. The dishes aren't done. I need to go. And so he drops you off because even though he was there to do a job, he doesn't have the same shared outcome as you. If you were driving that car and driving your family to Disneyland, you would all have the same shared outcome and you would get there together. So, let's see, back one. Nice. So recognizing these deeper challenges is why we, coming together, Connor, Rashi, myself, Dua, and others, are really starting to push for this idea of a last mile coalition within the IGF, and people that focus as a strategic collective on the reality that is seen and experienced by billions of people around the world, and start to actually address these bottlenecks that we see happening. And when you see the bottlenecks that are happening, it's oftentimes purely because of infrastructure, lacking infrastructure and lacking partners, countries lacking investment, and honestly lacking technical expertise and to create the sovereignty for themselves. So, oh my God. So, go backwards. Leapfrogging. Do you guys know what it means? Does anyone want to give an example or give some kind of, just somebody summarize what you think leapfrogging is? I'm going to bring this to you.
It's to make a leap.
Hand to the man behind you.
Well, I believe leapfrogging would be to take a step forward and jumping above some of the obstacles that you may find. So you're jumping above whatever difficulties you're having.
Yes. That is a good overview, just kind of generality. I think it'd be awesome to hear Rashi or Connor. Do you guys have any thoughts on what leapfrogging is?
Can you hear me?
Yes, just yell a bit.
I'm always yelling. I mean, I actually kind of agree with what Purnima mentioned on the chat, and I know we have 9 participants also in the chat, so feel free to also give your suggestions. We do. I'm monitoring it. I would say leapfrogging would be places that have historically been underconnected and underserved by traditional telecom operators, and in our case also energy operators. And they don't necessarily have to be in regions that are impoverished. They could also be in first world countries, but just not well connected, and also a lot of usual private stakeholders might also not be incentivized because of the limited population or challenges with terrain, things like that. It's a long-winded answer.
I think that's a great answer. And Purnima, I really appreciate your involvement. I did not see that you had answered that question so
we have
adequately.
Purnima who's joining as a steering committee member of the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Rights and Principles.
Oh, nice. Thank you so much for joining. Glad to have you. I think we have a quick video that helps us tell you what we think leapfrogging is, and hopefully this doesn't blow out your ears, to be honest. I'm going to walk out of the way.
Woo! Yo, so Keeks, I mean, you're from Nigeria. What do you consider leapfrogging to be? How would you define what it means for a region to leapfrog, and what does that actually look like in practice compared to the West?
Yo, great question. Leapfrogging, as I understand it, basically what happens when a country skips stages of economic development. When you think about how in the US you had telegrams and telephones and cell phones, you kind of see that as like steps, right? But in countries like Nigeria, for example, you didn't really have widespread landlines and telephone lines before everyone in the country had a cell phone. So I look at that as leapfrogging, right? You skip steps. But I'm preaching to the choir. JJ, you already know all this. What are you thinking in terms of like how to quantify that? What are some hard numbers for leapfrogging?
I don't know, like, see, for me, the base factors of a society or a people that defines leapfrogging is as simple as kilowatts per hour per person, megabits per second per person in relation to GDP per capita. And like the greater consumption that you have as an individual, then that energy supply, meaning that you have access to more internet connectivity on a regular basis, and that internet connectivity is on faster, more megabits per second, the reality is you're going to be the larger shares of your country's GDP. That's just how the metrics go. And if you look at any developed nation, they simply have the highest kilowatts per hour per person to GDP per capita. That's what it means to really be a developed nation. When they talk about developing, that's what they're talking about developing. That's it. That's leapfrogging. And it's an emergent property displayed by China, India, and others. And fucking Thailand, baby. And this emergent property is taking things the West may have introduced or the West may have bastardized and then resold them, but saying, actually, that's not really going to work for us. Here's what we need. We're going to take these parts from you. We're going to do this ourselves. See you in 50 years. And this is like an endeavor made by many, many global South countries, or what we call leapfrog regions. And this endeavor is made earnestly most of the time, and originally earnestly, but also it's pretty easy to fucking stop, man. It's pretty easy to stop with foreign direct investment, natural disasters. If you do that, you've removed those people from what it means to be a modern society. Modern societies develop and they thrive, flourish upon the most efficient consumption of energy across the board for the most people. And how that energy affects just the general GDP and economic growth of a region year over year. You take out the energy grid, you take out that country's GDP growth.
Cool. That's my boy. So let's just take a pause here. Now that like what we're framing and what we kind of are acknowledging is that there's plenty of examples of leapfrogging. We've seen whole countries like Singapore and others just like dig down deep and completely restructure their entire society around advancement and focusing everybody's attention on advancement. Now, I would actually like to ask the audience and also our own panelists and Dua and Keeks, examples that you've seen in your own countries. I don't know where everyone's from, but are there any examples you've seen in your country of leapfrogging? Like, have you seen whole sectors almost change overnight due to maybe greater energy access? Maybe somebody built a hydroelectric dam that suddenly provided a ton of kilowatts to thousands or millions of more people. So I mean, I would love to just give a little bit of a moment, because this is a long workshop. We have to do a little bit of participation. I know you're Italian? No, where were you from? Huh? Brazil. Please, let us know. Do you have any... I met him in the Italian airport. That's why I thought he was Italian, by the way. We met days ago. I heard him talking about LoRa radio modules to his friend, and I was like, what do you know about LoRa radio modules? Let's talk. So I'm glad to see that he showed up for the workshop. This is huge. This is how friendships start. I'm going to bring you the microphone. I would love to hear, because I know examples of how Brazil leapfrogged in certain ways, or is leapfrogging. I'd love to hear if you have any examples of your own. No? You don't know? Can I ask you a question? What is the main transportation route tool in Brazil? Huh? Roads that are used that have what on them? The large-scale vehicles that are called buses? The main tool of transportation in Brazil is a bus. And it's what moves like the majority of the population from place to place, which also makes your transportation quite slow. The interesting thing about Brazil is that originally there was a huge plan. It focused from a sovereign national level on doing a train system. And there was outside influence that had certain lobbies around developing cars, petrol, those types of things that pushed for the Brazilian population to make buses and roads and cars their main forms of transportation. So in the concept of transportation, actually, Brazil almost leapfrogged and then decided to take it a little easy. Can I ask, where's everybody from? If everyone's from Saudi Arabia, that would be very surprising. I'm going to start pointing at people. Where are you from? Brazil. Brazil as well. Yes, I'm loving this. Am I very high? Oh man, we got lots of Brazilians in here. Do any of you guys have any examples of Brazil leapfrogging?
Nope. I'm just thinking about, but I can't remember a case. Give me some minutes, then I will think more.
Okay.
I'd like to call on my colleague Ahmed right there on the back, if we can just
Ahmed.
hand over the mic to him. So my colleague Ahmed works in the energy sector, and I believe he could probably speak on some leapfrogging that has been done here in the kingdom, specifically in the energy sector and the renewables.
So, yeah, thank you very much. Just to get a context for the question, so leapfrogging in terms of sustainable energy and developments in the transport sector specifically, or are we talking in general?
In general.
Yeah, so in terms of energy, we're looking for alternative energy sources and how we can really translate electricity, and then we can be abundant in Saudi in terms of solar and wind. How
Mhm.
can that be translated into long-term storage? Short-term storage in terms of batteries is something that's already growing. But the medium and long-term storage in terms of chemicals, storage to chemicals, I think that's something we're seeing developments in there. How you take ammonia, for example, as an energy carrier and transport it internationally. There's been issues with ammonia utilization. How can you turn it back and crack it into hydrogen, which is what you want to get from it? You get some difficulties with the efficiency, but then how can you use ammonia itself as a fuel? And so there has been a lot of development in leapfrogging in that sense. E-fuels, sustainable fuels, aviation fuels. There's been a lot of work on developing these fuels that can be used within the existing infrastructure, and that can really support the transition. I think that's some of the major efforts that we see happening in Saudi.
Shut the door, please. So that was very, very helpful. And actually, a perspective that I had not heard at all. Dua, do you want to speak to that at all? Or, I mean, I have many questions and things to talk about with that, but it seems like you definitely knew where you wanted to go with this.
I personally don't necessarily have a specific take on the matter, given that I'm not a subject matter expert by any way, shape, or form. However, I do want to say that it has been one of, at least in the past 5 years, one of the most inspirational development stories for me personally to see the strides that Saudi has made in the renewable energy sector in a very short amount of time. And I think that, as Ahmed has mentioned, our existing infrastructure could already be leveraged, but there's also, a push for building new infrastructure, for harboring international investments in order to not only develop energy here in the kingdom, but also provide access to neighboring countries through expanding the national grid and selling electricity and helping, support developing nations in that transition as well.
That makes so many things go off in my mind. Let's start from the first start, just real quick. I had no idea that you guys were pushing so much into like chemical battery storage and like trying to figure out where, because I mean, there's innovations to be made there, like huge innovations to be made there. What I'm hearing though is it sounds like Saudi Arabia is aware of, we're a major energy powerhouse now. We've brought the standard of living up for our whole country. Like everyone's doing well, right? We're all loving it. But like I mentioned in the video, which I think you might have got here right after that, it's actually like for many places around the world that are leapfrogging and they are developing and they are creating these new grids for themselves, it's a matter of keeping that momentum going. And if you don't know how, if you can't keep that momentum going, you have to basically accept that there's a whole population percentage of your community that's going back. They're going back to the way things were. They're going to lose access. And I don't know if many of you guys have children or have ever dealt with people who don't like to lose access to things, people who like don't enjoy, like once you see the promised land, you're not going to be told to go sit in purgatory. That's kind of essentially how it is, right? And so the point for a lot of these nation states that have sovereign control over their leapfrogging technologies is to maintain the standard of living. And like I said earlier, when you have a shared goal, you make sure the whole family gets to Disneyland. Like you're trying, and where you have outside corporate influence oftentimes is like, well, if we get 20% of everybody, if we get 20% of the population at Disneyland, 20% are going to have a great time, right? Like that's all that matters. And that's where you want to see sovereign development and neighborhoods, essentially I say neighborhoods, nations that are neighbors, being like, oh, look what Saudi is doing. Look what others are doing. We can actually work together and create a non-monopolistic approach to energy that is sustainable. So it sounds like what we're saying here is Saudi Arabia going towards solar is its plan for leapfrogging its own entire community, everything from the internet to cars to basic household critical needs. Do the panelists have any thoughts on that or any questions for Ahmed, Connor, or Rashi? I know Connor has worked extensively with solar energy and has built all sorts of things. I could show you his credentials real quick. It might help everybody. Let's see. We're going to skip this part for a second. Don't read it. Ah, there we go. Sir. Wow, this controller hates me, I'm going to be honest. Everybody stop looking at the head ahead, all right? Here we go. This should be it. Can you click play? Connor, I'm going to do a little overview right now. Feel free to talk afterwards.
In 2018, we saw a problem. Nearly 1 billion people lack access to electricity, water, and internet. Traditional mini-grids only address one of these needs, requiring expensive wires and serving only people nearby, limiting their potential payback, struggling to make money because they only sell electricity. So we got to work on prototyping a better solution. Waypoints. Waypoints are solar-powered micro data centers that reimagine mini-grids using AI to efficiently distribute electricity across multiple revenue-generating services. They don't just provide electricity, they unlock its potential. Waypoints change sunlight directly to electricity, generating revenue from multiple sources, renting batteries, selling clean water via atmospheric water generation, providing internet access via Starlink, hosting AI training and computing services, storing data, and running cloud-like services. No electrons are wasted. So how do those local communities use waypoints? They use the electricity to power fans, to power lights, to power commerce, and to power the party. The waypoints also use that electricity to deliver more electricity up to 15 kilometers away from where they're located with electric bikes, allowing for better price discovery and increasing the range of electricity access, enabling people to charge phones who might be far away. Globally, for the first time ever, individuals, companies, and local SMEs can access the Waypoint's micro data center hardware to run and fine-tune AI models.
Okay, so I'm just going to pause us there. Maybe this is helpful to go back. Come on now. Connor, I'll let you give some I guess, color to that, but I think with regard to Ahmed's statement, I think that was a good time to show that there is obviously a ton to be done with solar. And when we talk about sovereignty earlier, and like how does a community really leapfrog, they have sovereignty over their electric grid, they have sovereignty over their connectivity, they have sovereignty over the steps that make a proficient and efficient population inside of a nation state. Then like these types of solutions, what we're talking about here with the waypoints is dropping this into a region and allowing those communities to run the waypoint. We've been going into universities, talking to people who are like PhD students in electrical engineering and telecoms, and it's like, hey, would you like to man and operate this thing? We'll do some training, and and I know Connor, I'll let you speak for yourself, but there's a lot to be said about connecting communities that are many kilometers away from each other through technology like this. Connor, do you want to jump in here and see if you can talk?
Hey, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, just talk a little bit louder.
Okay, yeah. No, thank you. I mean, there's definitely a lot to talk about regarding that. I mean, I think, I suppose one interesting angle, just to follow up on the previous thing is, yeah, I mean, when I think of leapfrogging, the example that comes to mind immediately is I suppose, like how China just skipped the whole desktop computer and went straight to laptops, tablets, and mobile devices. So I think that from like a technological perspective, it's pretty interesting. I mean, just to follow up with the comment on, I suppose, like Saudi skipping ahead to renewable energy, I think the point there, I suppose I see a lot with leapfrogging is that it usually involves an entrenched incumbent technology or infrastructure layer that is, probably was like the best thing in the world when it got installed. But then, like since then, technologies moved forward, and or the existing incumbent was extremely expensive or like resource intensive to put in place, and so that's what has prevented it from like entering a lot of different communities or ecosystems like globally, or slowed it down. But then when a new technology comes along, it's able to like skip a lot of that, in part because the infrastructure from the incumbents isn't already there, which usually that there's sort of, I guess, more pressure to slow down that change if the infrastructure is already there, or it just requires a replacement of it. But in certain areas where there is no infrastructure, that makes it like sort of very good opportunity to put the latest technology in and skip ahead. So that's all very interesting. I could talk about that
Yeah.
for a while.
I think you spoke a little bit about
Thanks, David.
the. No worries. I think let's pause there for a second. And I want to give Dua and Keeks a chance to talk about their own regions, and I want to give you guys also a chance. Can anybody tell me what the average megabits per second is at your house where you live? Like, how fast is your internet?
I don't know. I want to say 130, 150.
Nice. Anyone? Anyone topping 130? Are we topping 130?
Fiber is pretty nice.
Fiber is pretty nice. I mean, if we take it back, I'd be curious, Brazil, what is your megabits per second off average? 100?
Yeah, 102.
You both live in cities, correct? Yeah. You as well? Riyadh? Okay. Do you guys know the megabits per second of your rural communities by chance? Average? I do know it.
Like 2, 3.
Yeah, it's about 2 to 10 for some of the rural communities. Saudi Arabia is making very large strides towards trying to connect those in more rural communities. I think it's 98.6% density on 5 megabits per second, trying to move it up to 10 megabits per second. In Brazil, the average megabits per second of the cities is quite high for about 40% of the people. And then when you get to below that, when you get to the other 60%, even in the cities, you are ranging between 5 to 20 megabits per second. And then in the outer areas, obviously the rural communities, actually it's really, really cool. There's a lot of people who have, there's not a lot of people, there's a few people who have Starlinks, and the value proposition of a Starlink is making a lot of sense, but not in the way that many of us would think. And I'll pause there because I'll go into that in a second about how we're seeing cultural evolution around Starlinks and satellite internet. But I want to give you an opportunity. In Nigeria, what's your guys' average megabits per second? And real quick, what's your average grid per person, kilowatts per person?
Kilowatt hour per capita it's definitely below 1,000. It's strange because, right, it's an oil producing country, but for some reason the electricity is cheap because it's just so unreliable that people are just using generators all over the place. In terms of megabits per second, I mean, I was there last year and I averaged maybe like 5 megabits per second on like a good day, in a part of town that didn't have a ton of people in it. But even there, like, people were walking around with multiple phones just because you could have service in your house and then you go to work and whoops, you got to pull out the second phone just because the cell phone provider that works for your house just does not have coverage 20 minutes away for where you work.
Yeah. Any other countries that aren't Brazil or Saudi Arabia or Lagos or Nigeria? Anyone? You're Brazilian as well? I'm glad that all the Brazilians showed up. Nice. Feel free to join if one of you wants to join up here. You're a cybersecurity expert. We can make something work. But I think when I think of megabits per second in like rural communities, I'd be curious how many of you know what a community network is? Like the concept of a community network? You do? Nice. Do you want to define it, or do you want me to define it and just tell people that you said that? So my friend here is mentioning that a community network is oftentimes 1, 2, 3, 4 gateways, which are the access points to the greater internet. And these gateways can be like Starlinks. They could be, fiber internet. But you're taking these gateways, and then you're spreading that signal across many devices and many unique users. And those unique users, while all using the same bandwidth, are actually being optimized with a protocol that's saying, okay, you have this much bandwidth use coming from this person, and this person. We have 3 gateways, so let's call them 3 Starlinks. how can we like optimize making sure that that guy's loading his video, those people are texting their family, and that person's FaceTiming their mom, right? So that's where a community network and community network algorithms really come into play. And oftentimes, if you actually put the infrastructure in place to make a self-sustaining community network, it's actually faster and the connection is better than sometimes if you just have a single fiber connection, because of the way that protocol sharing goes and the way that package data can be transported across the network. So also, Rashi, correct, stop me if there's any good stuff coming into the chat. I was going to give you a moment to talk about community networks and anything you've seen in your experiences. I know you've been traveling all over Africa right now, and you've been traveling, and you have a lot of experience inside of the continent of India. Want to know if you had anything to say, or if there was anybody in the chat before it goes on. Now they have 100 megabits per second, and they're vibing, they're chilling. But it's actually one guy who bought a Starlink package, one guy, and he runs a cafe, or he has a house, and there's hundreds of people coming to his house or his cafe, and they're just kind of sitting around operating off of a honor system of like, oh, we'll give you like 10 cents per hour or 20 cents per hour, something like this. And it's just a cash or digital cash honor system, right? But it's because one man or one person, one woman could afford a Starlink. And so the cultural evolution of the entire community wasn't, oh, that's your Starlink, that's not my Starlink. The cultural evolution of the community was, oh, we're a community network of people already before the internet got here. You bought a Starlink, that's our Starlink. Like, we're all going to be a part of this. And so there's actually a lot of interesting opportunities to, instead of going at it from a classically Western perspective where it's like every single house is going to have a Starlink, your car has to have a mini Starlink, your house, your fourth other house has to have a Starlink. Or about, no, I live here, my people live here, I'm here, I just need this meaningful connectivity standard, which with the folks that we were talking to in Brazil, and you can, I feel like you guys can validate this, WhatsApp. It was like, we would talk to people like, oh yeah, are you using the Starlink to like watch Netflix, and are you using it for this and that and this? And it's like, no, we're just WhatsApping everyone in the world at all times. We're sending voice memos like candy. It's just, that's what we're here to do. And so we can talk about the use of cultures and the way they evolve around connectivity as a form of leapfrogging, because once again, you're able to kind of redefine and deprogram your expectations. You're not trying to be the United States. You're not trying to be Britain or something like this. You're trying to be Brazil, and you're just trying to go online. So, for example, I don't know, does anyone have any thoughts on how Singapore leapfrogged? 'Cause it's a little bit different. Singapore leapfrogged in a different way. Obviously, they have fast internet, but they decided they were going to be a technology powerhouse. They were going to be a financial technology powerhouse. They burrowed deep on one leverage point, one aspect. Instead of saying, oh, like we're going to try and create all these different sectors. We don't have the land to create all these different sectors. What we do have is multinational partners, and we have strategic leverage to push all our resources into a financial technology sector right next to Beijing, or right next to Hong Kong. And that was a big move for them, but it's also like what you see Taiwan doing, where they burrow down deep on processors and superconductors and different computing modules that were needed for all of the major Western nations. And so we are talking about, oh, like energy, we're talking about, oh, access to internet, but also leapfrogging is taking the sovereignty of your own community and your own resources and saying, hey, everybody, we're going to focus on this for 50 years, and we're going to see everybody else later. And I want to give a chance. Rash, can you go to the Zoom? Rashi, keep me honest on this chat. I feel like Piranima has probably got three chats in there. Can you bring up that chat for a second?
I don't have any responses from the chat yet.
Okay. Oh, 160 megabits per second. Purnima is in which country?
Purnima, so India is actually quite large. So Purnima is, I think, based in northern India, but Purnima would be able to tell you exactly where she is in India.
Okay. Delhi, nice. So yes, another urban center, another urban core. I would like to, don't make me do this, passwords. Now I wanted to try to pivot to the kind of outside multinational stakeholder corporate influence that can come into how a country can leapfrog. And there's both positive and there's sometimes negative examples. Would you mind going back to the presentation? third parties and leapfrogging, positive examples. um, I think, I think there's a lot to be said about giant contracts like NAFTA, right? NAFTA being a large contributor to GDP of most North American countries, but at the same time, Mexico, by being a part of NAFTA, was able to start bringing in multinational stakeholders from its neighboring countries and developing its own city grids and its own infrastructure around connectivity and energy. They had better access to deals around energy providers. They had better access to taxes and all these sorts of things. And I think another positive example would be South Korea. South Korea, out of a defensive position to some extent, we don't need to go into all that stuff, but they had outside stakeholder access to the United States. The United States financial development sector got there and was like, hey, do you guys want dynasty families that run the hell out of a smartphone company or run the hell out of a fashion clothing company or all of these things? Let's try and make that happen. And you see real sovereign development of these sectors because they made strategic deals with outside parties and multinational stakeholders. You could see some negative examples in Brazil, like I mentioned earlier. You guys should have tons of trains by now. You should have high-speed trains. You don't. You have buses. And that was because the petrol lobbies of other countries were very interested in selling you their petrol and selling you their cars. And how long does it take you? Hey, what city do you live in? Sao Paulo, Rio de Janeiro? Huh?
Brasilia.
Brasilia. Nice. What's the nearest city to you? How far away is that by car? How far away is that by car?
From what?
From Brasilia.
From Brasilia, I guess 500 kilometers, something like that.
So when you drive in a car, it's about 3, 4, 5 hours?
No, I guess it's like 12 hours, 10, 12 hours.
When you take a bus, how many hours?
16.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So owning a car inside of Brazil is very crucial to having a monetary advantage, would you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, so a train would have evened that playing field. A train would have provided quick, fast transportation for everyone. Everyone would have been in the same Uber car. They would have all got to Disneyland at the same time. That's kind of what we're talking about when we say negative examples. And you can see this in the energy sector. You can see this in the telecommunications sector intensely. I would be curious to know, from the positive examples, some stuff from Saudi Arabia. I know that you guys have, once you said, energy sector and all these stuff. Feel free.
I want to call on Ahmed again to take us back to Saudi history and how the Saudi Aramco oil company came to be, because I think that's a very good positive example on the topic. So if we could just have a mic handed over to Ahmed, that would be excellent.
Ahmed, if you want a chair, you just get up here, man.
Well,
yeah,
I'm chairing from
I'm
this
saying.
side, so that works too. So in terms of collaboration with third-party countries, so with the history of Saudi and how oil was first discovered in Saudi, that was late 60s, early 70s. And a lot of the work was done through U.S. collaboration. California Oil Company was the name of the company. And then Saudi started getting involved in collaborating with them and buying shares over time until it became Saudi Aramco, which is Saudi American company.
Okay.
So Aramco is this is the history of how Aramco grew, and then that became the sovereign company that handles the energy sector within the country. So this is in terms of the positive third party and leapfrogging. And I think in terms of potential for future leapfrogging, what we're seeing in collaborations in terms of bringing technology and having the collaborations in NEOM, in Riyadh, you see a lot of growth, a lot of people coming in from outside with their funding, with their technologies to grow the region in this sense. I think this is also another positive example that we want to collaborate further on and learn also from other countries and how well and how bad they did it as well.
And I think just adding on what Ahmed said, and maybe also touching on a concept you mentioned earlier on maybe finding shared and mutual interests. So you mentioned in the Singapore example, land was very much a limitation. And one thing we have very abundantly here in the kingdom is land. And especially when it comes to foreign investments in whatever field it may be, whether it's in energy, whether it's in advanced manufacturing. Saudi Arabia has a lot of, let's say, incentives to offer to foreign investors. Hence, giving them the opportunity to try and explore different regions when it comes to expanding their portfolio. But also, I think the Middle East as a region in general is a very central region in the sense that it connects you to Europe, it connects you to Africa, it connects you to Asia. So from a strategic point of view, it's also a very lucrative opportunity for foreign investments to come here and move their businesses to the kingdom.
The stability being a huge factor of that. Stability of energy grids, like the deterioration of the resources that outside parties would be depending on is not likely. There's a high likelihood it will be stable, which is oftentimes by design, and oftentimes the opposite is also by design. So I want to give on that topic. Could you turn it back? Or no, sorry, leave it here. Connor, I know Connor has spent a really long time, many times in Djibouti, pioneering these waypoints, working with the Ministry of Energy in Djibouti, and working with a number of different stakeholders on building out a waypoint with rentable batteries that are providing about 6 charges for a cell phone. And if you look at the kilowatts per hour cost of charging a smartphone in many of these countries, it is orders of magnitude higher than charging a smartphone in any of the developed countries. The concept of charging a smartphone is your gateway to the rest of the world. So if that costs a lot of money, you are going to automatically gravitate towards solutions that offset that cost for you, because you need it's a critical need. So Connor, your experience with, maybe you would call this neutral development, outside development in Djibouti. What did you see there? How was it structured with the government and outside parties? And then what did you see from a cultural standpoint on how the Djiboutian people responded to the waypoint that had Starlink attached to it?
Yeah, hey, thanks. Yeah, I mean, basically, so that project was with USAID, and then also with the Djiboutian Ministry of Energy, as you mentioned. So I think in terms of so that project, we mainly focused on electricity access and water, and I think I guess a couple breakthroughs that we noticed. One was that once there was access to energy, cell phones were definitely the primary choice of charging. That was what everyone wanted immediately, which I think goes to say that internet access is super valuable. Just communication, access to information, and also access to media and I guess just views of the outside world. That's definitely the most popular use of electricity immediately, besides comfort from fans and lighting, things like that. And so, yeah, like you were saying, once that's available, it's pretty difficult to bring that back or reel that back in. So
you're saying once Pandora's box is open?
Yeah, especially with electricity, it's people want more electricity as soon as they get a little bit of it. And I think it's always changing, because we now have much more efficient devices. So you don't actually need a huge amount of electricity, but then at the same time, it's now we have AI that consumes huge amounts of electricity. So it's always changing. And to the other point for the breakthrough that we noticed, working with the Djiboutian government, we were able to, at the end of our pilot, generate enough revenue to, I guess, economically support the ongoing operations and maintenance of the waypoint, which we learned as we were going through this process that that's actually a hugely difficult thing, because a lot of microgrids are installed. They don't have a proper business model for economic sustainability in place, and so they usually end up not being able to sell anywhere near the amount of energy that they generate to the community, and then they end up falling into disrepair. And so working with the ministry there, that was sort of a breakthrough moment almost for them as well, because they said that they've not been able to basically solve this problem themselves, and that they haven't been able to find a private sector company that has been able to do that as well. So
which it sounds like you guys were focused. You guys were really focused on entering into a space, figuring out what the critical need infrastructure was like, figuring out what people actually wanted, and how to provide meaningful steps to create what might be called meaningful connectivity or meaningful foundation for leapfrogging. So that is kind
Right.
of where it takes us nicely into this question. I know we had all saw a slide earlier on what meaningful connectivity was. Does anyone remember what it said? It was 4G speeds, access all the time. You had to have above 20 megabits per second. Like, these are all expectations of what meaningful connectivity is going to be. So can we do the next slide, please? Okay. So when it comes to meaningful connectivity, I think what happens with that term, and this is no critique of that term or the communities that made it, but I think what it does, it does a bit of an other. It does a classic other where it's like, I have far more meaningful connectivity and you have meaningful connectivity and I've done my job. And when we do that, we look at the language that is used to talk about these communities, and we often see stuff like Global South. And we don't think that that's taking into account the right potential of these places. These are places with far more resources than anyone really realizes. These are places with the fastest growing populations. These are places where the hustle, like, I don't know how many of you have met Nigerians, but I'm gonna go ahead and probably bet they're probably harder workers than you, a lot of them. Like, the hustle factor that comes into these regions by, just as Connor said, getting a little bit of access. Once you get enough power that you can start to make money or charge your phone consistently, and you're communicating via WhatsApp or whatever consistently at, let's say, 5-10% more than you were last week, what part of you wants to go back? No part of you wants to go back. So you start to make demands of your region that, hey, like, let's pick this up a second. Let's leapfrog a little faster, which as Connor, I don't think you mentioned, but I'll embellish for you there. Connor was not mentioning that, like, the Ministry of Energy worked with them, but also then the police departments started renting batteries. The police departments were not being provided enough energy by their own governments to do their jobs necessarily, or charge their phones, or charge any of their devices. So then you had these subsidies coming where the government themselves started to rent these batteries because, like Connor mentioned, nobody had come in as a private company and actually managed to solve the problem and create a revenue model that had an equitable exchange for the Djiboutian people. And I mean, I think if we all know anything about the scope of Djibouti, there's a bit of a culture around coming in and just doing what you want. So what's the future of leapfrogging for many? Well, I think we should ask ourselves questions right now. Are private businesses and government actors effectively achieving the connectivity SDG metrics, like all of them? Because the UN has only hit 17% of its SDG goals, with only 5 years left on the clock till 2030, and meaningful connectivity has actually gone backwards, not forwards. We're seeing more internet shutdowns. We're seeing more natural disasters that are destroying grids. We're seeing those grids in turn destroying the connectivity infrastructure. We're seeing a lot of push towards really low upward mobility tech jobs, wherein these people are becoming, oftentimes in Kenya, we could have an example where the second they get meaningful connectivity, it's not meaningful connectivity in the sense that maybe many folks in the West would have it, where it's like, oh, I have jobs opportunities coming my way. It's oftentimes put into developer sweatshops is what I call them. And as a developer and engineer, I do believe I can say that, because what you have are people who do all the work to learn. Lagos, Nigeria is a really good example. Learn programming. They get a laptop through the programming school that they're attending. That programming school brings on 1,000 people, gives them 1,000 laptops across the board. And then the top 100 people are chosen to join the programming boot camp. And then when they graduate, that means that those 100 people get to keep the laptops. 900 people don't get to keep laptops. They go backwards. They go back in time, right? But when they get those jobs, or when they get the workshops, then they're working for outside corporations like OpenAI. 60 Minutes has a really solid segment they just did on OpenAI's. Sir, can you turn this back on? OpenAI, they have a really good segment. I encourage you all to look it up on how OpenAI is using Kenyan labor to do data labeling inside of Nairobi and paying people very minimal wages. In case anyone's wondering, I would like to continue watching. And this is kind of where we see development going for communities around leapfrogging, or people who get that base level foundation. It's like, cool, how can you be a tool for multinational corporations that have never heard of you or heard of your region or anything to do with you? Is there like a button I need to push? Because I will. Are we? Is this like, am I getting the hook right now? I think I have 40 minutes left. I think I don't really need the next slide for what goes here. Is now we've talked a lot about connectivity, and I want to like hand things over to Rashi real quick here, because I think it's awesome to talk about connectivity and the infrastructure that goes into it and the energy demands, and really building an understanding behind like, okay, unless you have something to plug a modem into, it doesn't matter that you have the modem. If your energy doesn't turn on, you can't have internet access. And these are parallel relationships. Now, if we acknowledge that we're doing that and we're creating a foundation for people to build on by acknowledging those dependencies and that critical access, what are we actually insulating and what are we protecting, and how is that providing any value to the community? That might be the next question we have. And so I think I'll hand this over to Dua and Rashi, if we can get them back on. Sir, is there 2 seconds? I don't think I would imagine that the people who are online and participating are not able to hear me right now, so it's pretty pointless of me to ask them questions.
No, I can't hear you. I can only hear you in pockets actually.
You can hear me in what?
I can hear you in pockets.
In pockets. Okay, well then let's see if you can hear this in a pocket. Let's talk about women's, the existence of women in a connected community versus a non-connected community, and there's the safety around community. Did you hear that?
Yes, no, I did. It is. So we do in India, in many parts of the world, we do have I would say gendered access to the internet where you have low-income households. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we do have a lot of households that usually have access to one internet connection. And what usually happens is that you have women who probably will have or get access to do their side of the activities in terms of any tasks or even their businesses once the internet has passed on from the man to the child and then them. A lot of women also, as I said earlier, use it for informal businesses. We've seen this in parts of Northeast India and Northern India to carry on their businesses or to carry on their work. And when you have frequent internet shutdowns, and again, internet shutdowns in India don't happen for a few hours. Some of them can be as long as over 100 days, 50 days, 40 days. Someone who is, for example, advocating for internet connectivity wants to send in a report, or someone has committed to an order that they need to fulfill, or even with telemedicine facilities during COVID especially, having frequent internet blockades erodes that. And there are very frivolous reasons for internet shutdowns in India. Someone shut down the internet in India because a university, there was a university paper leak and someone was caught cheating. So I think there really need to be ways in which how internet can be given. There are some interesting programs that are there on ground with Google, Internet Sathi, where they're doing very interesting digital literacy programs on how to understand internet and how to train women to use internet in rural communities. I think they've trained around 5,000 or 6,000 women across states in the northern parts of India. There are also some interesting programs that are now taking place for cyber scams as well. But yeah, it's usually women to women, and women also are more likely not comfortable going online because of a lot of the cultural aspects. I mean, women like staying indoors, and sometimes their freedom of speech and expression could get curtailed by, you know, abnormal behavior online. So women are more culturally sensitive towards taking part in online activities. Of course, there's interest. They have cultural and mobility challenges, but there is a lot more to gain in terms of all the remote opportunities. And I'd also like to talk about how the internet can also be an equalizer for a lot of persons with disabilities as well.
Okay, let's pause there. I think, yeah, there's a lot to digest there, but essentially, if I can summarize it well for you there, it's the great equalizer. I love that you said that. It is, I think, for what, if you are getting properly deprogrammed here, I think we'll have to admit that the internet is the great equalizer, and megabits per second decide how much of that pie you're actually able to get involved in. And so actual internet speeds and density and access is the great equalizer. When we talk about the great equalizer, which I think we could actually open up to the floor here, is like obviously consistent meaningful connection is the basis for billions of dollars of local GDP unlocking. And we can give you some graphs on that. We're going to skip that because we're already running out of time. So this is a really easy format to understand here. The correlation, which you can't see the bottom here, but our source is from the website Our World in Data, phenomenal website. Go and check it out. But this is per capita electricity generation versus GDP per capita for whole continents and the countries that are within those continents. And so if you look at South America, 1992 through 2022, we have only Paraguay, with its outside influence from the United States, managing to get above 5,000 kilowatts per person. And 5,000 kilowatts per person means that you have larger share of the GDP, which I wish we had the interactivity of this up, but I don't have control of my laptop, so you're all going to have to take my numbers for what they are in my head. But about the average, about like if you have between 4,000 to 5,000 kilowatts per person, your average GDP for per capita is somewhere around $22,000 to $34,000 per person. And if you have I think if you look at, we'll go to the next one, but countries that are in the 500 kilowatts per person area, it's like their national GDP is $1,000 per person per year. And it's like their share, if you have 500 kilowatts per hour going to you, you're getting a much smaller share of your country's GDP than the person who has 150 megabits and let's say 5,000 kilowatts an hour. Like they are most likely a 50K a person, 50K salary person per year. Here we have Oceania, which we also see under 5,000. And then you have the two more Western countries chilling hard at 10K, 10,000 kilowatts an hour. And so if we go to North America and Asia, we have this interesting, same thing. You're going to see United States, all these folks way up here, the British colony of Bermuda, Aruba, they're all right here, right below the 10,000. And then everyone else, all the way down to Honduras and Belize, are chilling at under 5,000, closer to about 1,000 kilowatts an hour. And so when you look at this data and you look at how Kyrgyzstan and United Arab Emirates and Qatar and Bahrain, they're all on the upper side of Asia, and South Korea is there as well. South Korea got there because of outside, like we were talking about, positive multinational stakeholder support, and that put them on par with a lot of these Arab states that had, like you were saying, Ahmed, mass influx of energy and efficiency by the population to develop their energy sector. And by doing that, you have these states suddenly leapfrogging far beyond, like you were saying, what year were you saying that the first California oil was, like 1962?
So, early 70s.
Early 70s. So I'm pretty good at history. We were in South Korea long before 1970s, and we were in Japan, and we helped build up those nations, the United States did. And yet, since South Korea, with all that support, is on par with Saudi Arabia. You leapfrogged past a lot of that initial development that the United States was doing for South Korea, and now you're focused on, obviously, oil, and they're focused on cell phones. Go ahead.
So the one thing to note, I think that's really worthy here. The infrastructure was not really existent before that. So
Mhm.
really the infrastructure was built with the energy transition. So that really helped with reaching up to the higher level. There were no constraints on the infrastructure early on. So I think that really is
Are you saying the
important.
cities themselves weren't built?
Yes, the cities,
Yes.
the infrastructure, everything grew with
Yeah,
this.
and I think just adding on what Ahmed said, going back to Saudi history, we're very much a nomadic culture,
Yeah.
right? We were sons and men and women of the desert. We had our tents, our camels. That was our main means of transportation. So really, oil has leapfrogged us all the way into industrialization and
It
has
changed
allowed
your
us
culture.
to exactly change our culture. It has led us through into urban development and has changed the way that Saudis live and experience their lives today.
That's actually quite beautiful. I hadn't really given that a lot of thought. I knew that you were nomadic people by nature, but I obviously didn't play that into my cultural riffing. We could talk about, interestingly enough, actually in that video that I showed earlier, we talk about the destruction of the grid, right? We talk about natural disasters and other things like that. Well, by 2022, we'd all had seen Afghanistan going through its own troubles and like through the United States exiting. And Afghanistan, major oil production company, major energy developing country, was probably far right up there with Oman and Saudi Arabia and those other folks. But because of what happened, and like I mentioned in that video, leapfrogging is a privilege and it's a right for many folks, but it's also like a weaponized halt. Like you can revert a whole country if you take out the energy grid. That's just the facts. You can read any war history, you can read any strategy book of societies throughout mankind. Take out the energy grid, you take out the progress of that community. And so I think it's really important to look at that as we see the rise and falls of civilization and create more global awareness around that. Hey, if we want to do meaningful connectivity for people, we should probably have meaningful energy resources. And there's no way we're going to get to that by 2030 unless there are meaningful energy resources. Huge that you guys are doing batteries and you're thinking about sharing batteries and that battery technology with others, because I think that's massive. That's something that we're all going to need. If we look at Africa, it's not great for us, gotta be honest. We're not doing great over there. And there's a lot to be said about why that is. I don't think I should go into it, but I think we all know there's a lot to be said. This is gonna skip come on. We want to see that move, yeah. So let's just break it down, overview. North America, GDP per capita, $63,023. Energy consumption per capita across the region, 54,651 kilowatts an hour per person. Is Europe 38.5, Europe 45,977, East Asia 19,195, and 19,917 kilowatts an hour. There's a direct correlation here with this attachment, and plus, trust me, there's plenty of people that know that. So I don't think we're going to do this part. We're going to go back really quick. I want to give Connor and yourselves as well the opportunity to discuss, like, okay, Connor, you've done small infrastructure plays. You've done like little grid deployments. You've started to like help people recognize sovereignty over their grid, and you've seen what happens when people like start to get excited by that. I would love to know what your thoughts are around actually scoping out and building that vision much bigger. I think a lot of the folks here, if I was you, I would feel this way. I would be like, wow, that's a really cool thing that whippersnapper's doing. He's putting shipping containers with solar panels on the ground in some communities. Seems like they're renting out a couple hundred batteries. Oh, that's a really fun initiative. I'd love to see that at the UN. But I don't think that's where we're coming from, and where like Parable and Liquid Star and working on the projects that we work on are coming from. These are pilots that we are designing and strategically building to scale and focus on how it can scale and what it means to create sovereignty in that way. So I'd love to give Connor the opportunity to speak. And Karnima, I'd love to hear from you as well around your energy consumption and megabits per second kind of thoughts, because it sounds like you have a lot to say, and I've really appreciated that you've gotten into the chat.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, maybe take a little step back and explain, because there are a number of different companies out there that have been putting like energy generation systems in containerized form factor and sending them around the world. I guess one thing that we do very specifically different from all that is that we're very much focused on, I guess, just like how efficiently can we convert a raw kilowatt hour from any source, ideally sustainable, and in our cases, it's all solar. But how can we convert that raw kilowatt hour into as many tangible, useful things for humans? So I guess traditionally with a lot of the microgrids out there right now, and I think I mentioned before why a lot of them fail is because all they do is make electricity. And then you have to sell that to the community, and that requires wires and like all this stuff. And then it also requires the community to have things to consume that electricity, which, you know, if you just have a feature phone to begin with, you could work your way up to, I guess, more appliances and stuff, but it's not going to start there. So the economic model kind of breaks down. But yeah, I mean, like our broad goal is really not just like how we can solve the energy aspect, because like, you know, that we completely see as like foundational to like all sort of, I suppose you could say, civilization to some extent. I mean, maybe it's some combination of energy plus raw resources plus information, and those three things allow you to build almost anything. But yeah, I think our goal is it's mentioned a few times, but you know, we would like to see about 100,000 waypoints built and distributed around the world. That we estimate could impact about 100 million people. I mean, that is roughly looking at the, you know, the raw billion or so folks who don't have access to electricity, and then the 2 to 2.5 that don't have access to clean water and also internet. And so, yeah, we're kind of taking like a, well, I don't want to say double leapfrog approach, but we're looking at like a complete like sort of systems change is when it comes to like how infrastructure has been done in the past. I mean, if you look at dense city centers, not saying we're trying to like reinvent how cities are done, but it's a super tangled web of wires and pipes and all of this, and many points along those that web for leaks, inefficiencies, like electrons being lost, water being lost, like fuel even being lost. And so we're kind of trying to rethink entirely the model of not just how that those resources are distributed to communities, but how they're like, you know, what you can actually like generate and create on site with just like baseline electricity. So yeah, to your point, JJ, I think we're really trying to, I mean, approach a variety of problems and using the technology that is available now, which I know is entirely possible. Like, this is the thing, like all of this is possible now. It's just I guess a matter of motivation and
coordination
together. And coordination, yeah. And
I want to pause there and speak to coordination, because I think like you guys are hearing, like, yeah, LiquidStar with waypoints, charging stations, trying to create droppable energy infrastructure. And currently people are excited by that, and they're traveling to the waypoints because the waypoints have Starlinks at them, that the people at the waypoints like LiquidStar need that internet access to maintain their service and connection to their outside partners. But now you have people, instead of using the delivery service and dropping their battery off with the bike guy to take it back to the station, they're like, I'm going to walk the 1.5 kilometers to that waypoint because they have a Starlink, and I'm going to get all my internet activity done there for the day, for the week, whatever I need. So I was a big supporter of LiquidStar earlier. I run a treasury that is a grants foundation that gives out grants with some friends, and we were excited by LiquidStar like 3 years ago. My own region in East Africa got shut down from the internet for about 3 years, and I realized, it might be interesting to go talk to my friends over there in Djibouti about a little something. And what we realized is if people are willing to walk all the way to the waypoint just to have access to electricity, there might be something to be said about inventing, for the first time ever, for some reason, a Wi-Fi capable portable battery. A portable battery that has the ability to be a Wi-Fi access hub itself. And so if we pair those things together, people are renting this battery to charge their phones 6 or 7 times in a couple of days. and they're also using it as a gateway access point. And by using that, that's what I call a parable. And yeah, I made it look cool because I really think it's important that the global south, or what we call leapfrog regions, actually starts to have the ability to own its own design language. Like, it shouldn't look like it's an NGO product going to the leapfrog regions. It should look like something that represents the creativity and the capacity of those people. And so this is a prototype we made, my friend Keeks here and I, co-founder of Parable. And we're giving you like the blueprint. We come from these regions. We are admittedly quite westernized. We went to school and college in the United States, and we have the audacity to think like Western tech users and Western tech entrepreneurs. And what we do also have is the perspective that we care about a certain community of people. And we recognize that those communities of people are about 2.6 billion people large, and the amount of people that have lack of energy access is a huge portion of that same community, right? So there's ways to pair these struggles together. And actually, I'd love to hear from you, Keeks, on this. I think the numbers on energy access of the populations of the planet. I think it was, the 40% of people, yes.
So I believe it was 47% of the planet doesn't have reliable access to energy.
Consistent energy.
Consistent energy. And when you look at that, that ends up being billions and billions of people, right? And when you consider obviously the humanitarian issue there, where lack of access to reliable energy could mean, okay, there's a power outage. Let's say there's a power outage, somebody gets hurt. How do you navigate to the nearest hospital? How do you contact family members, what have you? And then when you kind of like zoom out and look at it from an economic perspective, right? Every day there's a NetBlocks, I believe is the website, and NetBlocks cost calculator to see on a per country basis if the internet is shut down, which usually comes hand in hand with a power shutdown. How much money is lost from that country's GDP, and it's always 8 to 9 figures per day. And when you take that into consideration, the lack of consistent and reliable access to energy becomes not only a humanitarian issue, because usually when somebody's pulling the plug, it's so that somebody can't report a bad thing being done, but it's also an economic issue where if people don't think that the access to energy is going to be reliable, it's difficult to upscale, right? It's difficult to turn the router on. It's difficult to basically imagine.
Speak to upskilling. I think that was going to be my next question anyways. So I think from a Nigerian hustler perspective, could you turn that mic off? Because I think we're getting background noise. Thank you so much. Speak to that, the upskilling part, because that's a really big part of what we're focusing as well at Parable and Liquid Star, and our combination here is like, how can we make an internet cafe out of an individual, essentially? And how can one individual with a Parable have 16 connections from other people's devices to his Parable, and then that person is now enabling for upskilling throughout their community? And I think as a Lagosian and Nigerian, I think that you have a lot to say about hustle culture.
Yeah, so I didn't, go to school formally for engineering, unlike, Jarrell, but throughout my career, I've kind of just worked my way up. But to speak broadly to upskilling, the way that a lot of the waypoints work currently is that in addition to, water generation, energy generation, they're looking at ways to basically say, cool, let's use this excess energy for compute, right? So they're setting up micro data centers within these waypoints, and in addition to that, they're looking into long-term ways to cache content, right? And when you're thinking about caching content in the context of upskilling, you could hypothetically look at the list. You can basically find and select a curriculum and find the videos tied to those curriculums and say, cool, people want these jobs in this region. Instead of having people basically redundantly pay for the data to restream and watch these videos, 10, 100, several thousand times every month, you can just cache those videos and say, cool, you're going to this URL on YouTube, let's just redirect you to a local intranet that you already have access to through the waypoint. And that way you don't have to pay for the extra data tied to this, but you can still upskill, right? You can still watch the videos, you can still learn, you can still go through the curriculum, get the study for the certification, get the certification, learn a code, get that job, and
tap in
move
on
up.
that. And that's where, and I'd love to kind of hear your side from like the Saudi perspective as a youth leader and seeing that hustle culture come up in your own community. But to Keeks' point here, it is the reality of realizing that you're working every single day of your life to get a little bit of internet connection so you can learn a new skill like bricklaying or something like along those lines, and then you could make a little bit more money so that you can be online to learn a little bit more and to get a different upskill. And so when you look at why they do this in regions that don't have the money to be spending on data and watching the same video over and over again, if you spend 15% of your weekly paycheck on watching one video 7 or 8 times in some capacity in some regions, that's always going to be the barrier for leapfrogging and upskilling for you. So when we look at these communities, we have to accept that, much like Marshall McLuhan had said in the 70s, like challenge the assumptions with which your infrastructure or your reality is built. And like when we talk about these communities, they're challenging, oh wait, why don't we redefine what edge caching is? Why do we take the more Western or Northern perspectives on accessing information banks? And I think the most realistic thing that we see in our own lives around that is the library. Like we've removed the community aspect of the library in many societies by replacing it with the online experience, but the online experience isn't there consistently for everyone. So I'd love to hear from you, and then Rashi, as we start to, we're getting about 15 minutes left, and then we're going to do 10 minutes left, and we're going to open up for questions. I would love to hear from you too, and specifically on women as well that are hustling and creating upskill opportunities for themselves. Like, how does the internet play into this, and what is the reality for you in that game?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I'm going to speak on youth and women interchangeably because I'm not sure if the people in the room here know, but almost 60% of all Saudi nationals are under the age of 35. So the entire nation can be lumped into the category of youth, more or less. And I think one key thing that I've noticed, especially across this year, interacting with youth groups right here in the kingdom, is that they're very hungry for success. They're hungry for educating themselves, and most importantly, they're hungry for making an impact. And you see these kids, they're 16, they're 17 years old, and the internet has given them the ability to connect with a much wider network of people all around Saudi Arabia, but also all around the globe, to launch initiatives, NGOs, startups. I remember I was at an event a few weeks ago, and this 17-year-old is going, like, his company is getting bought out by this big thing, and I'm like, wow, I need to turn up the pace. So yeah, there's a lot of incredible things that are happening, and of course they're all being enabled through the internet, through AI, and through this existing infrastructure. And of course, I would love to see that knowledge transfer happen to regions here in the Middle East, specifically when it comes to regions in North Africa, or regions that have been, disproportionately impacted by war and international conflict, in order for us to further support those communities in achieving meaningful connectivity.
You're saying like regional coalitions. Yeah, I love it. That takes us back to the beginning, right? Why we believe there should be a last mile coalition inside of the UN IGF. Rashi, I'd love to hear from you. Rashi runs I believe it's the TED chapter, the TEDx chapter, and the Bangalore chapter for the World Economic Forum. She is responsible for fostering a ton of Indian entrepreneurs and youth that are trying to come up and make something of themselves.
Thank you so much, TJ. I'm no longer with the TEDx chapters anymore, but I am a part of the youth-centric chapter. It's called the Global Shapers, and every year they have an election, and I am the chapter head at the moment. I see a lot of opportunities, not just for youth, but for women when it comes to the internet, especially in India, where women are the workforce. We still have a huge gap when it comes to women at the workforce formally in India. It's surprisingly a lot larger than many surrounding countries we are neighbors with. I would always say that given how I mean, yeah, we as women are very flexible, and having access uh, to basic needs of the internet can. There are a lot of creative ways in terms of livelihoods that one could garner. So, of course, economic well-being, social well-being, political well-being um, is necessary. I would also say that there are very interesting programs around navigating through the digital literacy of it. We live in a world of scams, um, which have uh, which have deteriorated our financial systems and sectors across the world. There are organizations that specifically work on how people can bypass through phishing scams and how you can be safe online, how people can use VPNs. And a lot of actors are, of course, also um, doing a lot of sensitive work. So, how can you protect your own identity online? Some of the very eminent work that's done by whistleblowers across the world. I feel like there's a lot to be done with access, yes, but then there's also work that has to be done after that in terms of how does one become literate with enabling this ecosystem, and how do you pay it forward, because I would say, yeah, there's a lot of things out there, and yeah.
On that note, I'd love to kind of transition us into the Q&A, because I think what you're talking about is something that I think there's a lot of people here from the Youth 20 movements, and there was many Brazilians that were here from Y20. And I think when we talk about people being under 35, the majority of the population in Saudi Arabia, my own region in Ethiopia and Nigeria for Keeks, the youth are running things. Like, the youth are the large population that's coming up. They have the technical know-how. And so I'd love to hear from everyone here on like policy outcomes that you can see around the Y20 folks leading the connectivity conversation. And we have about 10 minutes left. So I'd love for anyone and everyone just to kind of get involved. And I would actually, ma'am over there in the corner, I'd love to hear from you. You've been avidly paying attention, locked in the whole time. So at some point would love if you had a thought. But yeah, I'd love to start with you.
Yeah, sure thing. So I think, like I opened in this discussion, are the policies that came out of the Y20 that were related to digital inclusion and digital connectivity were widely agreed upon. There was no need to negotiate. There was no need to lobby. We were very much all in agreement that that is of the utmost importance for all G20 countries, as well as the 9 visiting countries that were hosted this year. And I think on the policy recommendations that emerged, one was on governments subsidizing smartphones, laptops, and tablets, particularly for students. And I think that emerged out of COVID-19, things moving to remote education, and how a lot of those communities were disproportionately affected given the fact that they didn't have access to internet and therefore did not have access to education for the majority of the 2 years of the pandemic. So that was one of the things that we wanted to look into. Is
the same happened in the United States, where you suddenly, because of the pandemic, saw that there's actually leapfrog communities living within the United States.
Exactly. And you can also see that now that kids are back in school, those same children are, not necessarily getting the best grades. They didn't necessarily get the right baseline. So it's, you might think it's not really that big of an impact. It was only 2 years where they were behind on school, but they really missed out on some very fundamental concepts that have that will continue to impact them in the future. So that was one, and I think another one that we really wanted to focus on was telehealth, particularly for women in marginalized and rural communities, because when it comes to reproductive health care and having the right access to information on how to take care of your baby, what you need to eat, it's really important to kind of support those communities and give them the right level of information. And that doesn't necessarily happen through brochures or papers. They need continuous access to the internet. They need to have the ability to answer crucial questions immediately and effectively in order to protect their health and safeguard the health of their children. So those were maybe 2 of the key themes that emerged out of the Y20 discussions this year.
I love that. There's actually a ton of historic precedent to that. I mean, my own country of Ethiopia, our birth rates were 1 in 4 died. Like when I was born, 1 in 4 is gone. And by 15 to 20 years later, there was a women's health movement called, I think, the 100,000 Woman March, where without connectivity, you had 100,000 women going from village to not 100,000, but 10,000 really, going from village to village, telling women, don't have babies this young, or don't have babies back to back. Like, it is very detrimental to your health. Here's the best way to feed your child. And if you look at Ethiopia between the years of 1992 to 2015, 2010, somewhere around there, it's like they go from bottom 15% to top 15% of birth rates, and it is the education of women. So I mean, I fully believe that, like, and to the greater point of Keeks earlier and yourself, the hustlers of all of these cultures are women. Like in Tanzania, Ethiopia, East Africa, I've been all over, and I'll tell you, like, when we go and do distributions of parables, we are looking towards populations of women to distribute the parables to. The economic capacity and the responsibility there is unmatched, and the hunger. We have a few minutes left, and I'd love to hear from any of y'all on any of the topics you want.
Hi, I am Alex Moura. I am Alex Moura from Brazil. I am actually working and living here in Saudi. I just want to leave some words about everything I heard today. It's fantastic projects you have, and from the perspective you mentioned on the, like having the internet as a equalizer, I think one crucial point to equalizing the lives of everyone, along with the internet access and connectivity and bringing power to everyone, is to put education in everything.
Yes.
Because that will be the transformation of every society, of every community. So if you manage to find a way to put, to attach all your projects to educational, like primary schools, secondary schools, higher education, everywhere you land that project of power, it will be, I think, the best to make things like leapfrogging the lives of everyone, to make them getting better value from that. Just to mention my background, I came from 19 years in the Brazilian Research and Education Network. I am a senior network engineer. I work with network engineering projects, internet access, internet architecture, and I am in the membership team of the GNA, which is the group of volunteers formed by professionals from research and education from all the countries in the world. Oh. And we have a mission to bring international collaboration for research and education in everywhere and help meet humanity's challenges. And we want to ensure that technology, infrastructure, investments of all partners and participants are utilized to interconnect research and education networks on a global scale.
Yes.
So
sounds like we should talk later.
I'd like to bring this to your attention, that there are other groups of volunteers working on things similar like you do, and we are pretty much working on a similar fashion. We have work groups, we have engineers, we have researchers, we have people looking to solutions like your to bring access to connect the 3 billion disconnected
stick around
people,
then, because I want to talk to you.
Yeah, and like our friends from Brazil, we've been doing a lot of things in Brazil that are very creative. For instance, the Research and Education Network there made a public partnership, public-private partnership with support for government. They made sure that everyone understood that education and science are not competing with incumbents or providers. So they managed to have agreements, for instance, that's an amazing job, to power grids in the country. They have fiber optics running across the country through the power lines, and one pair of that fiber can be shared. So
like a split band.
Most of the national Brazilian research and education backbone today runs on top of that infrastructure of the power grid lines of different regions in the country. And they managed to bring the backbone capacity to 100 gigabits per second to connect higher education. And now they are connecting the primary level and secondary. So schools, universities, everyone is benefiting from that. And then also the project in the commercial providers there in Brazil, they also have managed to make agreements with commercial providers. So they are swapping capacity, they are swapping dark fibers, and they are bringing access to low interest communities or places where the incumbents don't have the incentive.
They didn't have the
monetary
motivation to get to
incentive to bring
Disneyland.
access. And then with that sharing capacity and sharing dark fibers, they managed to bring access to research and education, to connect schools, to connect universities, and they are also making good business with the commercial providers there, the small ones from Barbrint.
I want to tap into that real quick and then give someone else a chance to also respond. It sounds like you would like, sir, could you give it to him? Thank you. What he was saying with the fiber lines and the power lines together. I mean, in Brazil, it's forest. There's a lot of forest. If you're going to deforest something, you'd rather not do it twice. So from a stakeholder perspective on the people doing the infrastructure, the decision to pair those two utilities quite closely in the dark fiber makes a lot of sense. That's what I'm hearing as well. And I want to just real quick, all of Wikipedia could probably fit on, if any of you have like a little stick in your pocket that's like 8 gigabytes or whatever, all of Wikipedia can fit on that. Like this is what we're talking about, and the perceptions and the assumptions we have around the internet is that can't fit on it. That Wikipedia is some giant database that has to be maintained by some internet gods. Sir, introduce yourself and let us hear what you have to say.
Thank you very much. My name is Fuad Rwabuhungu. I'm from Tanzania. I just mentioned my country now. Okay.
I've learned it. I love Tanzania.
Thank you very much. And I want to talk about the story of leapfrogging in our country. It's basically on rural electrification, where we collaborate with the World Bank, European Union. They are helping us to do the rural electrifications. But at the same time, we use the universal funds to deploy communication 4G sites to the village. So almost we have almost all villages are now covered with the electricity. But the issue now is to
connectivity.
Yes, connectivity is also there. But that's done between the collaboration between the World Bank.
Oh no, we're actually talking to your technology minister right now. We're trying to get a pilot going in Tanzania.
Okay, that's fantastic. I think he was in Riyadh. Maybe he's still here.
Hey, you go ahead and throw him my way.
Okay, thank you very much. That's my short story.
Well, thank you all. This has been awesome. I really appreciate everybody coming. This has been a really solid showing by Brazil and Saudi Arabia. Thank you. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about the parallel relationships between energy and connectivity, and we're talking about ownership and sovereignty by taking those utilities for what they are and taking leadership when it comes to those developments for your own regions. We believe in leapfrog regions, and we think that everyone should take a moment to stop letting themselves be called the Global South and maybe start letting themselves put themselves in that mindset of, oh, we could go beyond the West. We could take this further than the West has taken this, and that's what it means to leapfrog. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to Dua. Thank you to Keeks. Thank you to Connor and Rashi up on top, and Purnima as well. Thank you. And to everyone that participated, we're going to be around here for a moment, and we'll be here for the rest of the week. We'd love to talk.
Noise from outside, but we'll just try to make do with it. The agenda had been shared with you a couple of days back by the Secretariat, and can we have it? Okay.
We cannot hear.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Okay. So you have to tune into channel 3 to hear the recording if you are in the room. So the agenda which was shared was approval of the summary record of 2023. Oh. Yes, can you hear it now? I think the online participants are having a tough time. Okay. Okay. So the summary record of last year's General Assembly had been shared, and we had also prepared an annual report and shared well in advance earlier this year. It's also there in the website. We would okay. Is it better now? Oh, video. For video, I'm not too sure where it works or it doesn't work. you have to do without the video, I guess. That's how it is. We have some limitations. And we would also need the approval of the community on the annual budgets based upon the recommendations of the executive summary, which we would be executive committee. Some discussion on the fundraising. I'm sorry, we are trying to Is this better? Can you hear me now? In the Zoom room? Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, so then Flavio would lead the discussion on the election of the executive committee. We have the obligatory release of the obligations for the executive committee members, and any comments the community would want to raise. If the agenda is okay with all, could we adopt it? And if there is anything else you would want us to, please put it on the chat or in participating remotely. Hearing no objections, could we would be adopting the agenda. And Jennifer, would you like to share the summary record of 2023 General Assembly? And if you could share the presentation also. I'm passing it on to Jennifer from our secretariat.
Thank you, everyone. This is Jen Chung from the IGF SA Secretariat. Just a brief overview of the summary record of last time, the 2023 IGFSA General Assembly that was held on the margins of the Kyoto meeting last year. This was shared to the membership via the membership list and also posted on the IGFSA website. I think, Pio, if you're able to click through. Yes. Or not that. It's okay. Go back to the slide. It's fine. I'll just speak to it very briefly. Last General Assembly, we had over 45 IGFSA members and observers, as well as remote hubs in the room via remote participation. The agenda is actually largely the same as we have this year. It was adopted. We shared a different... apologies, 1 second. We shared the C is supported by a secretary and a secretariat responsible for day-to-day activities. .Asia organization provides additional personnel for this effort. We still have our IGFSA accountant, Michael Parrott, retained to do our audit and our books. The membership categories for IGF Support Association continues as follows, with individual membership with the annual membership dues of $25 and the organizational membership with an annual membership of $100. To date, we have 278 in IGF SA members, individuals and organizations inclusive, and 34 of these members are deemed active, meaning that they are currently paid up with their dues. Active membership confers the benefits to be able to run for open executive committee seats, as well as receiving the ballots to vote in these particular elections. Now a brief update on the fundraising activities of the association this year. We'll have a more in-depth discussion when we reach that in the agenda item later. In 2024, the association received contributions from new donor, TESPOC, and also returning donors, ICANN, and also the NRO. While the membership fees are not the primary resource for the funding, we've also received regular membership dues from and individual contributions and donations. For a more detailed breakdown of these fundings received, we will be talking through that, I think, from our treasurer, Nigel Hickson, when we come to the financial reporting. The more in-depth and highlight I would like to go into right now is the allocation of funding that we actually allocated out this year. We prioritize the regional and national, the sub-regional and the youth initiatives. This year we have funded 26 of these initiatives. 6 of them went to the regional and sub-regional IGFs, 10 from the national initiatives, and also 10 from the youth initiatives, which is double the number from the previous year. This brings the IGF-SA total contribution to date to a cumulative total of $601,000 US. And this year alone, it is $52,500 US. We do have a projected funding allocation for 2025 in US dollars. I don't know, Pio, if you're able to show this on the screen as well. If you're able to, let me know. If not, I would refer our members to the annual activity report posted on the website. We project to be allocating $50,000 US for the national, sub-regional, regional, and youth initiatives. We will continue supporting the UN IGF Trust Fund at the amount of $10,000 US, with additional support to the IGF Secretariat, operations, and logistics, including interns that they bring to the annual meetings, of $5,000 US. For the accessibility, which is the captioning, the website accessibility for the IGF website, as well as the captioning for the different intersessional meetings and works of the dynamic coalitions and the NRIs, $5,000 US. And then finally, the projected expenses for the administrative portion, which is $20,000 US. I have mentioned already the contribution to the trust fund, so I won't repeat myself here. I'll go through a brief list of the national and regional initiatives we have supported this year. So, as part of the priority, we have given funding to the Central Africa, West Africa IGF, Asia Pacific Regional IGF, Eurodig, the Lusophone IGF, LAC IGF, and then the following national IGFs were received support from IGF-SA this year. Armenia IGF, Benin IGF, Bosnia and Herzegovina IGF, Moldova. Is this? Can we hear me? Can you hear me? Zoom room or current room? I think the room can hear me, but maybe Zoom cannot hear me. Okay. Okay. Following national IGFs, Armenia, Benin, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Moldova, Lebanon, Liberia, Panama, Uganda, and Kazakhstan. And then the following youth IGFs were approved to receive support funding. So Burundi Youth IGF, Cambodia Youth IGF, Ghana Youth IGF, India Youth IGF, Myanmar Youth IGF, the Asia Pacific Youth IGF, Hong Kong Youth IGF, Southeast Asia IGF, and LAC Youth IGF. I will skip now to some special outreach activities that IGF-SA has conducted over this past year. We did produce a 10-year report last year because of establishment of IGF-SA back in 2014. And this has actually assisted IGF-SA in the outreach activities to potential donors and retaining current sponsors and donors as well. We also conducted a series of outreach efforts during the ICANN AT Kigali meeting, where we met with several different ICANN constituencies, stakeholder groups, and advisory committees as well. In addition to these printed materials and reports, we've also tried to look at how we can increase the value of IGFSA membership. So I'm very happy to let all of the active members know we've actually produced a IGFSA t-shirt. Please come to me after this General Assembly to receive that if you're an active member. And then finally, the EC has had discussions on how to increase the IGFSA membership base, and that's my conclusion for a brief overview of the activities that IGFSA has conducted in this past year. Back to Amrita.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. And for those who could not see the entire report, I think, Jennifer, you would be posting it online. It's already posted on the website, and if someone can post the link into the chat of the people, the NRIs who have been supported this year, because we have some challenges in terms of sharing, presenting things on the screen. And Nigel, I believe you will be sharing the financials right now. So over to you.
Yes. Good morning. Well, good morning from Europe. Good afternoon to you.
Nigel, over to you. We can't hear you yet.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Pretty faint. It's very faint. I think it's...
I'm trying to speak here. Can you hear me at all?
It's very faint. We can't... Okay.
I think it must be the Zoom, but I'll continue. I'll be fairly brief. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be talking to you. I'm Nigel Hickson. I work for the UK government, and I'm currently the treasurer of the IGFSA, which is an honour. Jennifer has already outlined a lot of the activities that have been taking place. So I think I can fairly briefly go through the funding, the financial statement, which hopefully can be either put on the, I don't know if it's been distributed or it could be put on the screen. I leave leave the logistics to those in the room, but hopefully people will have seen it in some way or another. Is that correct, Amrita?
We are trying to have it showcased on the screen right now. Can we have it, the financials? Just give us a moment, Nigel. And apologies, everyone. We are just trying to sort this out. By the time the statement is up, in case anyone online or in the room has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand online, or you can speak if you want.
Well, yes, it's obviously difficult to pick out bits in the accounts if you haven't got it in front of you, but let me just give you, while we're trying to get it on the screen, let me give you a high-level summary. So as you can see, the IGFSA, or as you can see from the report that Jennifer gave, has been successful in funding a whole range of NRAs, from youth IGFs to regional IGFs to national IGFs. This is our purpose, and it's really excellent that we've had applications, a whole range of applications this year. As such, we've managed to allocate a considerable sort of sum of monies to these activities, which is, of course, what it's all about. In terms of the overall funding, right, excellent. Perhaps we could, let's thank you so much for that. So let's go to the top. So in terms of total assets, these are all shown in Swiss francs, by the way. We have a Swiss franc account, but we also have a dollar account, which we generally use. And so the total assets this year, as you can see, are donated in Swiss francs, 106,000 Swiss francs, so that's gone down from 132, roughly 132,000 Swiss francs last year. And I'll come back to that because clearly this is of concern. So if we go down a bit further to the statement of activities, and we just touch on the total revenues here. So the revenues are made up of membership fees, which is of course a minor contribution, but it's so welcome to have members, and contributions. And I think Jen has already mentioned we had contributions from the NROs, the National Regional Organisations. These are the RIRs, Regional Internet Registries, and thank you so much for that. We had a contribution from ICANN, and we had a contribution from Testport. So we're very grateful for those, and I'll come back to that again in terms of further contributions needed. So if we go slowly down under the total revenues, you'll see the total expenses, which is sorry, if we could go up just a bit, I just wanted to, could we go back up? Thank you very much. So under activities, total revenues, so contributions to the trust fund, contribution to regional and regional IGFs and national IGFs. I just wanted to highlight that 44,000. That's the crux of our business, so to speak, to ensure that we are able to pay out those activities. And then if we go down a bit further on total expenses, thank you so much. On the total expenses, I mean the total expenses were 57,000 as you can see. Okay, so those are I think are the primary figures that we've spoken about here. There is a projection for next year's expenditure, which Jennifer mentioned, which is in the annual report. So that projection on the basis of sort of current funding levels would be 90K, that's 90,000 US dollars. But given the similarity of the dollar rate and the sort of the dollar rate and the Swiss franc rate, we are talking about a significant, if you like, decline in our funding levels or in our assets levels. We have 106,000 Swiss francs at the moment. So if we were to spend $90,000 next year, we would our assets would be considerably deplenished. So that's why we're looking for further funding sources next year. We're very grateful to ICANN and the NROs for continuing to fund us, but clearly we can't rely on those institutions alone. So that's why we're looking further for funding. But I mean, the really positive thing is that we're able to fund the really valuable activities of the NRIs. That's what it's about, and we'll make sure that we continue to have the assets through one way or other to be able to continue to fund the activities of the NRIs, because their contribution to the overall life of the IGF is just so significant, as Henriette mentioned earlier. So I think I'll stop there. I'd like to thank Michael Parrott, of course, who assembles, who helps with all our financial needs in Geneva, and works with me in approving all the payments, etc. So I'll stop there, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Nigel. And can we have it on the screen, please? The projected budget for 2025. In case there are any questions for Nigel, please raise your hand in the Zoom room, Can we see the Zoom room participants and anyone in the room? If you have any questions, else, yes, yes. What?
Adam can answer. There is a Zoom room question from Jolie McPhee. And the question is, have ICANN indicated they will repeat contribution?
I'm not sure whether ICANN is in the room.
So Adam Peake is there in the room, but I don't think he may be in a position to answer. But Jolly, we'll have to ask ICANN. They haven't said no. They've not given any indications to say no. But Adam is trying to respond to it.
Thank you, Jolie. I can't answer at the moment, but I can tell you that we give quite a significant money to the Global IGF Trust Fund, and I'm looking at a list here that we support. Last year, 7 or 8 youth IGFs, all of the regional IGFs, and about 25 other national and regional IGFs through our engagement activities. This includes people, resources, money, income support. So I'm sorry I can't answer the specific question, but I think we are quite significant supporters of the IGF. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel. Vint has his hand up, so Vint, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, thanks very much for the report. Second,
Can you unmute Vint, sir, please?
I am theoretically unmuted. Can you hear me?
Can you unmute Vint Cerf, who has raised his hand? His hand is raised. Vint Cerf.
I am unmuted. Are you not able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Nigel says he can hear me. Can anyone else hear me? I'm not getting confirmation from the room that they can hear me.
Sorry, Vint, we can't hear. Can you hear him? No.
If you can't hear me, I'll enter something in the chat. How's that? Apparently people on the Zoom can hear me, but no one else.
We can hear you now.
Oh, you can. All right. I just want to emphasize the importance of support for the NRIs and the youth activities. This is the one thing that's very unique about IGF, in addition to the annual meetings. And as you know, we are under scrutiny during the World Summit on the Information Society Plus 20 coming up next year. And our existence is in question. I would argue that the support for the regional and national activities and the youth activities are very, very important to justifying our existence in addition to the annual meeting. So I want to encourage IGFSA to continue its support for those activities.
Thank you so much, Vint. All of you have seen the projected budget for 2025. If it is okay with all, could we adopt it? And I do see Nigel's hand raised. By the time you think about it, Nigel, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. And just very briefly from me, thank you so much for your comments, Vint. And I ought to have said it was very remiss of me that you have been, and the Tides Foundation, Google as well, have been a major funder of the IGFSA over the years, and your contributions in recent years have really put us on a standing where we could support these NRI activities, we could support various transcription services which we provide for various IGF MAG meetings. So it really has been very valuable, and we are looking for obviously to sustain our funding so we can go on and fund these activities, which are just so great to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel. Can we come back to the annual plan for 2025. If no one has any objections, can we approve it? Fio, can we see the sheet? I don't see any objection, though it's not up in the screen at this point of time. We can consider it adopted. Thank you so much. And the next agenda item would be fundraising. So this year, fundraising, as was already mentioned by Nigel, is something which is very crucial for us, especially to get more funding on. And we have at the ICANN meetings, we have been meeting the various CCTLDs or even GNSO and other places for funding. But at this point of time, it has not increased our membership any in the membership from the activities. Can perhaps we will have to look at it in a different way, or go to the CCTLDs like CIRA or the others who may be who are financially stronger, who believe in the multi-stakeholder model and want to help the IGF sustain. Because many, and if you've seen even this year, IGF has not been able to support many of the NRIs. It was the IGF Support Association which did it. And if the contributions come more, we can support these initiatives with much more money than we currently do. So in case you know of people whom we can reach out to in terms of membership, in terms of who can fund, even provide some amount of fund, that would be helpful. And another thing I think we need to look at is the members who are not active, meaning who have not paid their annual membership. Perhaps we need to relook and get in touch with them to at least pay their membership. It may not be something significant, but I think that's something we need to work on. I hope I'm audible in the Zoom room. And if anyone has any ideas on whom we can reach out to, because it's a more volunteer-based organization, that would be helpful. And I think Vint has his hand up. So can we have Vint sharing his views? And can we have him on the screen?
It's Vint again. I'm just noticing that the membership dues for organizations is very low. I wonder whether we shouldn't increase that to $1,000 or even $5,000 in order to generate much more significant revenue from organizations that can afford it.
That's a great idea, Vint, that we can also have categories of membership. If they are smaller civil, like for example, recently it was Henriette's idea to reach out to civil society organizations and ask them to be members. We have one of such member from Digital Empowerment Foundation and Leah from GDP out here, who have pledged to be members. And thank you for both of you to come. And we want to have more civil society members also coming in. And we could have larger companies who have bigger, deeper pockets to invest more. So that's a good idea. Anyone else has any ideas, please feel free to share. Sama had something, so Sama, over to you.
No, just to add into that one, category-based contribution and category-based contribution, even up to the level of associate and individual members, civil society, corporate have different sizes, also will take a long way. And the other thing is that there can be a campaign by the members themselves that I have become a member, can I also invite some other friends to become member? It's not too much that the basic membership, but I also feel that make it more citizen oriented also, so invite individuals also to become members.
So Henriette wants to share some of her ideas.
Hi everyone, Henriette here. I think one of the issues also explored, and I would like your feedback on this, but not very close. Is that better? I have have to hold it there. Oh, it's a mechanical issue. I like mechanical problems. We discussed within the executive, Anriette Esterhuisen here for the record, within the executive committee, asking recipient NRIs to become members. And I'd like your feedback on that, whether you think that would be inappropriate or is that a legitimate request that we invite those NRIs and youth initiatives that receive grants from IGF SA to also become a member. There might be a challenge because not all of them have a legal identity, but I would like your feedback on that suggestion.
Might be. This is Baburam from for the record from Nepal. Might be one interesting proposal. Local, for example, from Nepal, if any organization wish to contribute, and if that contribute goes to the participant from Nepal itself, then there could be an encouraging factor for local organization to contribute. So if from Nepal I contribute, and if that goes to some other participants from other country, that might not be a good interest for that. If we build up some fellowship like that could be an interesting contribution as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Babu. I think Aiden has his hand up, so I'll move to him.
Okay, thank you so much. I do hope everyone can hear me. Aiden Federline. So I wanted to respond to Henriette's suggestion, because I think it's a good one, actually. I think when I look at what the IGF SA is, I think it makes sense for it to be a membership-based organization. And I agree with Vint that there should be perhaps different tiers of membership. Some members will be able to afford to pay more than others will. I think that $100 is inadequate, and that there will be some organizations that have greater capacity to give. But I do think that everyone needs to be involved in some way, and I think if you are receiving a contribution or you're receiving something in kind from IGFSA, you should be a part of this network. I also would, I was on the steering committee of a Ford Foundation initiative that was trying to build an alumni network of public interest technologists funded by the Ford Foundation. And we were thinking through as well, sort of, business models of how do you being entitled for P. So just maybe doing this activity another time as well, thinking through other ways of supporting this work, which may include seeking grants from different organizations, may include dues, but there could be other business models that are out there that may be able to raise additional funds, because I agree this is really important work and we need to find a way to greatly grow the budget.
Thank you, Aiden. I'll pass it to Adam. I see a 5 minutes alert being given, but we started late, so we will try to extend another 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I must go to another workshop. You've seen how these workshops need preparing quite a lot, so I'm going to go and panic about that. Just wanted to say that we have staff who are responsible for most countries and regions in the world, so please use Chris Mondini to, if people are starting IGFs or have IGFs and would like extra resources, I don't mean money necessarily, but I do mean people who've been involved in outreach, engagement, and know a lot of the issues, then I'm sure that the global stakeholder engagement staff would be very helpful to help in any way we can. And Mr. Mondini is your point of contact, and I could be if you asked nicely. And thank you very much for the meeting. Thank you very much, Jennifer, for all the support from .Asia, because we're
You have to be here for the group photo on behalf of Chris Mondini, so you can't run. So I think we would request you to share your mic is off. Okay, it's on. So I think we would request you to put in your ideas, think about it and share it with us. We need your support, because without it we would not be able to do. And I think the next section where Jennifer wants to go is on the election, where I cannot speak. So Jennifer, over to you.
Thank you, Amrita. Just a really quick reminder, because I want to save more time for the open discussion. PO, are you showing? Perfect. So we have one last day for all the active members to use their ballots. The last report I got from our webmaster is we only have 68% of the ballots returned. You know who you are. If you're not sure, come to me after the meeting. Ask me and use your ballots. Definitely do participate in the vote. We do want to return our executive committee members to the council. Sorry, not council, the committee. And to the next slide, please. And this I will hand back to Amrita.
So as a process, as a mandate of the Swiss government, we would request you to release the executive committee members of obligations. And seeing no objection, I guess it's taken. And if there is any other comments, any queries or any suggestions, we did have a discussion that perhaps we should do a quarterly or at least a meeting of the members, because it is so disconnected most of the time. In case that works with you all, that would be good. We could, if there is a thumbs up somewhere, that would also help in the Zoom room, that you would support a quarterly call of the IGF Support Association community. Okay, seeing none, I guess it is something we can work with. Is there any other thing anyone wants to share? So if not, thank you so much. And can we have all the Zoom participants online? We'll take a group photograph. So if you all can come this side, we'll take a group photograph and leave the room. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Where you are listening from? That's the network. The one that she was using actually. Check the one that she was using. I don't know, you were there. Were you listening when you listening to the Zoom? This one. Mic 2. There's a mic that one. I can hear it.
Lee, this one.
Wait. Channel what? Channel 3. Yes. Right.
1 2 2 2 2 1 2 1 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 2. Akshay, may you please join me at the front of stage, please? Please join me at the front of stage. Please come. Right, I'm talking to you. So this is the mic that she was using. This is the mic that she was using. This is the mic that she was using. RX2, 1 2, 1 2 2 2 1 2. Yeah. 1 2 2 2 1 2. I am walking in between the crowd. 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. Tata konke ungipha amandla. 1 2 2 2 2 2. 1 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 2. Move your antennas. Please move your antennas because it's not an RF. 1 2 2 2 1 1 1 2 2 2 1 2 1 2. I'm walking. Moment ngam phambi kwabantu. 2 2 2 2 2 2. Wait. Hold on. Imazokhombisa problem. Watch. 1 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 2. This is the RX2 that I was using. 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 1 1 1 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 1 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 1 2 2 2 2. Can I have another mic? Can I have another mic? 1 2 2 2. 1 2 1.
Check.
Yeah, check. Actually, check from there.
3, yeah. Good.
Speak on 3.
Good. Speak.
Akshay, speak on 3. One two 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 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 1 2. Akshay, please speak. Speak on RX. Speak on RX3. 1 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 1 1 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 1. Oh, 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 oh.
Hey. 2 2 2 1 2 2
2 2 2 1 2
1
2
2
2 2.
2 1 2 2 2 2
Can you maybe give it to him?
2 2 2 1 1 1 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 1 to 2 2 2 do 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 do.
No, I'm sorry. I was saying this paper. Okay, no, this paper. I see paper. I go in. I like.
And we channel line. Okay, 1 2 testing. Sorry, we are testing. 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. Can I have the other one? Can I have the last mic? Can I have the last mic? All right. Can I have the last mic? Two 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 two. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. 1 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 1 go go go. Room test 1. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 9 10. 1 2. All right, yeah goes. Okay. 2 2 2 2 2. Nance. 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 gone. 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2. Nance. It's off. When we are going la ayiko la. La ayiko. Yeah, when you're listening to EPFL, la it's not there.
You are listening Zoom.
Wait, guys.
Ngiyakuzwa. I'm hearing what you're saying, Cliff. Uji ayikho la. Mara ngiyayizwa ku PFL. Mara why i-breaker lapho inga-breaki la? That's what I'm saying. With nala bantu laba, mawa comment about audio what. Ile way lazy. Exactly. So how do you explain that? Bro, Akshay, hold on. These things. It's these things that are the problem.
Actually, please guys listen to me. Wait. That's off. Off.
What's off? Go on. One. Can you repeat it? Nam. Nam, I can't hear it yet.
Is it on? Maybe if I put it on to what? 2 2 2 2 2 2. Akshay, please listen. Listen. 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. Akshay, please put it on. Hold it. 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. No. It's gone. 2 2 2 2 2 2. It's gone. It's cutting. Akshay, listen to it.
Yes, check. Hey. Hey.
1 2 2 2 2. It's gone.
But I'm hearing you, man.
But it's still there. So it's here.
I'm hearing it. So you heard it, no? I'm also hearing it.
2 2 2.
How do you explain?
Look there. Look. 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2.
Okay, it's fine. When they get here, we'll tell them keep that thing away from the mic.
2 2 2 2 2. 2 2 2 2 2 2. Gone. Look, 2 2 2 2 2.
I think they're fine like this. They're fine like this.
2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. Akshay, please explain it. 2 2 2 2. No.
Let's try. We'll try them. We'll tell them keep this another.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying we need to agree with what the problem is.
how do you justify it? How do you say it? Okay, you are the seniors.
No, but I'm saying, look, no. Okay, no, wait, hold on.
It's not putting blame on it.
Yeah, okay, but I'm saying.
We need a report. It's not a blame.
Two.
Thank God that you are here.
Two.
What is your report?
What is your report? We have got the newspaper that picture like on this type.
Yeah, but I'm saying. You say what?
That picture of what we have scanned out.
It's not the scan, Akshay. It's not the mic. This transmission, it's cutting.
I don't know. This works in what infrared? What frequency works on? Let's see.
Whatever the case may be.
No, whatever you know RF.
Yeah, I'm explaining to you. This is not the problem. When they come into close proximity, is where the problem is.
Yes. Oh, English, proximity.
No, when I go ngaphandle kwe-circuit, kuthini wena ngichaza noma ngichaze kahle.
It's just proximity. It's like phase cancellation.
We've picked up the problem.
Yes,
but now
keep them away from where we're speaking. Keep them away.
Yes. And then
Two.
someone has to write a report or someone has to send a report with a good English between the two of you. Thank you. Or should I write it? I'll write it in Xhosa. Okay. Is put is together. The mic is not
Two.
Huh?
Two. 1 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 2.
Come again?
I think food will be here soon.
Okay.
When is your break?
I don't know.
It's finished now. There's a session that came here and it was not supposed to be here. So now.
This session actually, this session was not supposed to be.
Hey, it wasn't supposed to be.
It was lunchtime.
Because there was gap between 11 o'clock and 2 o'clock. The last session was
nothing over here on some sections.
Yeah, no? It's just what they decide.
Okay. Who's gonna bring my food?
I'll get it.
Okay. Another thing. Oh yeah. Since you are here.
We want to stress something. It's like
No.
This
I'm not.
happen everywhere.
I know. How many of you?
I guess 5 or 6, I guess.
Okay, you'll have to share the mics, and then we'll keep this for Q&A.
Okay.
Going back at home on the 30th to drink.
How long have you been here?
From 13th of October.
It's a long time.
I'm going home.
It's a long time.
So that is you. This is the gentleman. Gentlemen, how are you?
I switched it on now.
May I ask
my
you
microphone.
to share?
Water.
Equally.
Water.
Sharing is caring.
Sorry,
I believe
where do we
that
get water
you
for
guys
our
are the
speakers?
very,
I'd
very
like to
fair
give them
people.
all some water. Is there a place where we can bottles?
That's good presentation here. How does that sound?
It sounds great.
Sorry,
This is
I
Vince
didn't mean to
Cerf. I'm
interrupt
online
you.
as well.
Yes, I'm the moderator.
Yes, hi, Ala Abdelhan.
Oh, very nice to meet you.
You want me to speak again?
Thanks for coming, Allah. And do
Uh,
I
yeah,
address you
that
by
was
your
good.
first name?
At least it's
Is that
Vince.
you're
I'm
happy with
online.
that, Allah? Good. Good.
Yeah, so I can hear Vince Surf online, fine.
And you know what question
but,
I'm asking you.
The rest of you can hear me.
Yeah, yeah. And is there any other follow-up question? I mean, I was
We
maybe
just had an
would it-
IGF
if I
SA
asked you
meeting
a
in
bit
this
more
same
about
room. We had a
how
mix of
you
audio
are
problems.
applying the
The
multi-stakeholder
microphones have to
model
be
here?
held very close
Is that
to
something I can
the
ask
mouth
you
in order
about?
to
I
produce
don't want
good
to ask
quality sound.
a difficult
Right.
question. I know you are. So you don't work just here.
It's
You
okay
work
now?
globally.
You're sounding very good.
So you work with the multi-stakeholder approach in all of those member states.
yes.
So I can ask you
Right.
more questions, follow-up questions.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. Not
Okay.
on the IUI or
Yeah.
all, but
Because
from
you are
a-
new
Right.
to that, yeah. But about using the
Whatever.
multi-stakeholder approach.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly who's going to kick off the meeting
and
on the site.
You'll find your seat.
Um,
I'm just trying to get
no,
water.
There's not much action going on there.
No, you can speak. I'll follow the order.
But these things are
in
always
the
late.
session. outline.
Yes, we ran about 15 minutes late in the IGFSA meeting, but mostly because of technical problems. We had a lot of audio
So
difficulties.
let me switch it off.
Okay. I've not been following anything this morning. How's it been going? The opening is tomorrow, presumably, is it? The formal opening?
That's right. But there are quite a few meetings today. Of course, here I'm in Washington, D.C., where it's 06:48 and still dark.
Indeed. So I'm in London, where it's just coming up to noon. Yeah, this is only the second of these I've missed, actually. But I'm doing the 20-year review for CSTD at the moment. I'm drafting that.
Wow.
It doesn't make sense for me to be at both. And anyway, I think I can't have 2 UN contracts simultaneously. So.
Yes, that's a challenge. We haven't figured out how to clone people. However, there's a science fiction book. I'll put it in the chat that actually speaks to that. So if you happen to want to
Okay.
read about people cloning, that's an interesting book.
So I'm guessing our conversation live in the room or not? I'm wondering.
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that.
So be discreet.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So there are people coming into the room, I see.
I'm not sure what the mix is of people in person and people online for this meeting. It was about, in the last IGF in Japan, it was 6,000 in person and 3,000 remote, I think.
So I think the problem with those figures is always the extent to which you have people who only come for the opening session.
Oh, well, that's a good point.
Local people who want to hear for them.
I wonder if that's a typo on the screen where it says height level launch instead of high level launch.
I think it is. I'm assuming WW is not a reference to the International Workers of the World, American radical group from the 1930s that Woody Guthrie was associated with.
Oh yeah, the Wobblies.
Indeed.
Do you remember the Wobblies? That's what that was all about. Well, that's weird.
Oh.
So this is an interesting development. If I remember right, the first time UNESCO showed up visibly in an IGF was in Kyoto last year.
No, they've always been there. I'm thinking back to when I drafted the first IUIs 8 years ago. I think we probably presented them then as well. And Guy Berger used to be there. I always used to see Guy Berger at IGF meetings in the past when he was running this part of UNESCO.
Ah, okay. Maybe it wasn't just as visible. It, for some reason, became quite visible. In Kyoto, I think partly because of the debate about
regulation material.
Yeah, there were questions about multi-stakeholder versus multilateral and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, they're asking us to mute.
Okay.
Yeah, I was already in Geneva for EFTA meeting. So I was in Geneva and she went to the Yes, directly. Yeah.
Oh, there's another one.
I've got one.
You will share, please share the mic.
There is another mic.
Next to you, right?
Yes.
Here we go. There is another one. Okay. We are sharing. Karen, she's got the phone like that. She's got it. Thank you. Huh? We do start.
think, good afternoon, you can hear me. Thanks very much to our tech team, and welcome everyone to this session. We're about to start. Apologies that we are a little bit late. So my name is Henriette Esterhuizen. I am from South Africa. I am very proud to be facilitating this high-level session, which is also unveiling the UNESCO's advanced Internet Universality Indicators. I work with the Association for Progressive Communications as a consultant and sometimes with other organizations as well. So before we start on this momentous occasion, there's a lot of work that's gone into this process. I just wanted to introduce you to our high-level panel. We're very honored here to have, and he'll be our opening speaker, Mr. Taufik Jelassi, who's the Assistant Director General for Communications and Information at UNESCO. And as I think many of you would know, UNESCO has really been one of the lead UN agencies in the World Summit on the Information Society, but also in participating and shaping the IGF. After Mr. Jelassi, we'll have Mr. Alexander Barbosa, who's the head of the Center of Studies for Information and Communication Technologies in Brazil, CETIC.br. Very important role that they have played in the revision of the UNESCO indicators. We'll then have online, and if I can just get confirmation, is David online? I'm very happy to welcome Dr. David Suter, who's the Managing Director of ICT for Development Associates in the UK. And David has been the lead researcher and author in the first version of the Internet Universality Indicators, and now also with the revision. Next we'll have Ms. Jennifer Baches, who has just arrived. Welcome, Jennifer. Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary from the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy in the US, for the US. Online, joining us as well, will be Vince Cerf, Vice President and Chief Internet Evangelist at Google. Vint, another lead person who's been in this space, and a member of the IGF Leadership Panel, in fact, the chair of the IGF Leadership Panel. After Vint, we'll have Ms. Tenanoia Veronica Simona over there, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Tuvalu Telecommunications Corporation. And then, last but not least, next to me, Ala Abdulal, Chief of Digital Economy Foresight at the Digital Cooperation Organization, based in Saudi Arabia, but the Digital Cooperation Organization, I think you work in 16 different countries around the world. So welcome to our panel. And now to get us started and to add some welcoming remarks to this high-level session on behalf of UNESCO, I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Jelassi. And I think, Mr. Jelassi, if you can also tell us, after you've made the welcoming remarks, why is UNESCO doing this work on the IUIs?
Thank you very much, Henriette. Distinguished panelists, esteemed participants, colleagues, and friends. Good afternoon to all of you. Can you hear me? Apparently you can. Excellent. Sorry being a few minutes late. I just arrived from Paris. So this is fresh from the oven, whatever I'm going to say. I'm very pleased to welcome you to this session, which is very important for us since we are going to unveil the revised Internet Universality Indicators of UNESCO, and we'll tell you more about it, including answering your question, Henriette, why we embarked on this effort a couple of years ago. For UNESCO, this initiative reaffirms our vision of a digital future which is anchored in human rights, in openness, in accessibility, and in ensuring a multi-stakeholder participation. This milestone would not have been possible without the invaluable contributions of many individuals and organizations which I would like now to recognize. First, the Brazilian Network Information Center, NIC.br, and its Regional Center for Studies on the Development of the Information Society, that is CETIC.br. Their expertise has been very valuable for us at UNESCO, and I would like to acknowledge here Mr. Alexander Barbosa, who is in charge, who is the head of CETIC. He's seated on my left, and also Mr. Fabio Seni, who is in the audience and who was seconded to us at UNESCO for quite a long period of time to specifically work on the revised Internet universality indicators. I would like also to acknowledge the contribution of David Suter, who was the architect of the initial version of the indicators and is now, is it working? Okay, and also was very much involved in the revised framework. I would like also to acknowledge the contribution of the IUI Steering Committee and Dynamic Coalition, which both provided us with valuable guidance to ensure that the revised framework of the indicators addresses today's challenges. I would like also to thank our host country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for making this session possible and for their hospitality at this year's IGF. And finally, I would like to acknowledge the IGF Secretariat for its enduring partnership, which has been a cornerstone of UNESCO initiatives, including the IUI framework and its revision. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the Internet has democratized access to information, has involved people from all over the world, and for us, it's a way of implementing the principle of leaving no one behind. However, as we know, in spite of the democratization of access to information, the Internet created some disparities, not only between countries, but within countries as well, and has introduced new challenges, among which, of course, the digital divide, but not only. As the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, reminded us when he said, the future of digital must be human-centered. We all share this statement, this principle, and as we'll see in a few minutes, the revised IUI indicators wholeheartedly embrace this principle. I mentioned the Rome X framework, which encapsulates this vision, and the pillars of the Rome X, for those who may not be very familiar with it. So the R in Rome stands for a human rights-based approach, and this includes, of course, freedom of expression, data privacy, dignity, gender equality. The O of the framework stands for openness, ensuring that information flows freely, without barriers and without silos. The A stands for accessibility, as I said, very much to make the internet, to ensure an equitable internet access. And the M stands for multi-stakeholder participation, which in order to foster transparent and inclusive decision making. I said it's Rome X. The X stands for cross-cutting issues such as gender equality, trust, security, sustainable development, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. You may know that to date, over 40 countries worldwide have used the UNESCO Internet Universality Indicators to conduct national assessments, and the latest, I would say, Argentina, Senegal, and I would like to mention here the impact of these national digital assessments using our framework and the Rome X indicators. In Argentina, as an example, the findings from the assessment have empowered the IUI research team to draft a proposed law aiming at addressing critical gaps in the country's data protection framework. So again, this is one of the tangible outcomes of the IUI-based national digital assessment. In Senegal, the assessment facilitated the implementation of the country's 2025 digital strategy and its high-speed national plan. Now, to answer Henriette's question, why did we revise the framework? Obviously, we wanted to make the framework relevant, to make it adaptive, future-ready. We wanted to integrate key insights and lessons that we have learned from the 40 implementations around the world. This is very important for us, but also wanted the revised indicators to enhance accessibility and ease of use, to accelerate stakeholder adoption and implementation of the ROM-X. Let me just conclude here by saying that the revised framework also is aligned with the Global Digital Compact and the Pact of the Future, which were adopted, as you know, last summer. And the revised framework is now more streamlined, with 63% fewer questions to answer in the survey and 56% fewer indicators to use. This makes the revised framework both comprehensive and accessible. I think I'll stop here, Henriette, and give you the floor back.
Thank you very much, Taufik. I do want to ask you one follow-up question, but particularly because I think we might have people in the room who are not that familiar with the indicators. But if I am from a country in the global south, we have very little bandwidth, very little internet access. Should we be worried about using the indicators? Will we find ourselves in some kind of ranking where we would perhaps look as if we are not performing well? Is that something I should be scared of, or is that not something that the indicators will do?
That is not something that the indicators will do, for a simple reason. UNESCO has been around for 80 years, has never done any comparative studies nor rankings of member states. So we are not in the business of rankings. This is, the indicators are meant to be a guidance to our member states to conduct a national digital assessment, but not to compare countries and certainly not to rank them.
Thanks so much for emphasizing that. I think it's one of the reasons why the indicators are not just a powerful tool, but an empowering tool. David, are you ready? Are you online? Can you hear me? David, can you tell us, is David able to speak? I just want to check that I can hear you. Excellent, good. David, what is new in this revised Internet Universality Framework? Taufik outlined very clearly why it was done, and also that it's going to be much easier to use. But from your perspective, what is new? What do you feel are the key trends and challenges that was identified, across the global IUI assessment process that informed this revision?
Okay, so let me say something first about some issues, and then also something about the experience of researchers in using the IUIs over the last 8 years or so. I'm currently working on the 20-year review of the World Summit for the UN's Commission on Science and Technology for Development. So that means I'm very conscious of the pace and the extent of change we've seen in digital development over the last 20 years, but particularly the acceleration of that growth in pace and extent of change in the last 8 years or so since the original IUIs were published. And it was always intended that the first framework would be revised in time in line with what was happening in the digital environment and with the experience of researchers. So in this last 8 years, we've seen really dramatic changes in each part of the RomeX framework, some new trends, new challenges, which needed to be addressed within the indicators and the questions that frame them. So the enjoyment of rights online, for example, that's been profoundly affected by issues concerned with information integrity or with platform regulation, with the exploitation of personal data. The openness of the internet and open technology and resources, has been amplified by the way in which technology and services have diversified. What we mean by access, the A in the framework, is much more concerned now with legal and affordable connectivity and usage, and indeed with impact of new technologies. And I think the multi-stakeholder context has also become much more diverse because digital resources now have great impact in every area of our economies, societies and cultures, every aspect of sustainable development, and require input from those whose expertise lies not in digital resources themselves, but in those other areas of public policy and life. Much more attention is being paid now than was the case 10 years ago to gender equity. Children's rights, opportunities and welfare too, I think have been greatly enhanced by, or discussion of them has been greatly enhanced by General Comment 25 to the Children's Rights Convention. So all of these are themes to which we've responded in the IUI revision, bringing them more to the fore. The ATG mentioned two trends in particular that we have especially sought to address, which because they've greatly increased in importance. We've given them much more substance in the new framework. One of those is environmental risks. The environmental problems associated with digital development as well as opportunities are now much better understood than they were. They're concerned with energy consumption, with climate change, with waste. And that's led to a much greater understanding of the need for a more circular approach to the digital economy. So that's now incorporated within the X category in a way that it wasn't before. And also there, one, artificial intelligence and other frontier technologies present great opportunities for digital development. They also present serious new challenges of governance arising from uncertainty and risk, which need to be assessed within any thinking about the national internet environment. So all of those elements feature in the evolution of digital policies. They feature in the Pact for the Future, in the Global Digital Compact. They will feature in the WSIS Plus 20 review and the review of the Sustainable Development Goals in 2030. And clearly, they needed to feature in the IUIs as well. I could just say something as well about why we revised the structure in response to experience. I think it's important that the framework is used to analyse the national internet environment, not just to tick boxes about particular indicators. And it's important that it leads to recommendations that are feasible and can be put into practice by governments and other stakeholders, rather than simply speculating on what would be desirable in a perfect environment. So we've given more prominence to a couple of things in the framework, to specific questions that should be addressed in the work of the research teams and of their multi-stakeholder advisory boards. The reports which are generated from these studies, they should respond to these specific questions above all. They should assess how the indicators relate to them, and they should make recommendations for ways in which the principles can be advanced through the changes that can practically be made within the national internet environment. And the other point, as the ADG mentioned, is this was a substantial framework.
Sorry, David, can you just pause? There's interference. Is everyone else hearing the interference as well? David, just pause a second. I just want to ask our tech support to check into that. Is it fixed, the interference? Great.
It's Vince Surfin. I'm not hearing any interference on the Zoom link.
Thanks, Vint. It's obviously just those of us in the room. David, try again.
From where?
Again, let's just hear if the interference. Can you speak, David? Okay, there's still interference. Try now, David.
Yeah. I'm trying again now. Can you hear me now?
Afraid the noise is still there. I'm just asking if we can have, maybe there's a phone or a mic, if that mic can be off.
How about
Thanks.
now?
It's crackling as well. David, try again.
Hello?
Okay, we still have an issue here. Tatavik, can I ask you to just check with our tech team if they can fix this problem? David, I think you should continue, and I just apologize to everyone in the room for the noise on the line, but hopefully it will be fixed. Please go ahead. At least the remote participants are not experiencing it. Go ahead, David.
Okay, so I was just about to conclude by saying it's a very substantial framework, and in practice we had core indicators and a further 200 that were optional. In practice, very few of the optional indicators were used in the research studies because of the burden of research that they imposed, and it was clear that more focus was needed. So we pared them down, reduced the number. We hope our research teams will include all that are still there, but we also hope that they will add any extra questions that they feel are particularly relevant within their own countries. So those are the two main aspects that we felt from the experience of researchers needed to be amended. I think they're not particularly surprising, and I hope that they make the tools even more effective than they've been in the past. So that's all that I was going to say, and Alexandra will say something more about the way the revision was done and about how the indicators can most effectively be used. And I will stop there, Henriette, and hope that others, that the rest is fine.
Thanks, David, and I'm happy to report that the interference on the reception has gone as well. So, and I reserve the right to come back, not to cross-examine you, but to ask you another question at a later stage. But now let's move on to Alexander Barbosa from CETIC. What do you, I mean, in your experience, Alexander, you were involved in the initial development, you've applied the indicators in Brazil, and you've been part of the revision process. How do you feel that the revised IUIs can transform and advance national internet development and governance? Particularly from the perspective of evidence-based policy making and coming up with those kind of tailored policy recommendations like the example Taufik gave us from Argentina. Tell us more.
Thank you very much, Andriette, and good afternoon, everyone. Well, let me start by thanking Mr. ADG Taufik Jalassi for inviting me to this panel. And it was an honor for me to be part of the steering committee of the Internet Universality Indicators. And I have to tell you, Taufik, that your leadership and also Cedric's and Taufik was really instrumental for this revision. It was 1 year of hard work of many actors revising this BROMEX framework and the set of Internet Universality Indicators. But if you allow me, I would like to go back in history to 2013 in the IGF in Bali, Indonesia, when UNESCO, along with NIC.br and LACNIC, we decided to fund a paper on the concept of Internet Universality. And after that year, we had into 2014 the Net Mundial in Brazil, and we at NIC.br conducted 2 national and regional consultations to refine the concept and the framework. And after that, in 2015, we have conducted the first pilot of the indicators that gave us insights for the last revision, and David was really amazing by revising and putting all those indicators together and the conceptual framework and everything. And in 2019, UNESCO published the first IUI report with the data from Brazil, so it was a real honor for us. And since then, many countries, as you said, ADG, more than 40 countries have published already national assessments, And this gave us a lot of insights for this revision. And now going to your questions, Henriette, I would like to highlight 4 key points in my personal opinion that's on the importance on how the revised EYS can transform and advance national internet development and governance. And I would like to emphasize the following points. First, I think that it was already being said by Henriette. Internet universality indicators empower countries to adopt evidence-based policymaking by providing actionable data and diagnostic tools. This is the most powerful thing. We are not talking about ranking, but about assessment. And governments can identify gaps and strengths in their internet ecosystem, ranging from digital inclusion to data protection and so many other aspects and dimensions of these ecosystems. And of course, allows a country to develop policies that directly address these findings from those national assessments. For instance, just to give you an example, the indicators can highlight disparities in internet access among marginalized groups or regions, prompting target interventions to bridge the digital divide. And I would say that more than that, the assessments offer a structured approach to evaluate the impact of policies over time, enabling continuous refinement and empowerment. So I think this is the first key important aspect on the how. The second point, in my opinion, is that the indicators facilitate tailored policy recommendations by aligning national priorities with international frameworks like the Sustainable Development Goals. This is a very important aspect. The revised IUI integrate lessons from global applications, as was already mentioned. A huge number of countries have already applied this assessment. And those lessons learned ensure their relevance across diverse contexts. And we, in this revision, took into consideration the past experience of those countries made in the assessment. And I would say that this adaptability allows policymakers to customize their use, whether focusing on enhancing data privacy laws, or fostering innovation, or promoting digital literacy. So one example from my country, Brazil, the application of this assessment in the country was able to flag very important aspects of this ecosystem. I'm not going into the detail, but for instance, the need to improve rural internet access. We had a long debate on community networks and how to bridge the gap in rural areas, and also the establishment of the legal framework for personal data protection. And after this assessment, 3 years later, Brazil approved the national law on personal data protection. Another important point on the how is that the IUI strengthened multi-stakeholder collaboration as a cornerstone of sustainable internet governance. So the multi-stakeholder dimension is really a key aspect of this framework. And by doing so, representatives from civil society, academia, private sector, government, this framework really fosters consensus-driven strategies that reflect diverse perspectives and interests. This is a very important point. And this multi-stakeholder approach ensures that policies are not only inclusive, but also rooted in practical and cross-sectoral expertise. And finally, my last point is that the IUI serve as a catalyst for regional and international cooperation. We have been seeing this in Latin America. We have helped many countries in the region to conduct their national assessment, and collaboration was key in this regard. And countries can share best practices and align their strategy with global standards, fostering a collective effort to address shared challenges. For instance, the indicators can help neighboring countries in Latin America develop a harmonized approach to close the digital gaps, and more recently to adopt best practice to measure the new concept of meaningful connectivity. This is really a key aspect that I would like to highlight. So, and yet, in conclusion, I would say that the revised IUI offer an available roadmap for advancing regional internet development and governance, and by supporting evidence-based policymaking and providing tailored recommendations, the framework empowers countries to create a more inclusive, rights-respecting, and resilient digital ecosystem. So it was really a great pleasure to work with all of you in the steering committee and to produce this new revised version that we have some copies here. So for those willing to have a physical copy, you can take after the panel. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Alexandra. Just a follow-up question on this. Now, UNESCO and CETIC consulted very widely in the process of this revision. So this was not a desk-based exercise. It was based on talking to people that have used the indicators and also getting input from others. Are there any particular insights or regional perspectives that you came across in the revision process that influenced this redesign of the indicators? Is there anything that stood out for you from the consultation process?
Yes, it is important to mention that besides conducting a new round of consultations, we also, UNESCO, sent out a survey for those countries that had already conducted the assessment. And the result of this survey was very insightful for the process, because one issue was that the questionnaire, the number of indicators was too long. So it was an opportunity to review this set of questions and the indicators. And more than that, in the X dimension, we were able to really consider new dimensions like sustainable development, gender. So this was a really insightful process. And as UNESCO is a very transparent type of organization, we took into account their voice from regions and from countries.
Thanks very much for that, Alexandra. I'm just checking. I also have the Zoom on my phone here, so I'm also checking what's happening online. But now that you've heard more about the indicators and about the revision, are there any questions or comments? And I also want to invite all the other panelists, including those online, if you have any additional remarks or questions in this first segment before we move on to our next part. The next part of the session is going to really look at the future of the IUIs and how we see the IUIs playing a key role in global digital governance. But the floor is now open. If you're in the room, raise your hand. If you're online, raise your virtual hand. I see, I don't see the online hands. Tatovik, is there someone online? I can't hear you, I'm afraid. Who's there? It's a question for David. So David, can you, I'm sure you've read it, but I'm going to read it out for everyone in the room. For David Suter, it's from Susana Naranjo. In your view, how do the IUIs stay adaptable to future technological and policy challenges while maintaining their core principles? David, are you happy to take that on?
Yes, sure. I think so. One of the things is that, as I said at the beginning, it was always the intention to revise these indicators after a number of years in order to respond specifically to developments that were taking place. The developments that take place within the digital sector are particularly problematic because they're very difficult to anticipate. If you look back at the World Summit 20 years ago, there was very little said then about mobility, because that was not seen at the time as being a particularly important dimension of the future development of the digital world, of the information society. Well, clearly that was one of the most stark. And many of the technologies and services we have now, most of them really, were simply not anticipated at that time. So these changes are dramatic and there needs to be a response to them. I think I'd say two things. This isn't meant to be a rigid framework. It is meant to be a framework that is for the use of people within their particular environments. And so the research teams and the multi-stakeholder advisory boards that assist them in each country should be thinking about what is specifically important to their country. How do these questions relate to their country? The meaning of that is different within every country as it is. And it's also going to, adaptation that one might need here is twofold. I think every few years, maybe 5 years, maybe a little longer, it's important for UNESCO to reflect on these indicators again and how they might evolve, perhaps next time after the SDG review in 2030. But it's also important for those dealing with them, those using them in individual countries, to think of the adaptations that are needed to interpret those principles and those questions for their own country and their own time.
Thanks for that, David. Hands in the room, but I no. Is there bad audio again? Is it better? Great. I do have a question, and and I want you to. Anyone on the panel can respond to that. David, yourself as well. And what about data sources? Have you found that in some of the countries where the indicators have been applied, that actually getting the data to respond to those questions and analyze, do the kind of analysis that you're talking about, has that been a challenge? And if it has been a challenge, how has that evolved over time? And what have you found as effective ways of responding to that challenge? So I'm not sure, David or Alexandra, if you want to respond to that. David, Alexandra is going to respond first, and then you can add.
Well, thank you for this question. This is a key issue in the assessment. We need data availability. And we know that in many countries, we still have a data gap for many indicators. In case of Brazil, we have the privilege of having a very rich data sets for many, many years. But what we have been seeing in countries that when the data is not available, countries have to go to more official type of data source from the International Telecommunication Union or World Bank or OECD, which is a secondary data source. And of course that in terms of collecting primary data, the interviews that we have conducted with the key actors in these ecosystems from different segments, not only government, of course, but academia, private sector, and civil society, is really key. So it is very important that the multi-stakeholder advisory board really have the domain and can lead the data collection, not only using already existing data sets, but also going through new data collections.
David, did you want to add on data?
Yes, yes, I will. I mean, I think it's one of the ironies, isn't it, of the digital revolution, that we have, in fact, inadequate data to assess how the data revolution is actually going. I think so. I mean, firstly, one of the reasons why there were so many indicators in the first framework is actually addressing this particular problem. It was trying to give options that researchers could use within the particular question that they were looking at to find evidence. And essentially, data are inadequate in many different contexts, and therefore researchers have to make the best use of what is available. That includes using assessments which are qualitative rather than quantitative, so considering the authoritative sources which might be available, the expertise which might be available, to fill in those gaps as credibly as possible. And also, I think at the end of the day, it's really important among the recommendations that are coming out of these responses, coming out of these reports, that a part of that, some of those recommendations are about the ways in which the data gathering, data analysis framework needs to be improved within the countries, because good data are essential for good policy making.
Thanks for that, David. Vint, I'm very happy to see a hand in our virtual room. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Henry. I just wanted to draw attention to two activities in the U.S. that might be of interest with regard to metrics. One of them is called the Measurement Lab. It's part of an organization called Code for Science and Society. Google is one of the members among many. It's a data collection effort to create open source data of performance of the internet. There is continued development of new measurement tools and metrics in order to understand the quality of service that's provided. For a long time, bandwidth was the big kahuna, but now people are worried about latency and other things. So I would urge people to have a look at the Measurement Lab, or MLab, online to see whether there's open data there they could find useful and also perhaps participate. The second activity is called the Broadband Coalition at the Marconi Society, and that's a regular meeting of people who are concerned about getting broadband access in the rural parts of the U.S. Into operation. And many of you will be aware of a major $42 billion effort to make broadband internet access available in the rural parts of the U.S. So I just draw those I draw these to your attention because they are very much relevant to the metrics that you've been developing.
Thanks for Vint, and those are really good examples as well, because I think it illustrates how the multi-stakeholder approach that the indicators deploy allows you to source metrics from your national statistical agencies, but also metrics that are generated by other stakeholder groups or other sectors. I don't see any hands in the room. No one wants to ask a question. Is it too noisy here? And I don't see any other hands online. So is there a question in the chat? No, I think we've covered everything so far. So let's move on to the second part of our session and listen to more of our fantastic speakers. Just to look a bit more towards the future now and the role of the IUIs in this evolving landscape of global digital governance. Jennifer, I'm going to start with you. I mean, what is your view? How do you think evidence-based policy can inform the development of national digital policies to address tech inequalities and governance challenges? And I'm going to add a little bit of a more provocative question as well, if I'm allowed to. Do you feel that evidence-based policy always comes naturally to governments, or is there also sometimes a process there too that has to be undertaken in a collaborative, consultative way, just to demonstrate and convince policymakers of the value of evidence-based policy?
I think this is working, yes? So my team gave me a great answer, but I'm going to riff a little on your question. And thanks for including us here today. And, you know, since the U.S. rejoined UNESCO, we have really been thrilled to be collaborating and working with you and your colleagues on a whole range of issues that we find incredibly important. So I should say I have been in the U.S. government I'm coming up on 27 years. And let me tell you, this question around data-driven policymaking has taken off probably in the last 15 to 20 years. But it's really challenging. I think you've got to start with the idea that what's the metric you use, right? I like to give the example. I was, 20 years ago or so, I was working in our embassy in Vietnam as the econ and labor officer. And we were supposed to determine whether or not, what was the metric we were going to use on the state of labor relations in Vietnam? And they said, okay, well, if you have more demonstrations, more labor actions, is that a good thing or a bad thing? And I'm an economic person, so I was like, more labor actions means it's a bad thing because it means that labor feels unhappy. And the political officers were like, no, it's a good thing because it means they can go and they can demonstrate and they can have their point of view heard. So in many worlds, actually, trying to figure out how to judge these issues is really difficult as policymakers. Now, luckily for us, on some of these issues, it's actually quite easy. What percent of the population is connected? That one I feel like is pretty good. But there are always going to be indicators that are probably going to be a little bit more fraught on what you're trying to achieve, right? So I think, first of all, we should all strive for data-driven decision-making. It's something the U.S. government has really embraced over the last 20 years. But we also need to recognize that there's going to be some tensions between, what data are we looking for? Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? How can we continue to try to strive towards reaching these outcomes that we want? Because the thing is, again, I am clearly a career bureaucrat. I haven't worked in the private sector, but having worked with lots of bosses who have, they always say to me, like, okay, but I got to understand what the return on investment is. If I'm going to spend X amount of money to connected, am I getting my money's worth? Where is the return on investment, and how can we demonstrate our share, which is to be as taxpayers, that investment is worth it? We are going in and out. Apologize for that. I promise it's not me.
I know.
I do want to spend a couple of other things on some of the ideas they have written in here. So, we think it's incredibly important to have affirmative vision for how digital technologies are working to. Part of the affirmative vision is the idea of connecting the unconnected, of trying to bring digital development to the world, and doing so in a multi-stakeholder point of view. And I think I also was very much struck by Vince's comment about the indicators that can come from the private sector. We, the U.S. government, can say, we believe we have this percent of the population connected. But we need to double track that, if you're talking about the U.S. approach, by talking to U.S. telecommunications providers and U.S. civil society and others who are going to say, well, you think it's this percent, but you've got this over here on the left, and you need to look at that. As we think about trying to analyze, you need to get as many data sources as possible, and then recognize that sometimes those data sources are in fact going to disagree with each other, and then you have to figure out a way to reconcile them. Now, all of that is messy and time consuming, but I think does have to be our ultimate goal as we look at these indicators. So hopefully I answered your question. I think I missed a lot of things that my team wanted me to say. So if you come back around, I'll see what I was supposed to say.
I will definitely come back
Thank you.
around to you. And thanks for that response, because I think you really cut to why this is so challenging, and I don't think we should pretend that it's not. But Vin, do you want to build on that? Actually, Jennifer talked about the perspective, the value that the private sector brings to this kind of process. What do you see as the role that tech companies, and specifically, but the private sector at large, can bring to this approach, advancing these kind of principles, but also addressing this issue of data-driven, evidence-based policymaking?
So, first of all, data-driven policymaking is really smart. I mean, any business model that you want to put together really needs to be based on data. Otherwise, you're just flying blind. So I'm a huge fan of data collection and analysis. In Google, of course, we believe that numbers count, and gathering data to guide our policies is absolutely essential. So I'm a big fan of measurement, and I'd like to congratulate UNESCO on its further evolution of the IUI framework. I wanted to just make a comment about metrics for a second, because it's one thing to measure things like data rates and latency and so on. But there are some other very important things that determine whether something's useful or not. One of them is availability. Is it reliably there all the time when you need it? Can you actually afford it, which is a major issue? And is it fit for purpose? That is to say, do its parametric performance values actually serve the applications that the users want? And I would argue that as you move around the world, you find people using different applications requiring different kinds of performance. Reliability and resilience equally important, because if it's not there when you need it, then it doesn't serve your needs. And I would include one other possible metric. I'm not sure how you would do this, but I wonder if accountability is an important component of the utility of the internet. We know that there are harmful behaviors on the net, and we wonder about how to hold parties accountable. I have no idea whether that's a metric that you can measure, but it certainly is something that should be concerned about. Am I assuming that we're moving into my more general presentation, Henriette, or am I just responding to your immediate question?
I think that, I think you're responding to my immediate question, but I think if you have time, now would be a good time if you wanted to make some broader inputs as well. So please go ahead. I do want to come back, though. While you do that, I'm going to alert David and Alexandra to your question about accountability. And Vint has just, I think, put a very important challenge on the table. Can you measure accountability? How do you measure it? It, of course, has many dimensions, but perhaps you can think about it, and after Vint has gone again, you can come back and tell us the extent to which the indicators at present tries to and deal with this question of accountability. But back to you, Vint.
Thank you so much, Henriette. So I'll continue more broadly. I want to talk a bit about the private sector, because that's where a great deal of the internet access is implemented. Certainly at Google, we invest very heavily in international subsea cable networks, our land-based cable networks, and of course our data centers and all of the communications that are required to support them, plus interconnection to the public internet in order to allow users to get to our data and computing capabilities. So we make, as do others in the private sector, major investments that enable people to make use of the internet and the kinds of applications that it can support. Certainly another element here in terms of metrics and investment is internet exchange points that allow the various networks of the internet to interconnect efficiently with each other. And I'm sure many of the countries that are concerned about connectivity have made a point of in at least measuring, if not also investing in internet exchange points to facilitate interconnection and resilience. There are other ways in which the private sector can contribute. One of them is open source, and we're big fans of that at Google. Much of our software is available through open source, and it is an enabler for others to take advantage of that work and to build upon it. We also provide broad platforms like large language models for artificial intelligence and machine learning applications that, again, let other people build on top of those frontier models. We're also big fans of open research, that is to say, sharing what we've discovered and what we've learned. We're also very active, as you know, in the Internet Governance Forum and the national, regional Internet Governance Forums, because those are places where information about the metrics that you have developed can be disseminated, and perhaps also feedback can be obtained from the measurements that are made. We're active in standards as well, and I think those are other equally enabling mechanisms that make the internet more useful for everyone. I could go on and on here, but I won't. I will say, though, that with regard to accessibility, this is a space where the private sector has made significant contributions, not only at Google, where we're very focused on captions and translation of languages from one to another. Others have made significant investments, Microsoft and Apple, for example, in terms of accessibility. These are really fundamental to making the internet useful for everyone, which of course is one of UNESCO's primary objectives. I will say, however, that I don't quite know what to say about artificial intelligence and the IUIs. I think we're not clear yet what to measure about an artificial intelligence application to tell us whether it's working well or not. So there's still some, I think, work to be done to figure out how we assess artificial intelligence. And if it becomes, increasingly central to the applications that we all use, I suspect that there has to be some further discussion within the UNESCO context about how we measure the utility and safety of the artificial intelligence applications that are emerging. So I'll stop there. I'm sure you've got other questions and more for the rest of the panel.
Thanks for that, Vint. And I think if I recall, actually, what the revision of the IUIs does is actually, it's not overly ambitious. I think it's actually asking countries to assess, are they at least talking about the challenges related to AI? So rather than having a finite measuring framework there, I think it is actually just giving those country teams the opportunity to have that conversation that you just opened. But now I want to move to Tenanoia from Tuvalu, from the Tuvalu Telecoms Corporation, because Tuvalu has applied the indicators. And I want to ask you, what are the challenges, particularly for a small island developing state, which already has so many internet-related challenges? What challenges do you feel you face in internet governance? And reflecting on your experience of applying the IUIs in Tuvalu, can the framework provide solutions? Do you think it can? Do you feel it has? Just give us your insights based on your experience.
Thank you so much for the question. I would like to take the opportunity to thanks for the opportunity to participate and include our small Pacific Island countries in this assessment. And it's really great to have the people from UNESCO visit our small island state. Thank you. Looking at Tuvalu's digital development journey, really it reflects both the aspirations and challenges of small island nation in advancing IUIs within a unique socio-economic and geographic context. So let me just give you a little bit of the Tuvalu digital development journey. Our journey is forward-looking towards digital transformation. It's shaped basically by the geographic isolation, limited infrastructure, vulnerability to climate change, and I think David mentioned that as well. But despite these challenges, Tuvalu has enhanced and embraced digitalization as part of its Digital Nation initiative. And the initiative really involves building digital twins, deploying modern telecommunication infrastructure, and also implementing services like, we are very disadvantaged from fintech solutions. It really aims to enhance connectivity and foster economic inclusion from our perspective. But I think this development reflects a commitment to more like leveraging digital tools like this, frameworks, to overcome the structural limitation and strengthen governance, education, and public service delivery. Coming to the question of challenge, small island nations like Tuvalu face very, very unique challenges in internet governance, which I would like to highlight a few. One of which is the big challenge is infrastructure constraints, in a sense that high cost of undersea cables. And I'm happy to say that my nation, Tuvalu, just landed the first submarine cable just a couple of days ago. And excellent. I thank the help from giant companies like Google, Vint, and your team for getting us connected to the entire world. And also with these challenges, the constraint of limited capacity for fiber deployment, given that the structure and geographic landscape of our islands are very remote and isolated, so the deployments can be very costly. And before that cable land, we depend 100% on satellite connectivity, so we are left out from the opportunity, on advancement in technology. One of the other limitations that I think we highlighted in the assessment that we did is because we are very small economies, we struggle to attract private investment in digital infrastructure. And we really rely heavily on development aids. The other important challenge that I want to highlight is capacity building. We have very limited technical expertise because of our isolated islands, and we are very far from the world with advanced technology. And given that we are now connected to the internet through cable, this will enable us, to get those capacity built at a very rapid rate. One of the major challenges in the Pacific Island countries is the fragmented and underdeveloped regulatory frameworks, which makes it very difficult to ensure things like cybersecurity, data protection, and basically competition. The other factor that really takes into account when it comes to internet governance is the environmental risks. We are very vulnerable, a small island state, to natural disasters because it disrupts connectivity, and also it strains our ability to recover from those disasters. And so bridging the digital divide in remote islands and remote communities, ensuring affordable internet access, it's still remain more like a persistent issue. So your question, the next part of your question asks if we consider this as a solution for the IUI framework. Well, it offers quite a number of solutions from the perspective of assessment and benchmarking, because it identifies the gaps in how we access the infrastructure, the skills and content of how we prioritize our interventions, and also localized solutions. And I think adapting to global best practices to the specific needs and reality of small island nation is very important, because we can contextualize what we need. From a policy guidance perspective, I think the framework really offers a governance, like a recommending governance structure that foster equitable access, I would say, and sustainability and resilience. Coming back to capacity building, I think this framework kind of highlights the need for partnerships and training programs to build that technical expertise at a local context, at a local level. My last point that I wanted to the framework offers is the facilitating of collaboration in terms of funding availability, given our small contacts with international, say, donors and development agency, because it addresses the financial constraint that we have as small Pacific Island countries. Thank you.
Thanks, Tenanon. I think those are really good responses, because I would imagine that when you face so many different challenges, going through this national process, which allows, or also perhaps forces you to I can't hear myself, but I assume it's working. And I think what you said there is and I think this is, I've been close enough to the IUIs to say this is part of the design, that the IUIs are designed in such a way that you build to do the measurement and the analysis can also evolve into partnerships for collaboration around addressing those challenges. And I think you've just said that so well. But I want to move on now to Alain. You work in digital cooperation for digital inclusion in 16 different countries. You haven't used the IUIs yet, but you're engaging with it now and you're thinking about it. How do you, at this point, see the IUIs facilitating and supporting the kind of multi-stakeholder collaboration that you're already working with in those 60 countries?
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm very honored to be here on this panel. And I would like, first of all, to congratulate UNESCO for the launch of the new IOI. I think it's a very amazing step to have that reviewed, because We are in an era where everything is accelerating very quickly, and digitalization is affecting and impacting the transformation of countries. So it is very important always to stop, reflect, and engage, and always update all the measurements and frameworks that we are building. At the Digital Cooperation Organization, I think what we are trying to achieve through the IOIs and is really aligned with what UNESCO as an organization trying to do is to bridge the digital divide, to have a framework that will help and support countries to assess where they stand, to understand their current state, and build actionable solutions and plans. And even us as Digital Cooperation Organization, we have recently launched our Digital Economy Navigator, which focuses on the digital economy from a maturity perspective. Again, we are moving towards using the same approach, which is a database of different indicators. It's very aligned with what UNESCO is trying to do with IOIs. I really see the point where it's very important for us when we are trying to build collaboration is to have the right data in place, to have it built upon those different indicators. And this is why I believe with this framework that even the new one with the IOIs, I think it will really provide targeted plans for countries, not only to understand where they are, but even to, and it was mentioned by one of the panelists, to look at what is the return of investment, to measure what is being really impacted. So when you sit there and start creating initiatives or even change policies that are based on data, this will really help you measure how much you are progressing, because it's not just random, it's not just putting plans in place, but actually building those plans on existing data, on a unified framework where not only one country is looking at it, but a list of countries having the same direction, having the same vision that they want to accomplish. And then also it's very important, which is mentioned, share the lessons and the experience between those countries, again based on a well-established framework. For all the countries to have that unified vision is a very, I believe it's an accomplishment by itself. And not only from a country perspective, but as we mentioned, it's a stakeholder, a multi-stakeholder aspect. To have also the academia, to have the private sector, to have governments, all of them looking at the digital divide in the same way, trying to bridge it, trying to address it. This is really a step forward to accelerate that evolution and transformation that we are trying to achieve. It is the right way, it is the fastest way, and I believe it's the only impactful way for us to move forward.
Thanks very much, Ala. And in fact, as a taxpayer, I consider tax as my form of investment in the public sector, and I ask that question too. You know, what return of investment do we get from our taxes? So I think that approach is as important, perhaps even more so, with public sector investment. And I want to go back to you, Jennifer, seeing as you're a self-confessed government official. How do you see, I mean, we talk a lot about the multi-stakeholder approach in the IUIs and in the IGF, but do you feel that there's also a need to strengthen multilateral efforts, to use tools such as the IUIs, which adopt the multi-stakeholder approach? Do you think there's enough of a understanding within the intergovernmental space about the value of tools such as this to address these emerging global governance and digital governance challenges?
Thanks for the question. I think the reality is that multilateralism dominate most of our work. I mean, let's be clear, having negotiated the Global Digital Compact, even though we injected multi-stakeholderism into it, and the Global Digital Compact did reinforce the role of multi-stakeholderism, multilateralism is continuing to have a leading role in these issues. And I guess I'm more worried about multi-stakeholderism than I am about multilateralism. I'm also worried about, and I looked back at notes and it wasn't in there, but it sparked my mind, with the idea of the rights-based, open, accessible to all, and nurtured by multi-stakeholder participation. It's a question of how you evaluate the stakeholder participation. If you consult, is that talk to one civil society organization, is that multi-stakeholder participation? And I think we really need to, when you talk about the quality of data, the reality is you need to be consulting with multiple companies, multiple civil society, multiple academia, and multiple tech communities. And I think that one of the things we need to think about, and sorry to have ignored your multilateral question because I think that we spend a lot of time on it, but I think the definitions around multi-stakeholderism in a way that's actually meaningful is something that's incredibly important, and to make sure that the data is not just one company. Because, what we find regularly is talking to big tech, we'll get a different answer than talking to, let's say, small tech. And talking to civil society based in rural areas is different than talking to civil society based in urban areas. You really also need quantity, but a quality of diversity. Otherwise, you're going to make policies that are not the best and that are potentially not implementable. So I think, for me, I think a lot about this because I am a government bureaucrat. I am not an expert in the way technology works. I need as many experts as I can to say, well, you think if you write this thing, it's going to have this outcome. But in fact, it's not working. But anyway, hopefully, point.
Sorry, I am just sorry, Jennifer. Is the audio cutting out for other people as well? Not just for me. So our tech people in the back of the room, the audio from speakers in the room is not working fantastically. I don't know if it's the mic or whatever. But Jennifer, I'm so glad you said that. Do you think it's the mic, Bear? Good. So we need to give you another mic. We'll hear now. I'm very glad you emphasized that, because I think that's, I think if we want to use this multi-stakeholder approach, we cannot just use it at a tokenistic level. We've got to be intentional about it, deliberative, acknowledge that there's diversity. So I think that's really important. And I think there's in fact, we launched our open consultation process for this updated universal internet universality indicators during Net Mundial +10 in Sao Paulo earlier this year. And one of the outcomes of that process is that both the multilateral and the multi-stakeholder internet governance processes need to get better and be more intentional and inclusive. But Ale, you wanted to come in on this issue as well, so please go ahead and we'll check your mic.
Can everyone? Yes, I think I can be heard. So yeah, I totally agree with what Jennifer was mentioning specifically.
Is it on?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. I can't hear you, but it's fine.
So I totally agree with what she has said, because again, it's not only about one country perspective. If we are talking about, it impacts also the multilateral aspect, because it's not only from one country perspective, rather than looking at different countries, different region, different situation, different level of maturities of different aspects, different sectors. And then we are talking about, as you have mentioned, are we talking about big tech companies? Are we talking about SMEs, small, medium enterprises? A different perspective coming from academia, researchers, think tanks. They all provide their own right angle of how to tackle different transformation challenges that different countries are facing. And I believe we should try, even from an international organizations, work together to bring everyone on the table through different consultations on different regions, different layers. Again, I believe this is the only way that we can really help in providing that unified direction for different countries to really all to be on the, let's say, not the same level, but at least we are all talking on the same foundation and being in the same era, not having third of the world unconnected or 2.6 million of people are not connected and the other are connected, and talking about a different age of transformation.
Thanks. In Africa, it's under 40% at the moment. Vint, I see your hand. I also want to invite other people in the room to speak and ask questions. And also if someone, I've noted your hand. And Vint asked a question in the Zoom chat about whether low Earth orbit satellites are being used for Pacific Islands. So if anybody wants to volunteer to respond to that, either from the room or online, please go ahead. Jennifer, you have an answer.
I mean, the answer is yes, they are. And it depends what you're trying to do, whether LEOs are going to be sufficient to connect the unconnected. And this is, we worked a lot on the Tuvalu, and I will turn to you. But recognizing that what you can do for a population the size of Tuvalu with low Earth orbit satellites is nothing compared to what you can do with an undersea cable. Yeah, but I also want to add another thing. What was really interesting was when we started to talk to ambassadors, U.S. chiefs of mission about AI, we had a number of ambassadors who said, you guys are talking about a conversation that really is about a small number of countries, when in fact, and these were particularly in developing countries, ambassadors are like, we don't even have connected populations. So it's like there's almost two different conversations happening in different areas. And so it's a little bit of like, you can't forget that you still have the unconnected. You need to have them in the room. And you can't just say, we're going to run and have another complete conversation about AI when we can't even, talk about having, meaningful access to information and connectivity. So that is, I think, your point about getting everybody in the room, because otherwise you can't have a conversation that feels like only part of the world is participating in it. And I don't want to speak for Tuvalu, but I think that you probably have similar points of view.
Do you want to respond? Go ahead.
Yeah, so in now part of the world, LEO, yes, it's playing a very important role in connecting our remote areas. The question is it affordable for a standard local person in that remote area to get connected to this LEO solution? It's a very good solution, but there's always a question of affordability and how we can sustain that in the context of small island nation. And it's something that people in my country, I would say, still facing that affordability issue and challenges.
Thanks for that. Vint, I'm going to come to you. I've seen your hand, but I have two people in the room that are eager to speak, so I'm going to give them the floor. We'll start over there, and then can I ask someone to help with moving the mic? This is the mic that works. And just introduce yourself and be brief.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Huzaifi Sakhadidban. I coordinate the Chad with IGF, and I'm here attending this session as a reporter. I would like to thank UNESCO for giving me this chance. And if I'm here attending the IGF, it's because also of UNESCO. So thanks a lot to UNESCO team for that. I think I would like also to appreciate, the framework, revise it. But situations, in my country and indicators are quite different. And for me to understand clearly the position of the co-facilitators, I have a questions. If you could please specify how can the advanced second generation internet universality indicators ROMX framework contribute to shaping an inclusive, right-respecting and sustainable digital future, and what specific strategies should a stakeholder such as government, civil society, private sector and academia adopt to integrate these indicators into national and regional internet governance framework effectively. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much for that question. And I think maybe, Taufik, you can also come to that, your closing remarks perhaps, in that address that. Aziz, let's have your question, and then Aviz, Just introduce yourself and be brief, and then we'll have Vint. Aziz, you are next.
Thank you.
We can hear you.
You hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Henriette. I am Aziz Hilali. I am professor. I'm from Morocco, chair of ISOC Morocco, and member of different IGF locally and regionally. And I would like to come back to the special importance of indicators, particularly in the Arab region, where digital transformation is happening, but in different speeds or different ways. More than half of, I think we are in the Arab region, less than 500 million people in 23 countries of the region are connected to the internet. However, there are still significant digital gaps. Internet penetration in the region remains below than the global average, which is 65%. The same in African region. These indicators, I think, are important. They can act as a compass to guide public policies toward fair and sustainable solution aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG. In this context, I want to highlight the importance of including these indicators in the national and regional strategies. For example, I want just to give the North Africa as example with its challenges such as weak infrastructure and unequal access could benefit from recommendation based on reliable data to reduce digital divides. So this effort must involve stakeholders. As most speakers said in this session, we have to integrate these indicators into stakeholder strategies is very crucial for building an internet that is inclusive, openness, and respectful of human rights. Thank you.
Thanks, Aziz. I think we always talk about a holistic, and I think what the indicators give us is a way of applying that. We'll have the question from Aviz. Or do you want to? You don't have a question. Sorry, I can't hear. Maybe give him the.
Thank you very much. I'm Aviz from Cameroon. It is a concern, not a question. I'm asking myself for civil society, as I'm from civil society, who want to involve in the assessment. And as you know, there is some data coming from the government, specifically in this point from the use of the Universal Asset Fund, which is very quiet. Some countries are not really, let's say, they don't want to give the information about this point. And as you know, the use of the Universal Fund gives a lot of data for what are being implemented in the field. So I don't know if there is some advice when coming on this point, please.
Good. I think that's a very good question. And I'm going to ask any panelist who's got experience of this and who understands the indicators to talk about whether the process will reveal whether there are concerns about how universal access funds. I know I have learned from looking at the indicators how different countries are actually approaching universal access funds deployment differently. But Vint, let's have your question and then we'll go into a round of responses. I see David is ready to tell us about accountability. Vint, if that wasn't an old hand, please go ahead.
It's not an old hand. I am an old hand, but that's a different story.
So am I.
Yeah. I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that multi-stakeholder practices are vitally important here. It's certainly true that member states have a great deal to do with policy and international policy in particular. But with regard to internet and its implementation, it's fair to say that the bulk of the implementation is done in the private sector. And so there is a natural partnership that should arise out of government and the private sector, to say nothing about the influence of the civil society and the technology community with regard to either utility or implementation of the internet. So I just want to overemphasize the importance of this collaborative component for connectivity, as well as all the other metrics that go along with the IUI.
Thanks, Vint. I can't resist saying this, though. If the private sector was doing a better job, we wouldn't have lower than 40% internet penetration in Africa. But that's really a challenge to the mobile sector, not to Google. So let's just hear what David, you can respond to the accountability question. So please go ahead. And then I'm going to ask other panelists to respond to other questions. Is that you need to leave quite soon? So I'll give you first. So David, yes, how does the indicators, do they help us address that issue of accountability that Vint raised earlier? Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I would say that accountability is a very fundamental question to anything around this, and it's really to do with the relationship between technology and and human society, both governments and actually and businesses as well. And it's very much related to power structures. So the extent to which you are capable of assessing accountability really does depend a lot on what the power structures within a society enable you to look at and what sort of data are available. In this framework here, there are quite a lot of places where the IUI questions are asked, or the indicators are asking to look first at what the state law, regulation, and so on. So what is the formal requirement? And then secondly, at how that is enforced in practice, or what is actually happening in practice. So that is about, that second part of that question is to do with accountability. And in assessing it, I'd say, well, first, quantitative evidence is often lacking, but also not always going to be the best source. However, a great deal more openness from digital businesses here might be helpful. There's too much keeping of information confidential for commercial reasons or supposed commercial reasons. I noticed this particularly with the area I'm working in the environment. There's a need for critical assessment of what quantitative information is available by researchers. But also there's a need to look at this qualitative evidence, as I said before. What do serious observers, academics, serious journalists, researchers in genuine think tanks, that sort of thing, what are they saying? And in terms of accountability, again, I'd say, and I think the framework does address this, it's not just about what governments are doing, it's also about the power of other actors within the digital environment, including business markets. I suppose two other quick points. And firstly, on evidence-based policymaking, one of the problems we have here is that not everybody believes in evidence-based policymaking, and actually quite a lot of governments don't believe in evidence-based policymaking, as we're seeing. So that's a challenge here. In terms of AI, that's going to be particularly difficult in the context where assessing accountability. How do you assess accountability if those who are running systems themselves aren't really capable of understanding why particular decisions are being made? So I think with AI, we reach another level of difficulty in assessing accountability, which is a challenge for the next revision of the IUIs. But it's also actually a much bigger challenge, I think, for society as a whole.
And David, thanks very much for that. And before I move on to the next, well, let me actually ask Ala to speak, and then I'll come back to you on universal service funds. Do you have some closing remarks before you leave?
Yes. So first of all, again, we congratulate UNESCO. And I really want to emphasize on the transformative potential of such frameworks like the IOIs and their vital role that they really play in shaping an evidence-based policy and action plans, and having a good multi-stakeholder collaboration and bridging the digital divide. as the digital landscape is really evolving very quickly. As the Digital Cooperation Organization, we really are committed to support these efforts by enabling and our member states to leverage such tools like the IUIs and also our Digital Economy Navigator to achieve their inclusive and sustainable digital transformation journey. We believe that as our name, we are the Digital Cooperation Organization. We believe in the importance of cooperation, and this is why we are very happy to be in such a panel beside the UNESCO and to have that multilateral and multi-stakeholder conversation. And we believe that this is the right approach to work together, to share our experience, to make sure that no one is left behind and that we have a prosperous future for all. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And I know you have to go, but thanks for joining our panel. David, will the applying the IUIs help a country team unpack some of the challenges around how the Universal Service and Access Fund is defined, deployed, and contributing to meaningful access? Is that covered by the indicators? David, are you still there or are you muted?
I lost the connectivity and you came back at the end saying something about
My question is that I know that you have built in the revised IUIs, there's now additional focus on meaningful connectivity. So the question that we had from the floor was, would applying the indicators help at a national level that multi-stakeholder group of implementers of the indicators be able to unpack whether it is using its universal access or service fund effectively, whether there are issues with how it's defined, whether it's being used for, let's say, local access or community networks. Is that a topic that will be surfaced by applying the IUIs?
So the indicators that, one of the things that's important about them is they're not overwhelmingly specific. And so the issues that are raised in terms of meaningful connectivity in one country will differ from those that are raised in another. And what the indicators do is give the researchers to identify what is important within their individual country and then to focus on that. So the answer to your question is yes, it does. And it doesn't need to identify that in it's a very specific way in order for that to be the case. It's something that the researchers and the multi-stakeholder advisory boards should direct their work towards in those countries where that is a particularly important question.
Thanks very much for that, David. And I also know that it can also reveal if a regulator is finding it difficult to get data from operators, which is often the case. The IUI process will also most likely reveal that too. But let's have some final remarks from the panel. And I hear myself cutting out. But Alexandra, let's start with you, and then we'll go on to you, and then to Jennifer, and then Taufik will close for us. Any reactions or responses to the questions, or additional points that you want to make?
Thank you very much, Andriette. Well, I would like to comment on the multi-stakeholder dialogue that we are having here. Just to mention that in Brazil, we have a very well-established multi-stakeholder internet governance model in which the government coordinates the whole structure. And I would say that it is a multi-stakeholder dialogue platform in which we have different voices. And I agree with Jennifer that which voices are we hearing. But what I want to say that although this is a well-structured governance model, we do have so many opportunities of dialoguing with the society, like the National Internet Governance Forum. All different areas that is taken into consideration in this dialogue, like culture, digital inclusion, gender, meaningful connectivity, artificial intelligence. So in those specific areas, we invite different voices so that we can take into consideration into the policy design those aspects. And besides that, I'm responsible for a data production center related to measuring the adoption and the impact of ICTs in different areas of society. And in that particular case, we do have also expert group that support our measurement activities. So we do have government, academia, civil society, private sector that guide us in terms of how to measure and what to measure based on which methodology. So I would say that the Brazilian model is really solid enough that provides the government very important insightful for policy design. And just to mention three important influential dialogue that we have. I guess that most of you may know the Brazilian Act on the Internet Bill of Rights that we call in Portuguese Marco Civil da Internet. It was based on a very important dialogue that took place into the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. Also, we had when we had the Personal Data Protection Act approved, it was previously based on the dialogue that we had, multi-stakeholder dialogue. Also, in terms of digital inclusion policies or digital abilities, along with the Minister of Education in Brazil. So this is a really important process. And I agree that 100% evidence-based policy is really difficult to have because the policy design and the process is quite complex. But I would say that in the last 20 years, based on this dialogue on the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, we did make progress in that regard. And I would like to finish by saying that also the Brazilian government counts on this structure, on this multi-stakeholder structure, to help in very important and critical actions like the G20. We have just Brazil finished the presidency of the G20, in which the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee took a very active role in several areas in terms of digital economy. So we work very closely with the government in terms of artificial intelligence and meaningful connectivity. And just to finish, I would like to say that since the first assessment that we had in 2015, using the first generation IOI, I would say that today we are not discussing digital inclusion by the fact of being or not being connected, but the meaningful connectivity, which brings a huge number of dimensions like digital skills, affordability, safety, use of the internet. So this is a result of this process. And I hope, Taufik, that we will be able to once again pioneer by adopting the second generation of this framework, which is so important. So maybe in the next IGF, we will be able to give some results of this second generation. And once again, I think that this is a very important moment because we have recently approved the Pact for the Future and also the upcoming WISIS Plus 20 review, and ROMEX is a very important model. And just to finish, I would like to say that the new title of this publication is Advanced Inclusive Digital Transformation with the ROMEX Indicators. ROMEX is a key pillar in all this discussion of the Global Digital Compact and WISIS Plus 20 review. So once again, congratulations to UNESCO and to your leadership for providing this very important and relevant framework.
Thanks very much, Alexandra. Tena Noya, do you want to add anything?
Yep, thank you for the second opportunity. I think I will acknowledge the role of MAB, the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Body Board, because there are key benefits out of this arrangement, and one of which is the board really brings out together the government, civil society, private sector, and community representation, because it ensures the diverse voice of the people, and also enhancing that credibility. It gives stakeholders involvement, foster trust and buy-ins from various groups, and I think members contributed technical expertise as well as insights into best practices, which for me, it enhanced the quality of assessment and recommendation from this. And the last one I wanted to say is that, when it comes to a table, when we did the consultation, multi-stakeholders with various sectors, sometimes there's conflict of resolution, and I think the board really brings that, it helps mediate that kind of competing interest, and align the objectives to what we believe it should contextualize to the context of the nation. So, and again, I would like to echo the same sentiment from other speakers, congratulating UNESCO for the launching of the new framework. Thank you.
Thanks, Tena Noya. Jennifer.
Thanks for that. And again, to echo the comments of the rest of the panelists, congratulations on this. I think it's so critically important that we continue to discuss ways to try to evaluate and understand how connectivity is taking place. I think that the U.S. government has really upped its game on connectivity, on engagement with UNESCO, on engagement with the multi-stakeholder community. We're proud in our organization to have been a critical element of this, and also through the launching of our the U.S. International Cyberspace and Digital Policy Strategy, which talks about all of these things in it. But I think to conclude, I just want to say how excited I am to continue to work with this group and with others to really advance our digital future, one that's based on rights respecting technology, one that's based on bringing all the voices into it. Because ultimately, if we're going to achieve our goals for connectivity and for meaningful access to information, we're going to need to do it together in a way that really is based on this idea of data and collaboration and communication. So thanks.
Thanks, Jennifer. Vint, did you have any further comments? David, anything more from you? Vint says audio, the Zoom participants say that the audio is cutting out for them. I think let's move on then to asking Taufik to make some closing remarks for us. And I think I have to add, before you start, my congratulations to you as well, to UNESCO, to CETIC, and to everyone who's been part of this process. So you.
Thank you very much, Henriette. Let me first comment on the last two, maybe a couple of recent remarks made by Jennifer first regarding the collaboration here. We very much enjoyed having the US back to UNESCO since July 2023. We look forward to continued collaboration with the US in spite of changing administration at the White House. And you mentioned the field of communication and information, which has many themes there: freedom of expression, protection of journalists, media development, multilingualism online, caring for minorities, including indigenous peoples, and so on and so forth. So we have many common topics of great interest, and would like to continue the work that we have reinitiated a bit over a year since US came back to UNESCO. And also, I want to comment on what you said, Alexander. You said that maybe in the next IGF 2025, we can showcase some early results from the implementation of the revised Internet Universality indicators. This is a great goal. We should definitely do that, because the point is not just to prove the concepts, it's to prove the value of our work, of the ROM-X framework. However, this creates, of course, a momentum. And as we know, the next IGF is not 1 year away from today. it's just 6 months away from today. So we need to be ready by May 2025. So in June 2025 in Norway at IGF, we can showcase, we can share with interested parties the first set of results and to what extent the revised framework was impactful. Let me also thank everybody in the panel, but online and physically in the room, but also our participants. I see that there, I was told we have few minutes left. I'll be brief. So I would like to thank the panelists online and in the room. I would like to thank the audience as well for coming to this session. This is very important for us. And the discussion and the multiple perspectives we heard from the US, from Brazil, from Tuvalu, from the Digital Cooperation Organization, and further afield, I think the different testimonies clearly show the relevance of the Rome X frameworks and the indicators. Also, they emphasize the challenges and the specificities of different contexts around the world. I think this reminds us also that we need to have a truly inclusive collective effort if we want to build the digital future that we aspire towards, an open, safe, secure, but also multi-stakeholder and human rights anchored. I think a number of speakers, including Jennifer, insisted on the multi-stakeholder dimension, in addition, of course, to the multilateral role of international organizations. But I think we all agree that the work has to be not only anchored, but remain respectful of human rights. And let me say again to conclude that the revised framework that we presented today and that booklet or book, which is here in physical forum, but we have it also available online and soon in multiple languages. I think this shows that what we did was not just revising a framework, it's more than that. I think it was a bold step towards ensuring that the internet remains a force for equity, for sustainability, and for human development. I think for sure, our work and those who will be implementing the revised framework will foster our partnership going forward. A number of you mentioned the digital divide that is still today unacceptably high. I think this work of national digital assessment using our indicators is a step towards putting in place the right national digital strategy, among others, to reduce the digital divide. And it's, as we know, it's multiple divides. It's digital, it's informational, it's knowledge divide, it's a gender divide as well. So it's only through collective effort and partnership that we can tackle these divides. And the common goal of all of us is we should not leave anyone behind or anyone out of the new digital era, the new digital age in which we live today. And thank you, Henriette, for your excellent moderation of this panel. Back
Thanks
to you.
very much, Taufik. And thanks to everyone. I see that the remote participants are also complaining.
I would like one last word to thank the UNESCO team. I see Cedric O'Hall
Yes.
here. I see Tatevik as well, and colleagues who are in Paris, who maybe are not with us in the room here. I want to also say a big thank you to all of you for making it ready for IGF 24.
Thanks, Taufik. It's been a massive amount of work to make it ready for this launch. So thanks to everyone. Apologies for the difficulties with the audience. Thanks to our tech team. I know you did your best. And thanks very much, everyone, for joining us.
We don't have a PA, we have earphones, so you will have to wear the earphones if you want to listen to each other. There will be a guy. Come again? No. They will be bringing the headphones. Ma'am.
Yes.
I think you. Do you want the earphones or the headphones? Because you have to listen.
ليه؟ لا أنا fine. I can hear now.
You can hear?
Yeah.
Okay, if you can hear them, that's fine.
بس لا ما راح تسمعينه انت لما يتكلمون كلهم شوي ترى مرة في عازل مرة الصوت يعني مرة قوي
يعني
فاحنا كلنا نلبس السماعات عشان نسمع الكل
فيعني تبيني أفك سماعة؟
هذا فوق هذا
ليه فوق ما بيجي شكلها حلو؟
ما راح تسمعين كويس مرة لأن الإزعاج شوي ما في عوازل
لا بسمعهم دام معاهم مايك. إيه لا بسمع
بس انت لما تجربين بيصير
طيب ممكن نجرب بسرعة؟ يلا ممكن نجرب الصوت بسرعة؟
الصوت ترى بالسماعة.
بسماعة.
إيه في سماعات. السماعة يا طويلة العمر المايك يروح على طول للسماعة.
أوكي.
فعندك الخيار إنك تلبسينه أو ما تلبسينه حسب إذا كان يزعجك ولا لا. بس أنا أنصح
ما راح تسمع كويس
بس ما في هنا هم بيتكلموا مع بعض كلهم معهم مايكات. لما يصير في اتندز عادي شيل السماعة.
لما يصير في اتندي. طيب تبون نجرب يعني بالسماعة؟
جربي بالسماعة وبدون شوفوا شو يناسبك.
أوكي.
تكلمي
طيب
شيلي السماعة.
شيل السماعة الآن. الصوت عالي مرة ما أسمع.
عالي هذه قصدك؟
إيه لا أنا أسمع نفسي بس ما أسمعهم.
لا هم اللي معاه مايك
إيه
يصير يجي صوته هنا برا.
أوكي.
فأنتم كلكم تسمعون بعض هنا.
طيب أوكي بس شكلي كويس مع كل هالسماعات.
إيه لا ممتاز.
لا الصدق.
والله ممتاز.
طيب الحين أنا أوكي. طيب ممكن تتكلمين بالمايك؟
طيب هذا ما يشتغل. I know. صوتي واضح؟
إيه.
صوتي.
نعم.
ممتاز.
يس.
اوكي وانت لما تتكلمين تسمعين نفسك.
يس. اوكي شكرا. دكتور تفضلوا. ايه لا القصيم اخر شيء عشان الاسئله. ايه
السلام عليكم.
أتوقع جميعا إذا في سؤال ممكن
أبد إذا أنتم حول بعض تسمعون بعض.
أتوقع أن هاي دكتورة نحتاجها.
انا ماني اي تي. انا الحين اسمع نفسي فانا اخاف اني ما اسمعكم. ايه بس انا الان ما اسمعك. تكلم. لا مو شغال.
تسمعيني دكتورة؟
ايه
ايه واضح.
ترى أفضل بكثير السماعة. نخرب التشخيصة.
هي بعملية.
صوتي واضح ممتاز. كذا أعتقد أوضح للجميع.
بسم الله الرحمن.
طيب كذا صوتي واضح؟ يمكن ما تشغل عندك، تسمح لي بس كذا. طيب احنا عندنا بس 3 مايكات، فيمكن اخلي مايك الثالث هنا وما ادري بينكم يعني المايك الثاني. خلاص تفضل.
بسم الله.
لازم يكون رقم 3.
بسم الله. إن شاء الله الأمور واضحة.
الصوت واضح، إذا استخدمت المايك واضح. إذا أحد استخدم المايك بتسمع مايك. طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نبدأ. طيب ما يخالف، هم كل الحضور يدخلون علشان الوقت يصير في مجال النقاش. طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أهلا وسهلا فيكم. نرحب فيكم أصحاب السعادة، عمداء وكلاء التعليم الإلكتروني في الجامعات السعودية، ونبدأ بالترحيب والتعريف بكم. أولا سعادة الدكتور حامد صالح القحطاني، عميد عمادة الخدمات الإلكترونية في جامعة الملك خالد. أهلا وسهلا فيك. ثانيا سعادة الدكتور سلطان القحطاني، عميد عمادة تقنية المعلومات والتعلم الإلكتروني بجامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود. أهلا وسهلا فيك. يليه سعادة الدكتور بدر الدغيفق، وكيل عمادة التعليم الإلكتروني والتحول الرقمي بجامعة الجوف. حياك الله دكتور. وبعد يعني آخرا وليس أخيرا سعادة الدكتور الزميل عبد اللطيف، وكيل عمادة التعليم الإلكتروني وتقنية المعلومات بجامعة القصيم. حياك الله. تدور ورشتنا اليوم في ملتقى الحكومة الرقمية حول أثر الجامعات في تسريع تبني البرمجيات الحكومية المفتوحة المصدر، وترتبط الورشة باستراتيجية البرمجيات الحرة مفتوحة المصدر في المملكة العربية السعودية ومحاورها 6: بناء بنية تقنية مستدامة، وتعزيز المحتوى المحلي، وتشجيع الابتكار المفتوح، وتمكين الكوادر البشرية، وتحسين الأمن السبراني، ودعم الاقتصاد الرقمي. العنوان الرئيس في حوارنا الأول يدور حول استراتيجية التي تدفع دور الجامعات في دفع التقدم التكنولوجي في البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر، وكيف يمكن للجامعات أن تلعب دورا قياديا في دفع منظومة المحيط الأزرق لتبني البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر. احنا ممكن نستهل الحديث معكم سعادة الدكتور حامد بالحديث كيف يمكن لجامعة الملك خالد تطوير استراتيجية متكاملة للتحول الرقمي ولتبني البرمجيات الحرة مفتوحة المصدر كأداة رئيسية في الابتكار والتكنولوجيا، مع الأخذ بالاعتبار دور هذه الاستراتيجية وعلاقتها بالبرامج التعليمية وبتحفيز الابتكار وبناء المجتمعات والحاضنات داخل جامعة الملك خالد. فيعني تتحدث معنا مشكورا حول هذه التجربة.
الله يحييكم دكتورة منيرة، وحيا الله الزملاء الأعزاء والحضور الكرام. طبعا نشكر لهيئة الحكومة الرقمية الاستضافة، وأيضا نبارك للجميع ما حصلوا عليه من جوائز خلال هذا الملتقى النوعي والبهيج. طبعا جامعة الملك خالد خلال الفترة القصيرة الماضية وبرعاية من أمير منطقة عسير الأمير تركي بن طلال أطلقنا في جامعة الملك خالد جامعة الملك خالد للعالمية، وكان من خلال هذه انطلاقة لاستراتيجية جامعة الملك خالد وأهدافها الاستراتيجية النوعية، والتي منها تحسين مخرجات التعليم والتعلم، تحقيق التميز المؤسسي، تعزيز البحث والابتكار، تنويع الإيرادات البديلة، وكذلك تحسين جودة الحياة، وأيضا تعزيز التطوع والمشاركة المجتمعية. نحن في عمادة الخدمات الإلكترونية وباستراتيجية التحول الرقمي الداعمة لهذه الأهداف الاستراتيجية لجامعة الملك خالد، حرصنا أن يكون هناك مكون أساسي في هذه الاستراتيجية، ألا وهو تبني البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر، لأننا نعلم جميعا أننا نصب في هدف واحد، ألا وهو هدف كيف أن يكون لدينا في هذه المملكة الغالية مبرمج من بين 1000 مقيم ومواطن. نحن في جامعة الملك خالد وبعد الشراكة النوعية التي كانت قبل سنة من الآن وفي هذا المكان أو في الريتز، أنا ناسي كان هنا أو في المكان الآخر، فعلا من next day نحن في جامعة الملك خالد عظمنا هذه الاتفاقية وبدأنا فعلا العمل الحقيقي، وجلسنا مع وكالات الجامعة المختلفة وبدأنا العمل الحقيقي بدءا مع وكالة الجامعة للشؤون التعليمية من خلال إدراج مقررات في هذه البرمجيات، أيضا الكلام أو الحديث مع كلية الحاسب الآلي من خلال تبني هذه البرمجيات، أيضا راجعنا كثير من الخطط والمناهج في المواد التعليمية التقنية التي يوجد فيها جانب عملي، وحرصنا أن يكون هذه البرمجيات هي جزء أساسي في تعزيز البحث والابتكار والاستدامة الرقمية في جامعة الملك خالد وفي وطننا الغالي. أيضا نحن في عمادة الخدمات الإلكترونية ومن خلال تعزيز هذه الثقافة، ثقافة تبني البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر، حرصنا على كل المستويات، مستوى التطبيقات، مستوى البنية، مستوى الشبكات، مستوى التحول الرقمي، وكل المستويات أن نعظم تفعيل مثل هذه البرمجيات لأسباب كثيرة، أسباب كفاءة إنفاق، أسباب تعزيز الأمن السيبراني، أسباب
زيادة الإنتاجية،
المشاركة التقنية، زيادة الإنتاجية، وهذا بإذن الله تعالى نشير له فيما يتعلق بزيادة الإنتاجية في محور لاحق. عندنا الله يحفظكم دكتورة والزملاء الأعزاء، نحن في جامعة الملك خالد ممثلة في وكالة العمادة للتعلم الإلكتروني حرصنا على أن يكون عندنا منصات نوعية في هذه البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر، وعندنا مبادرة الآن تدعى بمبادرة المسارات المرنة بالتعاون مع المركز الوطني للتعليم الإلكتروني، وحرصنا من خلال هذه المبادرة أن يكون فعلا داعمين لتبني برمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. نحن اليوم في جامعة الملك خالد نعمل توافقية مع كل العمادات، سواء عمادة شؤون الطلاب من خلال وحدة الموهوبين، من خلال وحدة التدريب والتدريب الطلابي على البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. نحن اليوم مع عمادة البحث العلمي والدراسات العليا جلسنا وتحدثنا كثيرا في كيفية أن يكون هناك منح بحثية في هذه المجالات اللي تتعلق بالتقنيات الناشئة ودعم تبني البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر، ولنا لله الحمد في جامعة الملك خالد أرقام نوعية في هذا المجال. أيضا مركز ريادة الأعمال هناك خط ساخن ما بين العمادات التي ذكرناها ومركز ريادة الأعمال من خلال احتضان مثل هذه البرمجيات أو السولوشنز اللي تم بناها بناء على تبني البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. اليوم نحن مع الزملاء في الكلية التطبيقية نعمل جاهدين على أن يكون لدينا دبلومات لبرامج تعلم عن بعد في مثل هذه البرمجيات أو توظيف البرمجيات في كثير من الدبلومات. نحن في جامعة الملك خالد لله الحمد حرصنا ونحرص على أن نعزز الابتكار في تبني البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر من خلال كثير من الهاكاثونات التي أقيمت خلال الفترة القليلة الماضية. كان لدينا هاكاثون نوعي، هاكاثون الابتكار في التعليم، وكان من أهم
عناصر هذه الهاكاثونات أن تكون العملية قائمة على البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. الكلام يطول في هذا الجانب، لكن نريد أن يكون يعني ختام هذا الحديث حول جامعة الملك خالد واستراتيجيتها وكل أعمالها فيما يتعلق بتطوير العملية التعليمية والبحث والابتكار في البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر، أننا لازلنا في بداية الطريق لعالم حافل بتبني البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. وسنعيدكم بإذن الله تعالى السنة القادمة في مثل هذا الوقت أن ترون كثير من المنتجات التي أساسها برمجيات تبني البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر.
هذا نعتبره وعد
بإذن الله.
طيب يعني نقيده من ضمن مخرجات الورشة.
وعد الجنوب عهد ترى
بإذن الله.
بإذن الله.
ننقل الحديث، يعني حديث ممتع سعادة الدكتور، وننقل الحديث للأخ الزميل الدكتور سلطان القحطاني في جامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود. وإحنا يعني متأكدين أن يعني الكل الجامعات تشترك في نموذج الشغف والعمل البناء الخلاق، وودنا أن يشاركنا سعادة الدكتور رؤيته حول كيف تسهم جامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود العامرة في إنشاء ودعم مجتمعات البرمجيات المفتوحة والحاضنات التقنية لتعزيز المشاريع الصغيرة والمتوسطة.
طيب الله يعطيك العافية دكتورة منيرة، والشكر موصول للزملاء في هيئة الحكومة الرقمية على هذه الاستضافة وعلى تنظيم هذا الحدث الرائع. اليوم احنا في جامعة الإمام ومن خلال استراتيجية الجامعة للتحول الرقمي، أحد أو من ضمن استراتيجية الجامعة في التحول الرقمي أو أحد أهدافها أنه من عناصرها هو البحث والابتكار. ومن خلال هذا العنصر لدينا عدد من المبادرات في تطوير منهجيات خاصة بتبني البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر، ومبادرات أطلقت بالتوافق مع المركز الابتكار وريادة الأعمال، من ضمنها مبادرة دعم المشاريع الصغيرة ومشاريع التخرج. أيضا من خلال هذه المبادرة العمادة عملية تقديم المعلومات والتعليم الإلكتروني تعمل بشكل متواصل مع هيئة الحكومة الرقمية في المستودع الرقمي، وأيضا مع الكليات ذات العلاقة في دعم هذه المنظومة في تبني البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر. فاليوم من خلال هذه الاستراتيجية وهذه المبادرة اللي مبادرة دعم المشاريع الصغيرة ومشاريع التخرج، كلية علوم الحاسب والمعلومات والكلية التطبيقية تعمل على إنشاء مجاميع، وحتى عمادة البحث العلمي تعمل على إنشاء مجاميع بحثية خاصة بالبرمجيات الحرة مفتوحة المصدر، مشاريع للأمانة تعتبر مشاريع نوعية في هذا المجال، ولعلي إن شاء الله أسرد عدد من قصص النجاح في هذا الموضوع. وأيضا الأندية الطلابية المعنية بالاطلاع وتبادل المهارات ما بين الطلاب وأعضاء التدريس والمهتمين في هذا المجال للبرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. فاليوم من خلال مبادرة المحيط الأزرق مع هيئة الحكومة الرقمية عمدنا على أنه يكون هناك مجاميع بحثية متخصصة وأندية طلابية متخصصة في مجال البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر في تخصص أمن المعلومات. فلدينا عدد ما يقارب 12 مشروع الآن تعتبر من المشاريع الصغيرة متبناة في حاضنة الإمام تحت سحابة الإمام، جميعها مشاريع تقنية وتعتمد على اعتماد كلي على البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر. عدد من المشاريع البحثية اللي تحولت من معامل البحث إلى أنها أصبحت شركات ناشئة. فعلى سبيل المثال أحد المشاريع يعني النوعية، أحد الطلاب في رسالة الماجستير قدم منهجية متطورة باستخدام الأدوات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر، منهجية متخصصة في الديفسيكوبس. وهذه المنهجية الآن أصبحت أداة يتم يعني تسويقها تجاريا، لأنها أصبحت شركة صغيرة ومحتضنة لدى مسرعة الأعمال بلاك اند بلاي مع هيئة الحكومة مع الهيئة الوطنية للأمن السيبراني. أحد المشاريع مشاريع التخرج تحولت إلى أنها تكون ليس مشروع تخرج لمستوى طلاب بكالوريوس، بل أصبح مشروع تخرج ينتج نتاج علمي رصين. الفكرة كانت عبارة عن استخدام أدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي النوعية مثل فاست تكست كأوبن سورس كومبوننت استخدموها الطلاب في معمل بحثي في الكلية. تبلورت الفكرة لأن أصبحت هناك أداة مفتوحة المصدر لتحليل الباج ريبورت أو ما يسمى بالتقارير البرمجية وتصنيفها تصنيف أمني، سواء هذا التقرير أمني أو غير أمني، وإذا كان أمني أيضا يصنف إلى أن يكون نوع هذا السكيورتي، هل هو مثلا بفر اوف فلو، دينال اوف سيرفيس وما إلى ذلك. كل هذه الأمثلة ذكرتها هي عبارة عن نتاج مبادرات من خلال خطة استراتيجية دعم المشاريع الصغيرة وتبنيها في حاضنة ومسرات الأعمال لدى الجامعة، وهي عبارة عن مشاريع طلابية تحولت إلى أنها تكون يعني مشاريع بحثية منتجة، وأصبح مثل ما ذكرت قبل قليل لعلي أفصح على الاسم اللي هو شيلد أبس دوت نت، الآن أصبحت شركة ناشئة متبناة من الهيئة الوطنية للأمن السيبراني ومسرعة الأعمال بلاك أند بلاي، وهذه أحد نتائج المبادرة. اليوم إن شاء الله أو المنهجية اللي احنا نتبعها في جامعة الإمام في مثل هذا المجال لا زالت في الطريق. عمرها الافتراضي الآن تقريبا إلى سنة و5 أشهر، وبإذن الله تتطور العملية أن يصبح أن هناك تبني كامل للبرمجيات الحرة مفتوحة المصدر، سواء على مستوى البحث العلمي أو حتى على مستوى البحث التطويري على عندنا في العماد تقنية المعلومات الإلكتروني. ولعلي إن شاء الله في المحور الثاني أتكلم بشكل مفصل عن هذا المنهجية اللي اتبعناها في العمادة، ودعم مبادرة المحيط الأزرق، أو حتى دعم المستودع البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر من هيئة الحكومة الرقمية. شكرا لك.
شكرا دكتور سلطان. يعني لا شك الحقيقة أنه يعني حديث ملهم عن العلاقة الاستراتيجية بالبرامج والمشاريع وارتباطها بالأندية الطلابية، صحيح. وأيضا بالمجاميع البحثية وبناء المجتمعات، وتحويل بعض البرامج من مشاريع التخرج إلى شركات ناشئة. الحقيقة يعني هذا نوع من التصور اللي نعول عليه كثيرا، وإحنا نقول أنه مثل ما هناك نسبة لعدد نسبة التوظيف للخريجين، يعني نرى نحن في الجامعات أنه لابد أن يكون هناك أيضا نسبة للمشاريع التي تخرج تتحول إلى شركات أو منشآت يعني صحيح. صغيرة، لكنها عظيمة في صحيح. الأثر ومؤثرة في استراتيجية الجامعة
والتقنية بدورها متسارع. لهذا السبب المبادرات والاستراتيجيات اللي تطلق قد لا تكون حبرا على ورق، ممكن تنفذ من خلال الأشهر الأولى، مثل ما سمعنا من الدكتور حامد أنه هناك مبادرة بدأوها من العام الماضي، والآن ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن الجامعة حققت الإبداع في هذا الجانب.
صحيح.
فنسأل الله التوفيق للجميع
بإذن الله بإذن الله. ننتقل الآن مع سعادة الزميل الدكتور بدر في الحديث عن جامعة الجوف. وإحنا نعرف دكتور أنه جامعة الجوف لديها اهتمام بزيادة قدرتها على استقطاب ورعاية المواهب الشابة لدعم منظومة البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. إحنا ودنا يعني ما تكلمونا كلام يعني عام، ودنا تدخلونا في الأسرار تبع الجامعة والمستهدفات الخاصة بهذا الأمر.
السلام عليكم. شكرا دكتورة، والشكر موصول للزملاء في هيئة الحكومة الرقمية والملتقى IGF. في الجامعة لعلي بس أبدأ بالاستراتيجية نوعا ما بشكل عام، ثم بعد ذلك ممكن أعرج على بعض الأشياء اللي احنا قمنا بها داخل الجامعة. لا شك أن الجامعات الآن في وضعها الحالي ليست مؤسسة تعليمية فقط، فهي يتواجد فيها رعاية الموهوبين، وهي حاضنة أعمال، وأيضا فيها جزء استثماري. فهذا شيء يعني يوسع الأبواب لاستقطاب المواهب من شتى الأقصاع وحتى من خارج المملكة. الاستراتيجية التي فعلناها داخليا على الأقل بتعاوننا مع إدارة التعليم في المنطقة، ذهبنا إلى التعليم العام وتبنت كلية الحاسب بالتعاون مع عمل التعليم الإلكتروني والتحول الرقمي، تبنت عدة مشاريع طلبة للموهوبين فيما يخص البرمجيات، وتم توجيههم وحثهم إلى البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر، بحيث أن يكون فيه النتائج لهذه المشاريع. لا يزال البرنامج لم ينتهي حتى الآن ولم تعلن نتائجه، وممكن إن شاء الله خلال الأسبوع القادم والأسبوع ما بعد القادم يتبين لنا ذلك. أيضا من الأشياء الأخرى هي ورش تدريبية وتعريفية. لا شك أن الطلبة قبل أن يلتحقوا بالجامعة لابد من توعيتهم حول البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر، حتى نوجههم على الأقل إلى مجال البرمجيات أو الأقسام والبرامج التي تختص في هذا الأمر. أيضا منح دراسية ممكن للطلبة الدوليين، بما أن نحن الحمد لله في المملكة الآن نستقطب طلبة دوليين من الخارج. وضعنا جزء بسيط بالتعاون مع وكالة الشؤون التعليمية ووكالة دراسات العلم والبحث العلمي بطرح منح دراسية تخص الطلبة الدوليين في البرمجيات وهندسة البرمجيات. والحمد لله لدينا من الأخوة الأشقاء في دولة اليمن لدينا طالبان يدرسان هندسة برمجيات الآن، وبإذن الله إن شاء الله يكونوا مساهمين في المبادرة. أيضا من ضمن الأشياء التي استهدفناها هي الهاكاثونز التي أقامتها الجامعة العام الماضي أقامت هاكاثونين للصحة الرقمية للمرأة، وأيضا هاكاثون الزراعة، وتم دعوة المدارس والتعليم العام والجامعات الأخرى وشارك الجميع الحمد لله. ولكن في هذه الهاكاثونات ممكن تكون هناك بذرة استقطاب ورعاية للمواهب التي تهتم في عمليات البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. تبنت الجامعة أو عماد التعليم الإلكتروني والتحول الرقمي أحد المشاريع من مجموعة طلبة يختص في عملية هو تطبيق خاص بالزراعة لقراءة النباتات ومعرفتها خلال الذكاء الاصطناعي. فاستضفناهم ووضعنا لهم الخادم والممكنات التقنية فيما يخص تطوير هذا التطبيق حتى يكون منتج ومشروع مستقبلا بإذن الله. لا يزال العمل جاري على التطوير، وأيضا بالتعاون مع كلية علوم الحاسب الآلي والمعلومات استقطبنا أحد الزملاء الخبير في عمليات ال AI حتى يستخدمون ويسترشدون من خبراته فيما يخص التطبيق. أيضا في أحد طرق الاستقطاب هي وضع أو إعادة هيكلة زي ما ذكر زميلي الدكتور حامد وزميلي الدكتور سلطان على موضوع البرامج والمناهج الدراسية. لابد من إثراء هذه المناهج، وخاصة فيما يخص المناهج ومقررات البرمجة يوضع فيها جزئيات تخص برمجيات مفتوحة المصدر، وأيضا إدراج برامج تخص برمجيات مفتوحة المصدر، برامج تعليم إلكتروني أو برامج مدفوعة أو دورات قصيرة المدى فيما يخص تبنيها لزيادة الوعي واستقطاب المهتمين فيها، بحيث نتواصل معهم فيما بعد حتى يكون داخل العمادة من المتدربين فيما يخص البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. أخيرا لعل الصيف الماضي أعدنا إطلاق التدريب التعاوني داخل العمادة، وركزنا فيه على عمليات التطوير باستخدام برمجيات مفتوحة المصدر، وركزنا على إطلاق ورشات عمل من الزملاء واستغلال الموارد البشرية التي لدينا في العمادة لتعزيز رعاية الموهوبين واستكشافهم واستقطابهم فيما بعد بالعمادة للعمل فيما يخص البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. شكرا.
يعني ما شاء الله واضح أنه مجال رعاية الموهوبين واستقطابهم ودعمهم هي نقطة تركيز في جامعة الجوف، ويعني الحقيقة هي ستكون بحول الله يعني أحد ممكنات تسريع بناء البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر في جامعتكم وفي الوطن بإذن الله. احنا ننتقل الآن لسعادة الزميل عبد اللطيف من جامعة القصيم للحديث عن كيف ترى جامعة القصيم دورها في دفع التحول نحو منظومة المحيط الأزرق من خلال برمجيات مفتوحة المصدر، يعني كاستراتيجية كمنظومة عمل داخل جامعة القصيم. ونهنئكم برضو على يعني فوز الجامعة اليوم في مقياس التحول الرقمي.
الله يبارك فيك دكتورة، شاكر لك مقدر لك، الله يبارك فيك. فرصة سعيدة تواجد اليوم مع الزملاء الفاضل سعيدين باستضافة هيئة الحكومة الرقمية لنا اليوم. ولا شك يعني هدفنا اليوم إبراز هذا الاتجاه في تعزيز البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر والحرة. لا شك يمكن بدأت قصة النجاح مع الهيئة من نهاية العام الماضي تقريبا، لما كان في توقيع اتفاقية أو مذكرة تفاهم خاصة بتعزيز البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. والحمد لله يعني يمكن جامعة القصيم كان لها 3 اتجاهات رئيسية في قضية العمل في تعزيز البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر من خلال التعليم والبحث والابتكار، وكذلك الشراكات الاستراتيجية مع الجهات المختلفة. في مجال التعليم الحمد لله كلية الحاسب عندنا في جامعة القصيم لها جهود في توظيف عدد مقررات التي تستهدف تطوير البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر كذلك العام الماضي عززنا فكرة إدارة المشاريع في مختلف المقرات بأنها تتم من خلال أدوات وبرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر، سواء كان بالذكاء الاصطناعي، الأمن السيبراني أو تطوير المنصات بشكل عام. فالحمد لله الجانب التعليمي الحمد لله احنا يعني نمشي فيه بخطوات ثابتة إن شاء الله، وبإذن الله مع زملائنا في الهيئة وتوفير الدعم اللازم من خلال المحاضرات والدورات إن شاء الله بيكون لها أثر جيد. فيما يخص البحث الحمد لله يعني إن شاء الله نتفائل في بداية عام 2025 إن شاء الله بأن يتم إطلاق عدد من المبادرات من خلال عمادة التعليم الإلكتروني من خلال عمادة الدراسات العليا والبحث العلمي تستهدف الطلاب وأعضاء التدريس، والهدف منها هي بناء أفكار في شتى المجالات التقنية مبنية على أدوات البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر. فهذا إن شاء الله نتطلع إن شاء الله يكون له تعزيز إن شاء الله في العام المقبل بإذن الله. فكرة الشراكات الاستراتيجية مثل ما ذكرنا يمكن بدأت مع الهيئة، والحمد لله الهيئة مشكورة جالسة تربطنا مع عدد من الجهات الخارجية ممثلة بالأستاذ خالد الغامدي مشكورا، ما قصر معنا دائما، يعني مزعجين معنا في هذا الجانب، لكن هو كله خير وبركة الله يبارك فيه. فالحمد لله حتى الشراكات الاستراتيجية نعتقد ان احنا احد المعوقات فيها هو قضية الخبرات اللي موجودة. الطلاب عندنا وأعضاء التدريس بحاجة لإيصالهم مع القطاع الخاص بهذا الجانب، والحمد لله نرى أن هذه الركائز الأساسية الثلاثة مهمة جدا. وبشترك احنا حتى في العمادة، عندنا عمادة تقنية المعلومات حاولنا نستفيد من الطلاب وأعضاء التدريس وأفكارهم في إضافة خدمات داخلية عندنا في الجامعة. فاللهم لك الحمد، إن شاء الله احنا نمشي خطوات إن شاء الله للتميز بإذن الله، والزملاء ما قصروا في إثراء هذا الجانب، وشكرا جزيلا دكتورة.
الله يرعاك. احنا الان طبعا شكرا دكتور عبد اللطيف. احنا الان ننتقل للمحور الثاني للحديث، وبودنا الحقيقه نربطه ب استراتيجية البرمجيات الحرة مفتوحة المصدر، تقوم على مجموعة من المبادرات الرئيسة التي تصب في صميم البرامج والمشاريع الجامعية، ومنها مستودع البرمجيات الحكومية، مجتمعات البرمجيات المفتوحة، مختبرات الابتكار مفتوحة، وأيضا الشراكات مع القطاع الخاص. طبعا دكتور حامد، ترى أنا ما نسيت أهني جامعة الملك خالد، لكن أخرت التهنئة لكم لما نجي نتكلم عن قصص النجاح. احنا نعتبر الحقيقة كل الجامعات اللي اليوم كانت في معيار في فئة الإبداع أنها بحول الله نجحت، وإحنا متأكدين أنه جميع الجامعات السعودية بما تتمتع به من دعم من وزارة التعليم ومجلس شؤون الجامعات وأيضا من الدولة رعاها الله ستلتحق بالركب، وسنقدم بإذن الله نموذج فريد في مؤشر قياس التحول الرقمي. طبعا في الجولة الثانية احنا نركز على قصص النجاح والشراكات. سؤالنا لجامعة الملك خالد، طبعا ما هي أبرز التجارب الناجحة التي قادت فيها جامعة الملك خالد تطوير البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر لدعم العمليات الأكاديمية والإدارية، وكيف أثرت هذه النجاحات على المجتمع الأكاديمي والبحثي، وأيضا ما هي يعني إذا تخبرونا سر النجاح وما هي الشراكات المحلية والدولية في يعني هذا السياق.
الله يعطيك العافية دكتورة، ألف مبروك للجميع، ونجاح جامعة الملك خالد أو القصيم هو نجاح الجامعة بشكل كبير. دكتورة، سؤالك ينصب على موضوع قصص النجاح والشراكات. قبل ذلك الآن الجامعات أصبحت أدوارها ليست مجرد أدوار بشكل كبير تعليمية.
نعم.
أصبحت الآن لديهم أدوار ابتكارية، أدوار في تحقيق التنمية المستدامة، وكل هذه المستهدفات سيسهل تحقيقها في حال كان هناك بيئة رقمية ستحقق بإذن الله كل المستهدفات الرقمية للجهة أو حتى مستهدفات الوطن 2030. اليوم النجاحات وقصص النجاحات إن لم يكن هناك حجر أساس هناك انطلاقة للنجاحات. حجر الأساس كان خلال الفترة القليلة الماضية هو إنشاء معمل للبرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر، وكذلك مجتمع عسير برمجيات مفتوحة المصدر، خاصة أن العمل كان جله فيما يتعلق بالبيانات الضخمة والذكاء الاصطناعي، لكن أثرنا حتى في أنحاء أخرى تتعلق بالحوسبة السحابية، الأنظمة المؤسسية، وكثير وكثير فيما يتعلق بالتطبيقات والموبايل ابليكيشنز. الآن حجر الأساس بدأنا من خلال أنه يكون عندنا مجتمع وعندنا معمل. حددنا فريق عظيم، اخترنا من أفضل كفاءات جامعة الملك خالد ليقودوا هذا المعمل، وكذلك بعد ذلك عملنا تدريب كبير لهم، وأيضا دعمناهم لوجستيا وماليا بحيث أن يكون هناك بإذن الله تعالى إنتاجية وقصص نجاح تحكى لجامعة الملك خالد. طبعا حددنا أيضا من ضمن النجاحات اللي نحن بنذكرها لاحقا مكان من أجمل الأماكن في جامعة الملك خالد، وممكن المهندس خالد زار المكان واطلع، بيئة ابتكارية. جعلنا هذا المعمل هو المحضن الرئيسي لهذا المعمل ولهؤلاء المواهب الرقمية التي سيكون انعكاساتها في مخرجات ومنتجات نذكرها خلال الثواني القادمة. في جامعة الملك خالد البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر كان لها أثر كبير على كل أهداف جامعة الملك خالد الاستراتيجية الستة فيما يتعلق بتحقيق أو تحسين جودة مخرجات التعليم والتعلم. الآن طلاب جامعة الملك خالد على المستوى الأكاديمي، على المستوى البرامجي، على مستوى المهارات الرقمية البرمجية، أصبحوا ينافسون كثير من الجامعات في هاكاثونات سواء كانت محلية أو عالمية. حصول الجامعة على مراكز نوعية. أيضا في العمل الأكاديمي الآن نلاحظ أن الطالب أصبح مهيأ لسوق العمل من خلال بعض المعامل ومن خلال التدريب النوعي اللي نحن لدينا تجربة في جامعة الملك خالد جدا رائعة، إلا وهو سنويا أو فصليا ناخذ أفضل 30 طالب في كلية الحاسب الآلي، علوم الحاسب الآلي، ويتم تدريبهم تدريب نوعي على البرمجة مفتوحة المصدر في عمادة الخدمات الإلكترونية. وجدنا أن هذا التدريب الانتنسف اللي يكون فعلا مكثف بشكل كبير كان مخرجاته جدا مخرجات رائعة. كثير منهم الآن يعمل في هيئات ووزارات وصناديق مؤسسية كبيرة. على المستوى البحثي والابتكاري مجرد أخوي خالد كلمنا في موضوع هذه الجلسة الحوارية اللي أتمنى أن الجميع يستفيد منها. تواصلت مع الزملاء في عمادة البحث العلمي والدراسات العليا حول ارتفاع نسبة البحث العلمي في ما يتعلق بالبرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر التي استخدمت في التقنيات الناشئة والأوراق البحثية اللي لها علاقة بالذكاء الاصطناعي. وجدنا أن 36% من الأوراق العلمية المستخدمة الآن والأبحاث المنشورة استخدمت برمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. هذا أيضا يعتبر منجز عظيم. من المنجزات العظيمة المركز الكبير التي حصلت عليه جامعة الملك خالد اليوم هو نتاج عمل طويل جدا وكان أثره في تحسين جودة الحياة الجامعية. اليوم إداريا نتكلم تشغيليا أتمتت أكثر من 50% من الإجراءات القائمة الآن في جامعة الملك خالد. أصبح عندنا استدامة للأعمال، أصبح عندنا شفافية في الأعمال، أصبح عندنا كفاءة تشغيلية ومالية في الأعمال. هذه كلها نتيجة تبني برمجيات مفتوحة المصدر في عمادة الخدمات الإلكترونية. على مستوى التطوع والمشاركة المجتمعية عندنا نجاحات كبيرة في كيفية استخدام هذه الهاكاثونات لبرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. وكان عندنا مبادرة برعاية من أمير المنطقة تسمى أجاويد. كان هناك مساءات رقمية أقمنا فيها 10 دورات تدريبية عملية باستخدام برمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. كان نتاجها حضور ما يقارب من 9000 بلس مشترك وحاضر. أيضا فيما يتعلق حفظكم الله في موضوع المبادرات، جامعة الملك خالد الأسبوع الماضي حصلت على الجامعة الأولى في تعزيز التطوع والمشاركة المجتمعية، وهذا نتاج أيضا هو عمل جمعي بما فيه العمل الرقمي. الآن أصبحنا بجامعة الملك خالد في الهدف الاستراتيجي التي يتعلق بتنويع الإيرادات واستدامتها. أصبحنا الآن نفكر وبجدية كبرى في كيفية تتجير الكثير من المنتجات القائمة على البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. والآن نتكلم
يعني ما حتشاركونها هيئة الحكومة
اليوم عندنا منتجات يعني موجودة كيكيو اكس من المنصات العظيمة اللي جامعة الملك خالد الآن نتكلم عن حوالي 7 إلى 8 سنوات من إطلاق هذا المنتج اللي الآن يعتبر مورد جدا مالي كبير للجامعة.
احنا ممكن يعني احنا ما ودنا نغلق الباب على الجامعات. احنا ممكن مثل ما ذكرنا انه ممكن يكون في مشاركة لبعض البرمجيات اللي تدخل في المستودع مع هيئة الحكومة صحيح. الرقمية. ممكن ايضا ندخل فكرة تتجير المنتجات في الجامعات من خلالها، وهذا ما يمنع ترى ما يمنع. يعني هو مستقبل أن ما يمكن أن يتم تتجيره داخل المملكة وخارجها، وهي فرصة يعني فرصة لأن يكون هناك عمل نوعي مختلف في البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. فيعني احنا ممكن ننقلها من ضمن التوصيات في الورشة. يتحملنا المهندس مستشار خالد الغامدي يعني دائما الجامعات تفكر في الجانبين، الأثر الاجتماعي وهذا يعني حق للجميع وحق للدولة علينا، وأيضا الأثر الاقتصادي والاستدامة، استدامة الأعمال داخل الجامعات. فقول نعم.
رائعة جدا، وبالعكس احنا ويل سبورت ذس بوينت. يعني هو خلال الستة شهور الأشهر الماضية واعتمادا على البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر، هناك 3 منتجات نوعية في جامعة الملك خالد. منتج يدعى سبرنت، الهدف منه استخدامه في الهاكاثونات الرقمية، وكان تجربة جدا رائعة، وأتوقع أنه حل نوعي وليس موجود الآن. عندنا منصة أخرى سميناها وصل. وصل هي الهدف منها تحسين تجربة الموظف في بيئة جامعة الملك خالد، ونجحنا في هذا الملف وبرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. وعندنا A+، هو منصة تدعم الطلاب فيما بينهم لتبادل المعرفة، تبادل الخبرات. فهذه أنا لا مانع أن أخوي المهندس خالد بعد اللقاء يتم الاتفاق عليها، ولماذا لا تكون في مستودع البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر قريبا بإذن الله تعالى.
ممتاز.
أخيرا وليس آخرا، موضوع كل ما ذكرنا من قصص نجاح هي فقط فيض من غيظ من اللي عند الزملاء الله يحفظهم في الجامعات الأخرى، لكن الآن من المستهدفات الكبيرة على جميع الجهات اللي هو تحقيق التميز المؤسسي. اليوم برمجيات مفتوحة المصدر يجب علينا جميعا تبنيها، العمل بها، غرس ثقافة مثل هذه البرمجيات فيها، ومعالجة تحديات. هناك تحديات كبيرة، صحيح. التوافقية، تحديات الدعم المالي، القدرات الرقمية، ولكن يدا بيد قد نصل بإذن الله تعالى وبدعم من هيئة الحكومة الرقمية إلى درجات عالية في تبنيها، حتى ليس على المستوى الوطني فحسب بل حتى على المستوى العالمي.
طبعا يعني أنا أشترك معك سعد دكتور حامد أنه الجامعات يوجد لديها بنية تحتية يعني ثرية بالعقول البشرية، هناك إمكانات لبناء برمجيات مختلفة، إمكانات للمشاركة على مستوى الجامعات. أيضا إحنا يعني كوطن واحد لا شك أن هناك أيضا فجوات في بعض الجامعات، احتياج في بعض الجامعات، ونحن نشجع على التحول من مفردات التقاطع بين الجامعات إلى التكامل داخل الجامعات لبناء منظومة يعني وطنية تعليمية جامعية قوية. شكرا لك دكتور. إذا تسمح ننتقل لسعادة دكتور سلطان في جامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود. السؤال سعادتك هي: كيف تمكنت الجامعة من استخدام برمجيات مفتوحة المصدر لتطوير حلول تقنية تدعم العمليات الأكاديمية والبحثية؟ وإذا تزودنا بأمثلة لمشاريع تقنية حققت نجاح يعني بالتعاون مع الجهات الحكومية. وإحنا نعرف أنه لكم في جامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود مجموعة من الممارسات، وأيضا يعني توجهتوا بخطوة إلى الأمام في مستودع البرمجيات الحكومية.
طيب الله يعطيك العافية دكتورة. والحديث ذو شجون صراحة في البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر ومشاركتها وطريقة التعامل معها. ومن وجهة اختصاصنا قد لا أتفق مع ما ذكر الدكتور حامد في بعض تتجير المنتجات وأنها تكون حكرا على أحد من الجهات، بل بالعكس المشاركة تفتح آفاق أوسع وعمق يعني رائع في موضوع المشاركة ما بين الجهات. في المشاركة فقط ليست مشاركة سورس كود وبالتالي خلاص تنتهي، المشاركة قد تكون مشاركة المعرفة، مشاركة علاقات واتصال مباشر مع الجهات الحكومية وفرق التطوير فيها، بل بالعكس هي عقد شراكات ضمنية وإن كانت غير يعني رسمية باتفاق. احنا اليوم في عمل تقنية معلومات التعليم الإلكتروني بالجامعة الأمانة كان من اليوم الأول من إطلاق المستودع الرقمي من هيئة الحكومة الرقمية، المستودع الخاص بالبرمجيات الحكومية الحرة مفتوحة المصدر، كان لنا مساهمة بعدد من المنتجات اللي تم تطويرها تطوير كامل داخل العمادة وبأيدي وطنية ومتخصصة في هذا المجال. عدد من الأنظمة أنا صراحة طبعت ورق عشان بس ما أنساها الأمانة، مثل نظام بوابة توظيف أعضاء تدريس، نظام موارد، خدمة اختصار روابط، التدريب الميداني، نظام متكامل يربط ما بين الطالب والقطاع الخاص في موضوع التدريب الميداني وأتمتة إجراءاته بشكل كامل. أيضا نظام سنة الامتياز خاص بطلاب الطب في سنة الامتياز، كيف أنه أتمت إجراءاتهم ما بين الجهات الحكومية كمستشفيات وحتى قطاع خاص مع نظامهم الأكاديمي داخل الجامعة، نظام الإرشاد الأكاديمي، نظام تواصل راح أعرض عليكم بعض التفاصيل فيه، نظام المالي أيضا لخدمة المجتمع، والبوابة الإلكترونية. هذه الأنظمة مجموعها تقارب تقريبا يعني إذا حسبناها حسبة هندسة برمجيات تقريبا تتجاوز 7 مليون لاين اوف كود، تتجاوز أيضا في عدد الملفات والمشاركة في هذا المستودع فوق 657 ملف ومجلد برمجي تمت مشاركته من خلال هذا المستودع. وجدنا أنه تفاعل كبير جدا ما بين مجتمع تقنية المعلومات في الجهات الحكومية الأخرى، تواصل مباشر معنا للاستفسار عن بعض الأنظمة الآن تم استخدامها بشكل كامل في جهات حكومية أخرى، مثل نظام تواصل CRM. يعني أغلب الجهات الحكومية لديها أنظمة CRM لكن ليس الجميع. فنظام تواصل هو عبارة عن تكنيك سيستم يخدم الطالب وعضو هيئة التدريس وأيضا الموظف في التواصل ما بين الجهات داخل حرم الجامعة، وأيضا يخدم شريحة كبيرة جدا من زوار الجامعة، بحيث أنه يستطيع أن يستخدم هذا النظام دون الحصول على يوزر نيم باسورد، فقط الدخول له مباشرة من خلال الجوال. النظام الآن بدأ يستخدم بشكل فعلي من خلال أو من قبل 10 شركات. هذه ال10 جهات الحكومية تتعامل معنا بشكل مباشر، تعطينا بعض الملاحظات. أصبح عندي فريق تطوير الآن ليس في العمادة فحسب، بل أيضا فرق التطوير اللي في الجهات الحكومية. فالإصدار اللي موجود في المستودع هو إصدار قديم يعتبر لهم، لأنه أغلب الريبورتس أو الملاحظات اللي إحنا أخذناها من هذه الجهات الحكومية طبقناها لدينا في النظام وتم تطويرها على بيئتنا الحالية، ونستخدم نسخة أحدث وأجد. الحديث قد يطول على مستوى المستودع، لأنه مشاركة السورس كود زي ما ذكرت ليست فقط مشاركة برنامج أو نظام مع جهات حكومية ويتم استخدامه وانتهت الرواية. لا، هناك قصة نجاح تروى مع جهات حكومية أخرى. الأداة المستخدمة يتم تطويرها من قبل التطوير في الجهات الحكومية الأخرى، يكون هناك ورش عمل نقل معرفة، وهذا شيء كبير جدا. قاعد المستودع أنا أراه من منظور آخر أنه يخدم أحد البرامج المهمة في تحقيق الرؤية 2030، هو تنمية الموارد البشرية أو برنامج تنمية الموارد البشرية. هناك عدد من الاعتبارات اللي أخذناها على عاتقنا من خلال هذا المستودع، أنه هو الأداة الأولى لجميع مشاريع التقنية للعمادة. إذا لا يوجد هناك نظام نستطيع أن نستخدمه بشكل مباشر من خلال المستودع، يتم اللجوء إلى إطلاق كراسة أو مشروع مثل ما هو معروف في الجهات الحكومية الأخرى. فاليوم قصة النجاح تروى من خلال هذا المستودع، ومشكورين الزملاء في هيئة الحكومة الرقمية على دعمهم وتمكينهم لنا بأن احنا نستخدم هذا المستودع كبيئة تفاعلية ما بين الجهات الحكومية وتشارك مواردها بشكل أمثل، نحقق فيه كفاءة انفاق، وأيضا نعزز فيه معرفة لدى الجهات الحكومية الأخرى مطورين، وقد يكون من خلال هذا المستودع استقطاب جهات أخرى لدينا على مستوى تقني. في تحديات للأمانة وأثارها الدكتور حامد في معرض حديثه. حتى تكتمل هذه المنظومة وما يسمى بالإيكو سيستم في الأوبن سورس انفايرمنت، لابد يكون هناك عدد من الإجراءات اللي يعني تبدأ بها هيئة الحكومة الرقمية في هذا الجانب، بحيث أنه يكون هناك رخصة. وهذا أحد النقاشات اللي تمت ما بين هيئة الحكومة الرقمية والهيئة الملكية الفكرية، وكنت في داخل في هذا الجزء من النقاشات، أن يكون هناك رخصة مثل الأوبن سورس لايسنس اللي موجودة على مستوى عالمي. لابد تكون هذه الرخصة أيضا على مستودع هيئة الحكومة الرقمية المستودع الرقمي للبرمجيات الحكومية الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر. مثل هذه الرخصة تعطيني تراست أو تعطيني ثقة أنه هذه الأكواد اللي يتم مشاركتها وهذا الحجم الكبير جدا من الأنظمة اللي يتم مشاركتها مع الجهات الحكومية الأخرى يتم استخدامها استخدام أمثل، يتم مشاركتها مشاركة بطريقة صحيحة، ولا يكون هناك يعني violations أو خرق لسياسات الاتفاقية اللي تكون مبنية على هذه الأنظمة. وإحنا اليوم إن شاء الله يعني نمد الأيادي للجميع، إحنا منفتحين. طبعا الهدف أسمى وأكبر جدا، إحنا نبني أنظمة إلكترونية يتم مشاركتها مع أغلب الجهات الحكومية، وما يمنع ان احنا نعملها كلاود بيز تكون ساس، وبالتالي تكون سبسكريبشن مع الجهات الحكوميه لو كان هناك دعم في هذا الجانب.
ونستفيد. غيرت رايك يعني؟
اقول ما في مانع
يعني كانك فكرت.
هو ما في مانع، بالعكس، بس حتى تكتمل المنظومه لابد يكون هناك خطوات جاده من قبل هيئه الحكومه الرقميه.
احنا ذكرنا انه التتجير للاستدامه
طبيعي جدا.
إيه؟ يعني هذه هي الفكره، حتى يعني ادافع عن نفسي عن الدكتور حامد.
قد تكوني
فإحنا
وقعتي في
سعيدين.
صب الناس متعصبين
لا
للأول صوت
احنا
دكتورة.
سعيدين بانضمامك لنا
إيه.
في
هو
الاستدامة.
ليس انضمام، بل بالعكس أنا أقول إنه ممكن الاستدامة، حتى جزء من الاستدامة يا دكتورة، ولا يخفى على الزملاء. أنا اليوم لما أتعاقد مع شركة تقنية تطور أنظمة داخلية، أنا للأمانة CRM الآن حاليا يتم تطويره ذاتيا من قبل جهات حكومية أخرى، وأصدقكم القول الآن ممكن أسمي الجهات هذه ولا يا دكتور؟ اي، مثل امانه المنطقه الشرقيه، الشؤون الصحيه بالحرس الوطني، المركز الوطني للتعليم الالكتروني، جامعه الملك عبد العزيز، المؤسسه العامه للتدريب التقني والمهني الى اخر. امس كان بيننا وبينهم تواصل. فريق التطوير في الامانه يسال عن بعض الملفات اللي تكون كيف طريقه اختبار هذا النظام على التستنج انفايرمنت عندهم. فهذا نوع من المشاركة، احنا قاعدين نقدم لهم خدمة مجانية وفي نفس المقابل قاعد نستفيد من هذه الخبرات التقنية،
لأنه أنتم
ولن يكون هناك دفع يعني مالي على تطوير هذا المنتج، بل بالعكس بدأ المنتج يطور نفسه بنفسه.
صحيح دكتور، ولا شك أنه تجربة المستخدم وبناء رحلة المستخدم داخل منظومة بناء البرمجيات الحرة هو يزيد من نضج المشروع ومن كفاءته وأيضا من شموليته وتقدمه وتطوره. يعني أشكرك الحقيقة على يعني المداخلة الثرية، وإذا ممكن مع سعادة دكتور بدر في جامعة الجوف يعني إذا تشاركنا دكتور أبرز التجارب في الشراكة مع القطاعات، وأنتم كجامعة حددتوا القطاعات الصناعية، يعني كأن في يعني توجه القطاعات الصناعية في جامعة الجوف، وأتوقع هذا يمكن لها علاقة بالتمايز المناطقي واهتمامات الجامعة، وكيف يمكن لهذه الشراكات أن تبني نظام مستدام للبرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر.
لعلي بس ببدأ أنا بنضم معكم من البداية.
طيب.
أنا ما أحتاج.
احنا لن يستضيفونا مرة أخرى.
نعم. ولكن لعل بداية التطوير والمشاركة تبدأ بمبدأ البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. لا يمنع أن يكون هناك شيء رمزي لعملية التأجير ولعملية الصيانة لاستدامة العملية أو الإيكو سيستم للبرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر، لأنه بالنهاية هي مصاريف من أين سوف تأخذ؟ لابد لها ميزانية معينة. شراكات الجامعة في عمليات البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر تمركزت حول الشراكات مع الجهات التقنية بشكل يعني خاص فيما يخص التدريب والتطوير، وأيضا افتتاح أكاديميات داخل الجامعة لهذه الشركات. سعدت اليوم بالتوقيع مذكرة تفاهم هنا في المنتدى ولله الحمد مع أحد الشركات التي سوف تفتتح أكاديمية بإذن الله، وسوف يتم توجيه هذه الأكاديمية للبرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر بمساعدة هذه الشركة بإبراز الدور الهام للبرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر وإقامة ورش عمل من خبراء حتى من خارج المملكة عن بعد أو بشكل حضوري في الجامعة. أيضا لدينا شراكتين مع شركات تقنية أيضا لبناء أيضا معامل إلكترونية مختصة لعلها تستخدم في عمليات البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر في أمور الشبكات وأمن الشبكات أيضا، بما أننا استطعنا بالشراكة مع أحد الشركات الشراكة مجتمعية بيننا وبينهم أنهم يبنون هذا المعمل بالكامل بأحدث التقنيات التي تهتم بأمر الشبكات وأمن الشبكات، فتوجه إلى عمليات البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. ولا شك أن أبرز شراكة موجودة هي مع الهيئة برعاية الأستاذ خالد شاكر له، جلب لنا شركة أحد الشركات الخبيرة في مجال البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر قريبا، يعني سوف نعلن عن المعمل، وأيضا الدعم المشاريع التخرج للطلبة. نحن توجهنا إلى أنظمة المؤسساتية في الجامعة، فحاليا البرمجيات التي تهتم بالأنظمة المؤسساتية عندنا هي أنظمة ERP فيما يخص الاستبدال ما هو موجود، بحكم أنه نظام ERP هو نظام كبير موجود في أغلب الجهات، يعني نحوله إلى برمجيات مفتوحة المصدر ويكون يعني الرسوم رمزية عليه إذا كان هناك رسوم، أو مشاركته من خلال المستودع. وأيضا يسعدنا أنه في حال اكتماله أن نشارك في المستودع للجميع بشكل مجاني. الأمر الأخير، هذه الشراكات لا شك أنها مهمة جدا في القطاعات الخارجية. القطاع أيضا الحكومي أيضا هناك شراكات في تبادل المعرفة وتبني البرمجيات التي يتم تطويرها، بحيث يكون هناك في تجربة للمستخدم كاملة لبرمجيات معينة وتطوير لهذه البرمجيات ووضع نظام مستدام لعملية التطوير، ومن ثم إعادة الاستخدام واستبدال ما هو موجود داخل هذه الجهات الحكومية. هذا فيما يخص الشراكات لدى الجامعة. لعلي أخيرا يعني أدعو الزملاء، ممكن بعضهم من الشركات وغير ذلك، نحن ممثلين الجامعات، 4 جامعات موجودة هنا، 5 آسف دكتور واني، فبإمكانكم يعني أنه نبدأ معكم شراكات مجتمعية فيما يخص تطوير البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. أيضا بناء هذه الشراكة عن طريق ورش عمل، عن طريق توعية، عن طريق فتح أكاديميات، أو تبني ما هو موجود داخل الجامعات من برمجيات تم تطويرها كما ذكروا الزملاء كتجارب ممتازة لديهم في جامعة الملك خالد وجامعة الإمام. شكرا دكتور.
شكرا دكتور. ممكن ننقل الحديث للدكتور عبد اللطيف من جامعة القصيم للتحدث عن التجربة الأبرز التي نجحت فيها الجامعة في تبني البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر كدعم لمشاريعها القائمة.
حياك الله دكتورة. ممكن نبدأ حنا من رحم المعاناة. يمكن أحد التقارير الصادرة من هيئة الحكومة الرقمية في عام 2021 أعتقد كان متوقع أن يزيد نسبة الإنفاق الحكومي على البرمجيات التجارية نسبة 24% بنهاية عام 2025. هذا يعادل تقريبا أكثر من 16 مليار ريال. لا شك أنه الجميع، خصوصا نتكلم عن الجامعات، من الحديث عن الجامعات، يعانون من قضية البرمجيات التجارية، ويمكن هذا الهاجس لدى الجميع. الجامعة الحمد لله يمكن بدأت في عام 2020 في تبني فكرة تطوير البرمجيات المفتوحة المصدر داخل الجامعة، الخدمات اللي نقدمها للمنسوبين بشكل مباشر سواء كانوا طلاب، أعضاء تدريس، موظفين. والحمد لله يعني لنهاية هذا العام إن شاء الله نكون حققنا بما يقارب 40% من الخدمات اللي تقدم داخل الجامعة كلها مبنية ضمن نطاق البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر بكافة أشكال الخدمات سواء للطلاب والمنسوبين. وهذه نسبة نعتقد الحمد لله أن حققنا فيها نجاح. ويمكن مثل هالإنجازات تحتاج مبادرة من رأس الهرم. دائما مثل يعني التبني البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر ليس سهل، تحتاج كوادر، تحتاج إمكانيات، تحتاج تدريب. فبالتالي نعتقد إن شاء الله أنه هذه أبرز قصص النجاح، ولا زال عندنا رؤية إن شاء الله أنه نستقل بنسبة كبيرة في قضية تطوير المنتجات المبنية على برمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. ويمكن شاركنا الزملاء مع الهيئة قبل 2 أو 3 ومع الزملاء في القطاعات الحكومية أحد الأنظمة واللي هي مراقبة أنظمة البنية التحتية التقنية. الحمد لله إن شاء الله يكون لها أثر جيد، وبالعكس احنا منفتحين على التعاون، وهذا الهدف من وجودنا اليوم في هذا اللقاء. أعتقد كذلك أحد الميزات الموجودة عندنا في الجامعة هي قضية الاستفادة من الكوادر خصوصا الطلاب. مشاريع التخرج نسبة كبيرة فيها احنا نحاول نوجهها لتطوير خدمات داخلية عندنا. الطلاب بعد التخرج دائما نتبناهم لفترة 6 شهور إلى سنة لحد ما يحصل له فرصة أفضل خارج الجامعة في تطوير برمجيات وخدمات داخلية عندنا تأثر بشكل مباشر على المستفيدين. فاللهم لك الحمد، يعني احنا فخورين بوصول هذه النسبة من المنتجات المطورة داخليا عندنا بالجامعة، ونتشرف دائما بتبادل خبرات مع الجميع بإذن الله. والله يبارك فيك دكتور، شكرا لك.
شكرا لك دكتور. احنا يعني ودنا نختم، فودي يكون يعني كلمة في دقيقة يعني لكل زميل يختم فيها بالشكل اللي هو يحبه، سواء انه هو يعني يختمها بالشكر او يتكلم عن فكرة يعني ممكن تكون هي مستقبل او فكرة مستقبلية في البرمجيات المفتوحة المصدر.
الله يعطيك العافية دكتورة. لعل الزملاء يعني اذا ما هو كلنا نجمع انه يكون هناك يعني من ضمن التوصيات اللي ممكن هذه الجلسة الرائعة انه يكون هناك فعلا خارطة طريق للبرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر. يعني لا زالت الجامعات لم تلحظ التوجه الوطني في مثل هذه البرمجيات بشكل واضح. نريد خارطة طريق واضحة داعمة يعني الحمد لله والشكر لله هذا الوطن يزخر بكثير من الكفاءات الرقمية التي ستخلق من المستودع مستودعات، وبإذن الله تعالى نفرح قريبا بأن يصبح هذا المستودع مستودعا عالميا وليس وطنيا
بإذن الله. شكرا دكتور حامد.
أختم بالشكر الجزيل لكم دكتورة على إدارتكم الاحترافية لهذه الجلسة وتشرفي مع الزملاء، والشكر موصول للزملاء في هيئة الحكومة الرقمية على حسن استضافتهم وعلى دعوتهم الكريمة لنا. وبإذن الله البرمجيات الحرة مفتوحة المصدر على نطاق عالمي ستنطلق السعودية بإذن الله إلى مصاف الدول العالمية. بيكون هناك منتجات رائدة تقنية بأيدي وطنية مفتوحة المصدر بإذن الله.
شكرا لك دكتور.
شكرا لك دكتورة. وطبعا بحب أبدأ من نفس الدعوة التي قدمت إلى الهيئة. لعل ندعو الهيئة في وضع قائمة لكل البرمجيات التي موجودة فيها مع تصنيفها مع الجهة التي نتواصل معها، بحيث يسهل على الجهات في القطاع الحكومي والقطاع الخاص حتى تتواصل مع الجهات، لعل يكون في اتفاقية معينة بحيث يتشاركون ويستخدمون هذه البرمجيات. شكرا لكم دكتورة، شكرا للأستاذ خالد، أيضا شكرا للهيئة، شكرا لIGF على الاستضافة.
شكرا لك دكتور.
أنا ودي أختم بفخري واعتزازي بوجود ما يقارب 400 منتج في مستودع البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر من مختلف الجهات على مستوى المملكة. لا شك أنه هذا حراك كبير جدا، ونتطلع إن شاء الله أنه كلنا نساعد في دفع عجلة التنمية بهذا الجانب إن شاء الله. شكرا للهيئة ممثلة بالأستاذ خالد، شكرا لكم دكتورة على إدارة ورشة العمل، شكر موصول لجميع الزملاء معنا في الجلسة، مشكورين.
شكرا لك دكتور عبد اللطيف. يعني ختاما احنا اول شيء يعني كجامعات نهنئ هيئة الحكومة الرقمية ممثلة بمعالي المهندس احمد الصويان على نجاح ملتقى الحكومة الرقمية اللي رأيناه اليوم. الحقيقة جهد يعني لا يمكن أن يكون في يوم أو في ساعة. يعني هذا جهد لجميع الجهات الحكومية وتمثيل يعني أكثر من رائع، تمثيل وطني وحضور وطني مميز. أيضا نشكر أصحاب السعادة العمداء في الجامعات السعودية، جامعة الملك خالد وجامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود وجامعة الجوف وجامعة القصيم، ومحدثتكم أنا دكتورة منيرة المهاشير عميد التعليم الإلكتروني بجامعة الإمام عبد الرحمن بن فيصل. وكل الشكر والتقدير لسعادة المهندس مستشار خالد الغامدي يعني على الحراك معنا. يعني احنا في جامعة الإمام أنا بالنسبة لي يعني أنا عرفتها يمكن من فترة قصيرة، لكن أنا أعرف أن حراكها أطول من الفترة اللي أنا عرفتها فيها. ونتطلع الحقيقة لإثراء المستودع الرقمي وأيضا لتحويله مثل ما ذكر الدكتور حامد إلى مستودع عالمي، ونتطلع أيضا إلى عملية تصنيف للمستودع وفلترة للبرمجيات الحرة الحكومية السعودية اللي نفخر بحول الله بكرة نحن نقول أن هذه أصبحت يعني منتجات عالمية يعني قريبا بحول الله. وشكرا جزيلا لكم. الله يعطيك العافية.